92.3 The Fan, WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The NFL Scouting Combine continues today in Indianapolis. One of the potential options for the Browns if they decide to go with another quarterback is Alabama's Ty Simpson. The QB on the connection he already has with Browns' new head coach, Todd Monken.
I know he loves football, and I know that's what I love as well. Super smart guy. Remember him coming to my school at Georgia. Him and my dad actually have a great relationship because he coached at Southern Miss for a little bit. A lot of respect for him and the Browns organization. I think they made a great hire.
On-field workouts continue this afternoon. Defensive backs and tight ends out there today. Big weekend ahead for the Browns. Tomorrow, quarterbacks and receivers working out. And then Sunday, it's the offensive linemen. Cavaliers continue their road trip. Time going to be at Detroit, taking on the Pistons. Cavs looking to bounce back after losing at Milwaukee on Wednesday night. Detroit beat Oklahoma City on Wednesday and now owns the best record in the NBA at 43-14. Cavs very banged up for the matchup in the Motor City. One of the many injured Cavs, Dennis Schroeder, who put in 26 points in the loss against the Bucks. Schroeder questionable with a sprained right ankle. However, Dennis doesn't sound all that worried.
I'm all right now. I'm treated, but I'll be good always.
Meanwhile, Donovan Mitchell, he is going to be out. He'll miss his second straight game. Strained right groin. James Harden's questionable with a broken right thumb. Keon Ellis questionable. He's got a broken left index finger. And also Dean Wade is questionable. He's got a sprained right ankle. Guardians continue. Cactus League play this afternoon. Going to be in Mesa taking on the Cubs. Logan Allen's going to make his second start of the spring. He'll be taking them out for the Guards. Meanwhile, Reese Hoskins set to make his spring debut this afternoon against Chicago. Hoskins signed a minor league contract with the Guardians on Monday with an invite to big league camp. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Jimmy, all he's costing us is money. It doesn't cost us a pick. So if we stay at 6, we can get a wide receiver. We can get an offensive lineman who's going to be on a 5-year deal, remember? And then if we stay at 24, we can get an offensive lineman or another wide receiver, and we can have the 10 picks going in. And if he works out, if he's as good as what Ben Solak says he's going to be, what Greg Rosenthal says he's going to be, what Todd McShay says he could possibly be, then we're laughing.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, it's supposed to be nice today. It's supposed to get up in the 50s, man. Here we go. You can feel it. We're, 1 week away from changing the clock. Life is good. We got basketball. Cavs are back on the floor. Yeah, they're a little bit banged up. They take on the Pistons at the evil empire of J.B. Bickerstaff. Ooh, so they're going to play them. We're coming off of the Combine. How exciting is that? I mean, does it get any better than watching people run around in tights? We'll do that again today. If you're around and about with high school stuff, playoffs are underway. Basketball's there in sectionals. Girls are moving through the districts. And then hockey's like almost towards the end there. Swimming's wrestling. You got it all. Everything's happening. And then there's Tom Withers, who's sitting in for Jeff today.
Hey.
How are you?
Andy Baskin, good to see you as always.
Good to see you. I got to tell you, and Dan Mennigan, hopefully you'll agree with me on this, that I think Tom has officially entered the world of radio.
What?
You have. You're like okay, in the beginning, I'm just saying, you, like the baptism is over. The bris is over.
I think my stride, is that what you're saying?
No, you did what it probably took Jeff or I a couple months to get into it as we got into it. You did what radio people do. They're fired up about something when they walk in the door, and then here you were today.
Hey.
You walked in the door, and you were like, I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Full disclosure.
Has he converted?
No offense to him. I want to see pitchers make an adjustment first and see if he can adjust back.
We'll see. I think he is converted to radioism. Yes.
So full disclosure, Dan Mennigan and I had a little phone chat on my way downtown, and he got me rolling.
Oh, that's his job, though.
So I know it is. He does it very well.
I hold two cattle prods. That's what I'm here for.
So I got out of the car today, and I was like already a little bit amped up on a certain subject. We didn't get into that. But Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable, but yeah,
Tom, I didn't think you were never uncomfortable.
Okay, thanks.
So I wouldn't even think twice about it.
Yeah, no, it's as I've told you guys many times, this has been a lot of fun, and I've really enjoyed it and gotten pretty positive feedback for the most part from a lot of people out there.
So just so you know, your friends aren't really going to say anything bad to you.
Great point.
Your friends won't say anything bad to you. It's just you wait till you turn your back and you start pulling the knives out.
Yeah, or how people would say to me, "Hey, I read your lead last night, and so you didn't bother with the second paragraph, but yeah, thank you."
And by the way, I didn't write the lead. Remember those days? You were like, yeah. That was a good story. Yeah. So my mom used to always say, "Oh, that was great stuff. That was great stuff," and I'd be like, "Mom." Even if it was the biggest piece of garbage, you're my mom, and you're going to have to say that was great stuff.
That's funny.
So, but it's just like writing. It's like that. Half the people love it, half the people don't. It's like the art critic from History of the World, right?
Right.
Same thing. It's exactly that. All right. So the topic, though,
thanks for having me back. Thank you.
You can come in every day if you want to.
Appreciate it.
Sit here with me and Jeff and Dan. It's all we do is we're seriously professional BSers. So what's the difference, right? Combine. So I'm like, oh, I wonder what he thinks of this. I wonder what he thinks of that. What he thinks of this. And then I'm like, so what do you think of the combine? And then you said,
not a big fan.
You're being so humble about it. You're like, I really can't stand it.
Yeah, I think I used the word detest, deplore, one of those. Maybe it's, and okay, forgive me for this self-indulgent moment here. Maybe it's because I never went to the combine, and I was frustrated that I didn't go only because. See, now we're getting to it. This is like a therapy session now.
Totally get it.
Because listen, if you are covering a team, in the Browns, in my case, there is a treasure trove of information, right?
Yes.
That is going to then allow you to write, pre-draft, features, get deeper into the new coach, this being Todd Monken this time. So I think maybe that plays into it a little bit, though. I just find it, Andy, to be such an overblown event from the standpoint that we put way too much emphasis on it. Case in point, I'm sitting here now watching that Sonny Styles has the highest vertical jump since 2003 for a player 6'4" or over on a Thursday.
But how big are his hands? That's all I care about.
They're 10.
But you knew the answer.
Only because I heard that this morning, and Arville Reese was a 9.5. I did hear that. What does
his mother thinks?
What does vertical jump mean? We all know Sonny Styles is a gifted athlete. My God, he started at linebacker for The Ohio State University. He's a tremendous player.
Right.
And he ran a 4.55, whatever. That's probably even wrong. I'm not even sure what the number is.
Sure.
So they go there. I think from the standpoint of this allows teams to finally get their hands on these guys, right, that they have scouted diligently during the season. They get to interview them. They get to figure out, do they fit our need? Where do they, in terms of where we're picking on the board, is Sonny Styles a given, what have you? We all knew Sonny Styles was going to be a top 10 pick. And by the way, there's going to be this is going to frustrate people only because they didn't win the national championship last year, and maybe one of them.
Oh, because we're going to have 5 guys drafted in the first round?
There's going to be 4 buckets in the first 8 picks.
How about, and then 6 in the top 40?
And by the way.
And 6 is the record, right? Miami's got the record with 6.
And I think the Cleveland Browns conversation on Caleb Downs is going to get very, very interesting here as we go forward.
What? Why? Why do you believe?
Because some subtle things that we did and did not hear from Andrew Berry and Todd Monken this week in terms of what they may do in free agency, potentially what they could do in the draft, maybe how they're going to reconstruct this offensive line using the model of the Bears from last year, right? And internal upgrades. Some veteran signings, potentially a trade there. So I think there's other ways for the Browns to rebuild that group, which then maybe takes them out of the equation at 6 and potentially at 24 for an offensive lineman, right? So I think then some of those Buckeyes that we've talked about come back into play. We talked about it last week, Andy. I think Caleb Downs is still a factor at 6 and has to be discussed.
I'm just going back on the whole combine thing. Like I watch it sometimes. I don't watch it. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just like, you go back and forth. I do think that I think when I was first in the business and I was in Columbus and I was probably started in Montana when I would go and watch a spring game. And, you'd watch a little bit of practice. And Ohio State, the access was a lot harder than it was in when you're covering 1AA. But then I always felt like if you watch the spring game or you're just paying attention around them, when the season starts, you're sitting next to people that are saying, who's that? And you're like, oh, that's so-and-so.
Yeah.
And it's almost it's like the cliff notes to a team that most of those guys they sat out for a year before they started playing. Now you got a lot of high school kids that leave in January that are down at Ohio
they're all
State
there
already.
now, yeah.
I mean, most of those guys are all there.
Isn't that interesting? That's a kind of a new phenomenon, right? It's like the last 5 years or so,
yeah,
right?
Probably
That
the last
it's
5
really
years
ramped
ago.
up. Yeah,
I do find it interesting that schools that tell their athletes they can't leave, high schools that will do that.
Yeah.
Now there are high school. I still think the majority of high schools will say, well, if you have enough credit hours by the end of your first semester of your senior year, why is that a big deal?
It's not.
But there are also, like, I'm going to tell you, Brody Lennon, the tight end from Gilmore, was a kid that, had to stay. And he had to stay in high school because they wouldn't let him. There was also a couple other athletes out there that the school's like, no, if you want to graduate, you got to stay for spring semester.
But also he's getting then pressure from whatever school he's going to,
which
right?
was Ohio State.
Listen, if you want to play this fall, you better get down here as soon as possible because Joey from Chestnut, Oklahoma is going to be here before you are, right? So yeah, but that's kind of unfair.
And it was interesting to watch see what happened to Brody this year. He got his big game was Grambling. He was the 6th tight end to go in the game, and he played pretty well.
Nice.
But then he ended up taking the redshirt year, which is fine.
Okay. He's staying though.
Oh yeah, he's still there.
Oh, good.
I've heard he's as high as 3rd on the depth chart right now. So nice. I haven't looked at our lads, but again, that's the one school I know where I can kind of pick on one person that I know is going through this. But he's not alone.
Right.
There's other schools that won't let them do that. But it goes back to just kind of knowing the players before you go and watch the play.
Right.
And
which is what this is. This is a dress
and that's what the combine is.
Yeah, and I get it. Listen, I'm sorry to throw a bucket of water on those people out there that adore it and love it and think it is absolutely necessary, and it is. But it's kind of an evil is not the right word. It's kind of it's something that the league has to go through. The other problem with it too, Andy, is that so much misinformation then comes out of it, right? And intentionally so sometimes by the teams who are going to then plant things out there, try to be deceptive in a way in terms of, what their plans are, as I mentioned before, in terms of free agency and trades and obviously the draft. But it's been, I've kept an eye on it. I won't say that I sat there and watched too much long coverage of it, but, I've been keeping interest in it.
What drives me nuts is the Wonderlic test. And when we get into this whole thing, because I can't, look, if someone doesn't fare well on a test because the questions aren't in their world,
right,
and they get a low score, it'd be like, if someone said to you, okay, I'm just trying to pick, let's just say you lived in an igloo in the North Pole, and, all the questions were about, heat management inside an igloo.
Desert, right.
Right, and then all these questions are on the Wonderlic test. Is it better to have 2 openings or 3 in an igloo to make sure?
I think it just gives them.
No, it just bothers me.
I got you.
That when I hear about guys that got low scores on that Wonderlic, and I'm like, you know what? That's wrong. Shame on the NFL for letting those scores get released.
I'm with you 1,000% on that.
Absolutely drives me crazy.
Yeah.
And it kind of brings me back what Todd Monken said earlier in the week about trying to grade someone for a test before you even handed them the test.
Right.
I thought that was a pretty interesting line about how he sees the world. Yeah. Yes, you will have some preconceived notions because you've watched them play, but how can you give someone a grade on a test just by walking in the room? You're asking for prejudice.
Agreed. One of the enlightening things of this week, as I mentioned before, though, is that we heard from Todd Monken again, right? And while we didn't hear,
what'd you think?
What didn't surprise me necessarily, but it kind of reinforced, I think, where we are on this quarterback situation with the Browns is what he didn't say, right? I mean, he did give some praise to Shedeur, but he was also, kind of held the reins a little bit, right? With which told me that they're obviously open to every option. And why wouldn't they be? I think that's where the majority of the fans are right now with this is that, hey, look, we saw enough that we can be intrigued about potentially what number 12 can do for us going forward, but not enough to maybe hitch the wagon to him because I don't think the Browns are at that point. So I thought what he didn't say maybe spoke more to me about that situation than what he did said. And by the way, one more thing on Sonny Styles here. I do wish he had used that 43.5-inch vertical jump to leap over an Indiana blocker or two while he was blitzing in that game. So that being said, I thought what Barry said this week, same kind of takeaway from me. It was what he didn't say about Shedeur. Also, I thought it was interesting, as I mentioned before, the way he talked about the potential way that the Browns can rebuild that offensive line. The fact that they may be a little more aggressive in free agency going forward than I think that we were, thinking that they would be. Now, That doesn't mean that there are going to be some other contractual moves they're going to have to make before they get to free agency, and that's part of this as well. So
they also, though, didn't close the door on bringing in a free agent quarterback.
No,
and they
why
made
should
it
they?
very open. But it's almost like, okay, we're looking at it this way. I kind of got the feeling after this week, and we'll talk more about this in a second.
For sure.
It's either Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, or incoming free agent quarterback to start the season.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like, but they talk in thirds. You know what I'm saying? And,
Right.
and Gabriel doesn't. I think we're just not even listening for Gabriel anymore. So I don't think. I mean, if you want to say there's a 1%,
but Andrew, he went out of his way though to say that he's still a part of the situation here,
Yeah.
and he is. I mean, who knows? He may be.
All I know is if they draft another quarterback, one of those two is going to have to go.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
I just it's too.
And I thought it was interesting too that the Ty Simpson's name is now being nationally at least thrown out there and attached to the Browns. Malik Willis is still being attached to the Browns. We'll get into all that, I'm sure.
Funny, you should talk about Ty Simpson. We're going to hear from him in a moment because he spoke to the media. And you brought up another point. Someone else spoke to the media on Pardon My Take. And Browns fans, you need to hear it. If you haven't heard this yet, wait, because we're going to play it when we come back. Kevin Stefanski had some things about the way things were run and the quarterback situation. So stick around. You're going to hear from Kevin. Andrew Siciliano at 10:40. Chris Easterling is also going to join us at 1 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps. The great, the awesome Tom Withers is with us today.
Hey, friends.
today. Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Tom Withers is in today, kind of into this, talking about the Browns, talking about the Combine, and Andrew Siciliano is going to join us in about 20 minutes, 18 minutes.
I love the Combine. Did I tell you that?
I heard, I thought it was weird.
I've changed my mind in the last 15 minutes. I love the Combine.
I just really thought it was weird when you walked in here and it said RB, and then it said 26, and you were wearing spandex, and I'm like,
there you go.
Like, Tom, dude, man, you're doing radio. No one can see
my vertical is not what it used to be.
Now that we're on YouTube.
Oh, hi, everyone. Yeah.
So now that you're good on that, a little bit of Cavs news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cleveland Cavaliers just announced that guard Keon Ellis suffered a left index finger injury on Wednesday night's game against Milwaukee. Post-game examination by the Cavs medical staff, followed by x-rays taken at the arena, confirmed a non-displaced solar plate avulsion on his left index PIP joint. I'm going to have to Google that to make sure.
Is it illusion or Volusion?
It's avulsion.
Is it avulsion?
Sorry,
I
I
don't
just
know.
pulled a Phelps the onion.
No, do it on that.
It's avulsion. So I find this interesting in a lot of ways.
No, I find it interesting that you just said I pulled a Phelpsy on you. That's the best part. You don't have to say anything else.
It's needy because I don't English good, and if I get it corrected enough, I might English better.
Oh, my God. Keith's walking in here with a red pen right now. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
An avulsion fracture just means that you chipped off a little bit of bone, because I had a bad avulsion fracture in my ankle at one point, so I knew that prior to my my Cavs medical knowledge here. What I find interesting...
You know what fixes it?
Go ahead.
Robitussin.
I thought you were going to say...
A little bit of tussin.
Fix Formula 44 or something. Robitussin fixes everything, doesn't it?
Oh, of course it does.
Hey, so what I find interesting about this, and by the way, the Cavs put this out this morning after Keon Ellis was on the injury report last night with this very same injury. I find it interesting now that they're being so detailed with these medical updates, right?
Right.
So we've gone from...
remember when everything was plantar fasciitis? Everything was plantar fasciitis.
But we also went from last year in the playoffs of Darius Garland's got a toe injury to then him needing major toe surgery, right? And the team not being transparent about it, and everybody, and the same thing with the Jared Allen situation, if you recall, right? When he had the rib injury against Orlando a couple years ago, right? And they were talking about, very vague on it. Turns out then he had like bones floating around in there. He was like in obvious distress and pain. Now, in the last 48 hours...
Is that better for the player or for the team?
That's what I'm trying to get into here. Yeah, I think it's from the league saying, hey, look, we need to let people know exactly what's going on with these guys. So they're taking away any kind of... They're not giving them the benefit of the doubt.
No, you're saying they're trying to get rid of the macho stigma? Because that's a problem, too, where they'll be like... Especially for fans.
I think they're just being upfront.
Oh, he's got a paper cut tonight. He can't play. And meanwhile, he's got 6 ribs that are floating around his stomach.
I think they're being upfront with fans from the standpoint of, I've got tickets to the game, and you may not be able to see, player X play because he's hurt, and here's what he's dealing with. Also, in this betting world that we're living in now, I think there's a need to have more transparency than ever, right?
Right.
But I think it's fascinating. They gave a more detailed evaluation of James Harden than I ever expected. And I mean, he's got a broken thumb.
Yeah.
He's got the tip of his thumb is broken. And so he's going to have to deal with that. I know they're talking about him being questionable. I find that questionable because
he wants to play through it.
Of course he does. But you know what? we just went out and got him.
Don't you think they can make a device for that? It's the tip of his thumb.
And it's his offhand, which is good. It's not his shooting hand. However, think about how often you got the ball in your hands, right? Think of how often you're going to have to catch a strong pass from Donovan Mitchell, how you're going to have to protect that thing. If you're already trying to protect it, Andy, you're not at 100%. So
I think you got to wear one of those little gummy thing.
For sure.
Like if you're trying to go through papers. Old people use that. Rather than licking your thumb, they got that, and then they stick it in water and they keep going.
Yeah.
Straight
like
out of the
rubber thing.
Straight out of the 50s and 60s,
I love
right?
it. Straight out of the front page.
Yeah, just wear that. You'll be fine.
Does that come with the green visor for the tax professional, or is that like a kit?
Oh, I didn't even think about the green visor.
He is going to have to protect it, though, and I think the team is going to have to do a lot to protect him, right? Here we are. And the other good thing, I think, here is that we're in the late the late stages of February, not March, right? We're not the playoffs are not around. They're around the corner, but they're not around the near corner. So that's a good thing. This is the variable, Andy, that you and I talk about all the time, and it's one that unfortunately has impeded a lot of great Cavaliers seasons, right? Promising seasons. The variable of injuries. You just never know. And so I think it's smart that they are resting Donovan Mitchell again tonight. That surprised me a little bit, only because I thought giving him the previous game off was a sign that they wanted him as fresh as possible for the 2 games against Detroit in the next week. He's obviously out again tonight, and we'll see where it's going. So
the issue for me is that they've got to surf probably like a 3-game lead to make sure they stay in the top 6, right? Like tonight.
Oh, they're fine. They'll be fine. I like the way they battled the other night, though. And now, granted,
I mean, Toronto's 10 back. We're probably going to be. I mean, we're missing a lot of guys tonight, and we're playing Detroit, and it's like I want them. Look, I thought they played better the other night against Milwaukee than I expected, especially knowing that all those guys were out the other night. But let's face it. Let's hit the reality. They'll be 8.5 back after tonight if they lose to the Pistons.
I was not surprised by the way they played against Milwaukee from this standpoint, Andy, is that you've got a lot of hungry guys on that team right now that are trying to prove to Kenny Atkinson and his staff that they deserve minutes going forward, right? So when those guys are out there, they're like giving everything they've got because they know once that team's at full strength, my 27 minutes tonight might be 12 or less, right? So
or DNP.
So I thought it was interesting to see the way that Merrill played and Wade played. And Keon Ellis, by the way, I didn't know a ton about him, just enough about him that, when the Kings came into town or whatever, I was like, oh, that's an intriguing player.
Right.
My God, is he surprising me with his playmaking ability. Does it at both ends as well. Freaky athletic kind of kid, but always has his nose in there. And he's also
tough.
And I agree. And much like Schroeder, just one of those guys that not everything's going to be in the box score, right? There's deflected passes. There's attitude and presence out there, which I still think this team needs.
Yeah, like pressure isn't a stat.
No, very much so.
Pressure's not a stat.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to come back to the Cavs a little bit later, too. All right, so Kevin Stefanski spoke, and we were all sitting around the 2.5-hour newsroom, and we were like, what? And so Kevin was on Pardon My Take, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's ESPN, right?
No.
Oh, what is it now?
Barstool Sports.
Oh, Barstool, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so let's give the right people the right credit.
Correct.
Okay.
So, on Pardon My Take, well, we all know pretty much what
change. Yes or no, going back in time, would you want to do things differently? You guys obviously acquired Deshaun Watson, got rid of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I respect the question and understand why you're asking it. And I'm not going to give you a yes or no. I would tell you all those decisions that were made, you learn from all of them. And those are tough decisions that are made for rosters and those type of things. But can't change the past, only going to focus on the future. How's that?
Damn, that was a great good.
Yeah, he had 6 years to practice answering questions like that. So I still think he didn't like.
That sounded like the guy that used to coach the Browns. Is it the same guy?
Yeah, it's exactly the same guy.
Yeah, I've heard that. You know what I thought was interesting was that he started out with, "I respect the question" instead of "I understand the question." So he was being a little more diplomatic with it.
We'll get it fixed. There you go. Now you're back.
Fixed.
Exactly the answer I thought was coming. Listen, I know a lot was made here of his relationship with Shedeur Sanders. I know first.
He talked about that. We'll play that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
That wasn't part of that. No, go right ahead. So, what good is it going to do Kevin Stefanski at this point, other than, allowing us Browns fans and reporters to finally see completely behind the curtain? But I think enough of us know about what was going on here with Baker during that time, all that came with that. It was more of an organizational decision and an ownership decision than a coaching decision.
Right.
So we get okay. Go ahead.
I'm listening.
You're waiting. You're holding back now. You're waiting.
Keep going.
So it does him no good to right. He's already got an issue with Baker, and he already have an issue, and they're going to be facing each other twice a year now.
Although Baker said, "I was just, it's just kind of the thing." Blah.
Isn't that a Baker way of doing things? All right, he's got to come back and then apologize for things he said. So it does Kevin no good to drag that stuff back out as much as we would like to hear it.
I agree, but
I'm
telling you, but after listening to, I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you, Dan. Play it again, because here's what I hear.
Go ahead.
He's not saying it was me that made the decisions, and so as I listen to this, all I can think about is, this is the nicest way on earth to not throw Haslam and Barry under the bus. Listen one more time.
2022 offseason for the Browns, obviously a big change. Yes or no, would you, going back in time, would you want to do things differently? You guys obviously acquired Deshaun Watson, got rid of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I respect the question and understand why you're asking it. And I'm not going to give you a yes or no. I would tell you all those decisions that were made, you learn from all of them. And those are tough decisions that are made for rosters and those type of things. But can't change the past, only going to focus on the future. How's that?
Damn, that was a great good.
Those decisions, not my decisions, those decisions were maybe
Which means
they were
he had
a little of you.
He had a hand in them, yeah. Of course he did.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
A little?
Yeah, you have to ask the coach, what's your evaluation of this player? Is this guy worth, investing?
And if he doesn't stand
Is this guy
on
worth giving $230 million to?
If he doesn't stand on the table and go, I quit. Remember how the Indians used to live this way, right? They would sit around the table and they would talk about a player. And the end of the conversation was, at least this is what I was told, the end of the conversation was, would you put your job on this player? And if you weren't willing to put your job on a player that they were potentially bringing
Then
in,
you let him go, or then you don't sign him.
Every once in a while, you saw people get thrown off the island.
Would you care to give specific names now, Mr. Baskin?
No, I would never do that.
Oh, come on.
I can't.
You're
no.
avoiding the question like Kevin Stefanski did. Let's go.
Well, come
on.
I appreciate the question.
I respect the question.
No, I appreciate it. Yes.
I got that answer too many times from Kevin, who, by the way, brought home a bad report card yesterday. I think we'll talk about that at some point here.
That's part of the show today.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to the other part.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So go ahead, Dan. What was the other part? Oh, you want to do this when we come back? Yeah, let's do this because he had a little bit more to say when it comes to that. Oh, and then we got Andrew Siciliano. So now it's a real cliffhanger.
Ooh.
What did Kevin have to say about Shedeur? You may be surprised. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. All right, so we'll bring in Andrew Siciliano when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You know what? Tom Withers is in today. And when Tom Withers is in, special things happen. So you know what?
What do we got?
Oh, we got on the horn with Andrew Siciliano. We're like, Andrew, Tom and I were having this great conversation, and we were getting into this point about Shedeur Sanders and what Kevin Stefanski had to say with him. Can you just wait a couple more minutes because Tom's here?
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, well, Tom's in. I'll come in 20 minutes later.
Go watch some lineman do 15 reps of 225.
Yeah, so that's what he's going to do.
Okay,
so he's going to hang out at the combine for 20 more minutes so we can bring to you things that we deliver. We're not here to be fake broadcasters, right? Like the headline should match the story.
As fake as it gets over here.
Right? Headline should match the story, right? That ever happened to you? Ever drive you nuts?
All the time. Hate to tell you.
How common? Everybody seems to write their own headlines now, don't they?
They do. Now, depending on who...
Is that good or bad?
That's a loaded question right there. Depends on the talent level of both parties.
That's true.
Writer and editor. I'm
lucky in this weekly column. I have the guy named Bob Jacob. I don't know if you know Bob or not. Fantastic. And so when I open up this and I'm like, hey, he did a good job because that headline does match the story.
I used to pride myself on writing headlines. Like I always wanted to make sure that it fit. Now, obviously, in the day and age of SEOs and views and clicks and all that they want that headline to stand out. If you've noticed, there's a lot of sites now that the headline is usually a question.
Yeah.
Like kind of the tease that we do here. Yeah. So, but yeah, I used to pride myself on writing a good headline, and I agree with you. The headline should match the content.
Yeah. Did you ever get in a fight over a headline?
Oh, many times.
Because the person you wrote the story about is like, what's this?
Yeah. Or they didn't bother reading beyond the headline.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, as promised, what did Kevin Stefanski have to say about Shedeur Sanders? Again, pardon my take, Barstool Sports.
I will say this. I love Shedeur. I loved coaching him, seriously. He's got the right makeup for this game. He was wired the right way. I wish that we won more, obviously, but if you saw how he played down the stretch, I mean, he's a young player that's getting better. I'm not coaching him anymore, so I know I have to be careful about talking about other players, but I am rooting for him.
Okay, are we done? Are we done saying that Kevin hated him? Does that clear it up for you? Is that cleared up for you?
I don't know where that began, actually, Andy, that narrative, that false narrative, that there was animosity between the two of them. I mean, clearly, a rookie quarterback drafted in the 5th round had some growing to do.
Yeah.
And I think there were times where during camp that Kevin was frustrated that maybe Shedeur wasn't working as hard as he needed to.
And by the way, like late in the season, I think you were in there. I asked Shedeur, I was like, if you could tell yourself, if you could give yourself any advice from that first week, how much have you grown and what would you tell yourself to make yourself better? And he answered it, and he was like, it was almost like he had an epiphany going, man, I wish I would have known this week 1.
I think both of them were guilty of this at times too, Andy, is that they fed into it from the standpoint that neither one of them genuinely expressed themselves, right, for fear of whatever kickback that there was going to be, right? I mean, it was and I knew when the Browns drafted him that there was a lot that was going to be coming along with Shedeur. And
Shedeur thought that some of the questions, I don't know.
How defensive did he get at times?
Super defensive over, like, there was, I'm trying to remember.
Scott Petrak
asked him like a normal question, and he's like, that's not right. That's kind of a rude question. And I was like,
and it was completely fair.
He was just asking you what it's like to play with somebody.
Well, he was digging deeper into the question than that was actually at face value. And that's all Scott, he was, intimating that Scott was trying to, create a controversy or whatever. And there are reporters that do that. Scott doesn't do that.
Scott is not that guy. No,
he is not that guy. Again, bad read by Shedeur, pardon the pun there.
Right.
But he, I just feel like there were instances during camp and early in the season where both of them could have cleared this up, and neither one of them seemed willing to do it for whatever reason, right? Now, again, this was Kevin also at times having to answer questions about who at one point was his 4th-string quarterback, right? And I mean, how unfair was that for him to have to deal with all of that nonsense, if you will? But I think the narrative was wrong and misleading from day one. Obviously, the Shedeur supporters out there, and I I get why people like the kid. He's a very likable kid. He's very personable.
He lights up the room when he's there.
He's got talent. We'll see where it goes.
He's looking for Christmas presents. Come on, man.
Is he a franchise
When he said that, I almost fell off my chair laughing. I was like, what?
He's a very likable kid. And so I get why people are behind him. And there was also, this was Kevin's last year. And I think a lot of us felt that it was, even in its infancy, right?
It was second only to Eric Wedge.
God, we could see the writing on the wall, couldn't we?
Well, the difference between him and Eric Wedge was, Eric had been let go, and they're like, we're going to let him coach for the last 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And then Mark Spar was asked, he's like, somebody, I can't remember, trying to remember, it might have been Sheldon that said, what kind of manager are you looking for?
Right.
And Chris said, no, Mark said, if I could hire someone, I'm looking for someone just like Eric Wedge. And I'm like, why'd you just fire him then?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you stick it out for another year? It didn't make any sense.
Hey, I will say this, and I'm not telling tales out of school. Is that the expression? Yeah. I had talked to Kevin during the summer about Shedeur and about Dylan.
Okay.
To try to get a sense of where both were at heading into camp. And at no point during the conversation that I had with him did Kevin ever say anything negative about Shedeur. What he reinforced is what I said to you before, was that he probably needs to work a little bit harder. Here's the things that he needs to work on. He's a rookie quarterback. We see some potential for growth, and we're going to see where it goes. And people turned this into the he hates Shedeur campaign, which I never understood.
That quote, I mean, that, or you're saying you had that
I had
information,
that insight, yeah,
but you didn't.
But then, you can only say so much at the time when, I didn't want to, by any means.
I mean, they were mad at him because they wanted him to be. Fans were mad because they wanted to give him a little time.
I don't know what it. Listen, and it was and I think we can all agree that it was probably a poorly handled situation from the standpoint that they didn't give him the reps. Given that they knew that they were probably going to be trading Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel was next in line. Shedeur probably needed to see some more time, but then people turned that into this I don't know, hate, whatever it was that seemed to be directed towards Shedeur that never existed.
Yeah, the hate towards Kevin, you mean?
No, but Kevin's hate towards Shedeur, which just never.
I never thought it was there.
Neither did I. But
because Kevin Kevin doesn't talk about anybody. You really have Myles Garrett is probably the most flowers he'll throw at any player on that team. Denzel a little bit, but
yeah,
I don't remember him saying. It's an old school mentality where why would you you realize that when you're talking about one player, there's another player in the background wondering, well, I wonder where I stack up in this.
Right.
Because he cared more about the team than he did about the media questions coming at him.
And that's what's always so difficult, Andy. And I know you appreciate this, and I'm not, and I'm going to let some listeners in on what we have to deal with. When Kevin says, I understand and I respect the question, what have you, there's something more there, right? And you would love to get it out of him, but he can't.
And to be honest with you, I think when they say that, they're like, I'd like to tell you more, but I'm not going to mess up my entire team to give you one answer so you have 1,000 clicks or 1,000,000 clicks on one story.
Which is why I know fans get frustrated post-game, and they're like, you guys don't ask the right questions. Well, you have to ask a question.
No, it's just you. They call up, they're like,
why didn't Tom Withers
ask
just
that
awful, isn't he? And listen, there were times where I would regret not asking a question a particular way because it's always in the way that you present things, right? Whether or not you're going to get the response that you need for your story or for context or whatever the case may be. And there were times where Kevin simply couldn't answer the question, to your point, because he was going to either throw somebody out, under the bus or, create a bad situation in the locker room that was already fragile to begin with. And by the way, for all the flowers that Myles Garrett got tossed by Kevin, they came right back in his face at the end of the year, which was just ridiculous as well.
Yeah, so I just I don't know what people, but to hear what Kevin had to say, Kevin didn't have to say, why would you say I love the kid or I want to do that? Because if he really didn't like him, he would say something like,
I'd rather not talk about him or
you just say, well, he plays for another team right now. I can't really talk about him. That's the easy way out. The other thing he could have just said was, I kind of enjoyed my time. He is a great kid with a fresh young mind in this league, and it's going to be interesting to watch and see what happens.
And it was interesting, too, to me, Andy, that it took till almost the end of the year for it to be reported that Kevin had been meeting with Shedeur in the mornings to give him some extra tutelage.
How about letting him practice after practice?
This had been going on.
The Hungry Dogs, right?
This had been going on the entire season. Oh, by the way, reported locally, completely ignored. And then when, whoever, Schefter, whoever, on a Sunday morning would throw it out there, then it became headlines. People got to pay attention sometimes as well. Sorry. That's my little rant.
There we go.
Okay.
Tom Withers for the local beater.
Defending the
reporters.
local beat writers, yes.
Oh, man. So, anyway, I'm glad. I wonder if somebody changes their mind on that just from hearing what
I will say this.
say.
I am glad that the questions were asked out in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And more props to the Combine, which I love. And that we're getting these kinds of headlines because people need to know the truth.
All right, well, let's see what. Hang on, I got to hear this. Ron's in East Cleveland. What's up, Ron?
Hey, what's up? I disagree with Mr. Withers. But the only thing I'm saying is like this: you guys are speaking your opinion. You're doing it live over the air.
Yeah, that's what we get paid for.
That's just y'all opinion.
Yeah,
I'm saying, yeah. What does Stefanski supposed to say when he asks a question about Shedeur? I couldn't stand the man. And so what? He did the political right answer.
Oh, I don't. But he went a little over the top. That's what I'm saying, Ron. I mean, he didn't. But Ron, if you don't like somebody and you're trying to be nice, right? And you're trying to be nice about it, you'd be like, yeah, I went to school with him, right? But you're not going to say, oh, I went to school with him and he's a great guy, or I love working with him, or I wanted to see that. That's what I got out of it.
And Ron, does this dispel the notion that he had some kind of an agenda against Shedeur?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so
what does he supposed to say, guys? I mean, really, think about it. He can't go up there and say, I couldn't stand the man. Y'all, what y'all not saying is that Stefanski went to the Combine and they gave him, get your quarterback. And he chose Dylan Gabriel. That's why they drafted him.
Yeah, but they also chose Shedeur.
But Stefanski's pick was Dylan.
How do you know that? How do you know that he
here's the one piece of ammo I'll give you, right? It's the fact that when they made him, and I've said this till I'm blue in the face, and I think Jeff's tired of hearing me say it. When they made him the number 2 quarterback, they needed to get him more reps. I just think even if it's 5 minutes of reps at the end.
Yeah, I think
because you knew you were, and you know what? If we had a veteran starting quarterback, I may have said, you know what? They don't need to get him any reps. The problem was they had a rookie quarterback starting, and now you have a rookie quarterback who's number 2, and he shouldn't have to go out there and say, Ethan Posick, it is a pleasure to play with you for the first time. Yeah, there's got to be some room to get him some work in there just in case. When they made him the number 2, and that was the only point where I was like, guys, you didn't prepare him you didn't put him in the best situation to have success.
I respect and I understand what you're saying, Andy.
Yes.
I think the Browns learned from that situation, right?
Yeah.
I think Stefanski did as well. They were in a very unique situation with 2 rookie quarterbacks, right? Now, the reason I think they would say publicly, the reason they felt like Shedeur didn't get any reps in practice was because Dylan needed all of them. Right? I mean, that was their feeling, and they're probably right about that. But I'm with you. You got to figure out a way to get him 3 or 4 snaps on a Friday afternoon or a Thursday afternoon, because invariably the quarterback's going to get hurt. Right? That's what happens here, especially in this town.
Jerry, I'm going to get in big trouble. You have 10 seconds. Go ahead, Jerry. I just want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead, Jerry. Jerry, you there?
Wrong because he saw the talent on the field. He saw the talent between the two, and he chose the worst talent. What does that tell you? That tells me he either doesn't know how to evaluate quarterbacks or he does have something against it. So you tell me. You saw it. You was out there. All the beat reporters said it, too. The talent that Shedeur was showing in practice was outshining Dylan Gabriel and the rest of them.
I was told he wasn't getting any. He wasn't getting any practice, Jerry.
That's what the beat reporters on this station was saying. They were saying he looks better. They say he looks better on the field. He looks better throwing the ball. He all that. And how are you going to tell me that he couldn't see that? And when he got on the field, we all saw it.
All right. Well, Jerry, we got one good thing in common here. It's over. The whole story's over here.
You started 7 games.
Because now you got a new quarterback. All right, you got a new head coach. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Sorry. Andrew Siciliano is going to join us next. Browns Radio Network. He's a friend of the show. He's next. Tom Withers is in today.
We got that fixed.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff. Let's head over to Indianapolis now because this is Tom's favorite stuff to talk about. Is it the uniforms that bother you the most? I just want to make sure.
What's that?
Combine.
Oh no, that's a great look.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I wonder what number our next guest is wearing. Of course, he is a super friend of the show. You know him and love him from the Browns Radio Network. You know and love him from Yahoo Sports as well. He is Sir Andrew Siciliano. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Did you call me Sir Andrew Siciliano?
I knighted you. Yes. You've been knighted on the show.
Great. Do I get like a horse, and a
sword?
Lance?
No. Here's what you get to do. Ready?
Yeah.
You can go over to St. Elmo's. You can look for somebody eating shrimp cocktail, and because they're so big, someone's going to leave one in the ice. You can have one of those that they left over as compliments from me, Sir Andrew
Or I
Siciliano.
could just go pay for my own dinner and get my own order.
Dude, come on. We got to get you with the Wedding Crashers. We've got to get you up to speed.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I remember Wedding Crashers. I just don't remember that one. I apologize.
No, it didn't happen then, Wedding Crashers. It's just kind of one of those things that would happen in a Wedding
You're now
Crashers.
officially confusing me. But yeah, no, we're good.
It took this long for me to confuse you? I thought we were better friends than that.
What's going on, boys?
You tell us what's going on. What are the Browns doing over there? Tell me what the Browns are doing.
our only hope.
By the way, Tom Withers is in today.
No, I hear. Hi, Tom.
Andrew, hi.
What's going on right now? Hi, good. The quarterbacks and wide receivers are on the podium. They had Fernando Mendoza, beg your pardon. I've done that 10 times already. Mendoza and some of the other guys were on the podium at 8 o'clock. We just had Drew Aller and Carson Beck at the second wave, along with the second wave of wide receivers, Omar Cooper, among others, from Indiana. Drew Aller just stood up here, and I knew he's a big Browns fan. Obviously, Medina's Drew Aller, and he went to games, and his family had season tickets, but he just claimed that he did not miss a home game for the Browns between the ages of 7 and his senior year in high school.
Draft him.
Believe it or not.
That's it. Good enough.
That's it.
I'm going to go buy
join
his
the
jersey.
club, by the way.
I'm buying his jersey right now.
Yeah. Well, wait, about jerseys, he was asked, what was your first jersey you owned as a kid? And he said, well, I had a whole bunch of jerseys. I would wear a football jersey to school every single day. But he goes, my first jersey was probably Joe Thomas or Charlie Fry.
Ooh.
I didn't have Charlie Fry as behind door number 2. But that's
Number 9.
Yes, number 9, of course, 73 and number 9 in your heart. Yes.
Hey, Fernando Mendoza has always impressed me both on and off the field. Andrew, what was his interview like today? And do you see a world in which the Browns would consider packaging together a couple of picks and then maybe some more and then some more assets and making a run at him?
I don't necessarily. I also don't see a world in which the Raiders want to move off him.
Yeah, gotcha.
There's a legitimate debate as to just how good he truly will be in the NFL and if he's truly the guy. But you need a quarterback. It's a way to get a quarterback and keep your costs down. The Raiders need a lot of players. So sure, if somebody were to make them an unbelievable offer, I'm sure they're going to listen. I just don't know that this is the draft in which anybody does that, because the consensus is that obviously, and we hear this every year, this year's okay, but next year's going to be great. I don't know that I've ever heard it, however, like this year. Obviously, it's not just the quarterbacks. It's the Jeremiah Smiths of the world and everyone else, the blue chippers that are on the board for 27. This first round has 10 to 12 guys with real blue chip first round grades. I don't know that anyone is giving away 2027 draft capital in 2026.
Good point. All right, let me ask you a question I've asked everybody, and Tom, I'll ask you this later. If the season started right now, who do you think the starting quarterback would be for the Browns? And you can I'll give you this option. I'm going to give you the option beyond the guys that are in the room. You could say unknown quarterback who's out there right now.
I don't know. I'm not trying to avoid the question nor a clickbait, social piece. I don't know. Shedeur is going to get a fair shot. I don't think anything Todd Monken or Andrew Berry said this week was incendiary, despite your television morning shows can make it clickbaity stuff. Of course, Shedeur and Deshaun, if Deshaun is healthy and on the field, and in December he was back on the field practicing, if those are the guys, yeah, may the best man win. But neither of those guys is getting handed the job. And will they bring someone else in? Maybe. But, for who, for what, as Ricky Waters once said, there is not a quarterback at 6 that you're likely going to pick. Is there a quarterback at 24? Maybe. But is there somebody that blows you away so much that you believe in that quarterback at 24 so much that you're going to forego positions like offensive line or wide receiver where you badly need help right now? I can't see that.
I think we'll get a better sense of where this quarterback thing is going, not necessarily with the Browns, Andrew, but league-wide when one of these pieces moves, right? We have the Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Kyler Murray, and now Anthony Richardson all kind of involved in potentially these musical chairs at quarterback. The Richardson thing, did that surprise you at all? I know there's been talk about him trying to work out a deal with them or what have you. Now he's on the trade block.
No, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think I like Anthony Richardson. I really do. But I think his fate, not that he couldn't rebound from it, but when he tapped out in that game a couple of years ago, I think his fate in Indianapolis was kind of sealed. And I've talked to people that, have talked to him, and I think there really was a legit, wow, I didn't realize that in the moment how it would be perceived. And, I mean, there is a legitimate there's remorse from him, and it doesn't ruin his entire career, but they were a vastly better team with Daniel Jones.
You're right.
And Chris Ballard is one of those height, weight, speed guys when it comes to drafting, and he had a bunch of draft classes where you're like, have these guys really done anything? Like, what have you done, and why are you still here as GM? And then Daniel Jones gets in there and unlocks all those guys that they had drafted, and you go, okay, so maybe he did get those draft picks right, and all you needed was someone to get them the football. And Anthony Richardson has not proven to be that guy. Someone's going to take a flyer on him because he was a top 5 pick and he's still incredibly young.
Yeah, 23.
And but playing quarterback isn't just throwing it 75 yards on the fly. There's a lot more to the game, and he's still got a lot to learn.
Andrew, what are we, 11 days away from the start of free agency?
Correct,
or at least
11.
And then
12 days. 12 days.
12 days. It depends how you look at it. It depends on what time zone you're in.
Yeah, it also depends on whether or not you consider the start of free agency the negotiation window, not legal tampering, because
it's already started.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. You can please. No, I'm being serious.
Mm-hmm.
It infuriates me. It's legal tampering. No, it isn't. It's not tampering. You're allowed to have these conversations, so it's not tampering.
Why do we even
tampering
waste our time?
Implies that
I don't know.
something is.
Yeah, it's
tampering implies something that is not allowed.
Yeah, why
You're
do we do
allowed
that?
to negotiate these contracts, and idiots on TV illegal tampering. That's stupid. You're allowed to do this.
I'm done, man. I'm smarter. This is how we end the show.
There you
Why
go.
am I smarter, dude? I'm out. You just.
I'm sorry.
Why do we call it legal tampering? I never even. I've just followed like a lemming, and I've jumped off the.
oxymoronic, isn't it?
Yes, it's
because people did legitimately tamper, and then the league said, "No, we're just going to allow you to do it now to actually negotiate contracts." And so everyone said, "Whoa, so it's legal tampering?" No, you're allowed. It's no longer tampering. That's the point.
All right,
anyway,
so going back to this,
I wasted an hour of your life.
No, that's good. I'm smarter. That's why we do the show every
Back
day.
to free agency.
Yes.
Joel Bitonio. I would assume that he's got to make a decision by then, right?
Yes, you would assume. You would assume correctly. He would have to make his decision by then, or they would certainly enjoy his decision by then. Yes, they'd appreciate it, like anyone else. I mean, and it's not just Joel Bitonio, guys. Like, look at Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's cap number for next year is like $70 million. They need to keep Tyler Linderbaum. All these teams that have contracts, as soon as the new league year begins on the 11th, your contracts for 2026 hit your books. So that's why Joel you'd appreciate an answer. And the Ravens need to renegotiate Lamar Jackson's contract so that they could go out and do business. Like, there is a lot that's going to happen in the next 12 days.
You would think the Browns really want Joel to come back because he's a $23.5 million dead cap charge. I wonder what he's going to do. That's all.
I don't know. Munkin said yesterday or 2 days ago, I've lost track of days here in Indianapolis, that he, met with Joel last week or 2 weeks ago, and that they certainly pleaded their case, or at least tried to talk him into it. He has not yet made his decision. I don't know. I don't know. Joe Thomas loves him some George Warhop. I mean, Joe has said on air when they brought Warhop back a couple of weeks ago that it was his favorite O-line coach, not named Bill Callahan. So whether or not that factors, I don't know. But if Joel does come back, you're going to have a lot of new faces on that line. Is DeJuan healthy? Is he your right tackle? Like, are you taking an alignment at 6? Is Luke Whippler going to be your center? I think he should be. But it's going to be a totally revamped line.
Yeah, can Zach Zinner step up, right? What did you make, Andrew, of the comments from the other Andrew on how they are going to reconstruct this line? A little bit of free agency, a little bit of draft, potentially a trade. Is that basically what you expected?
I think you have to open every possible door. You can't just say we're going to draft 4 guys and throw them at Joel Bitonio. That ain't going to work. I think part of it, can you rely on DeJuan being healthy? He has not stayed healthy the last 3 years, but when he has been healthy, especially on the right side, which, if you guys remember, that's where they moved him back to. That's where they moved him back to when that play that should have been flagged ended his season. Can you rely on him at right tackle? I hope so. If that's the case, then you get him, you get Whippler, and maybe you get Bitonio. It's not nearly as bad as it appears right now when all the clickbait headlines yell, their entire O-line is leaving. No, it's not ideal, but, I think you still have some holdovers where you could piece together a line.
I don't know how they do it with the cap stuff, and you brought up Linderbaum before. Is there any shot they get him, or do you think he ends up staying in Baltimore? I'm sure New York would like him. I think it just changes the entire dynamic.
He will become the highest paid center in NFL history for the Baltimore Ravens.
He's going to get 22 something, 20. They're not. I can't.
I mean, all you got to do is renegotiate Deshaun, right?
That check.
You can free it up.
But if you free up that money, are you going to spend it on a center? He's a fantastic player. I'm not taking away from him. But is that your resource allocation that you want?
I don't know. I just are you going to walk into a season with 5 new offensive linemen? And if you are, why not go out and get the best to be the anchor in the middle?
I'm not the president of the Luke Whippler fan club, but for Pete's sake, he's been in the building for 3 years. He deserves a shot here. He played in December. I thought he played reasonably well. He's a bright guy. He's a glue guy. I have no problem playing Luke Whippler at center. I don't see them spending money on Tyler Linderbaum. And the thing too, go back to the Ravens here for a second. The way the franchise tag is made up, it's kind of screwed up here. The Ravens can't tag him because all the old linemen are in the same bucket. So they have to pay him like a tackle. So they can't tag him. So they've got to work a deal out, and there's a chance he may actually hit the market.
That's interesting. Hey, if we could pivot for one quick second to the draft, number 6.
I'm rambling.
Is everything in play at 6, do you think, other than the quarterback? I mean, is wide receiver, offensive, all of that? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Carnell Tate was up here today. He said he met with the Browns, but, that is not a headline. Yes, all the teams meet with all the players here. I think it's got to be wide receiver or tackle, but none of us necessarily saw Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger last year at 5 and 33.
You're right.
So I'd be surprised if those picks were defense. Very surprised. But A, we're 2 months out, and B, guys, this is just not like this crazy blue chip draft. I mean, Sonny Styles, I think Sonny Styles is going to go ahead of Caleb Downs after last night. There's your hot take. David Bailey's a heck of a player. But, if I'm the Jets, I'm listening to offers. I like these players. Am I blown away by these players? I think the Jets are really in a good position.
All right, Andrew. Thank you. We appreciate you. You're a good man. Have fun.
You got it, boys.
Thank you, sir, Andrew.
Soon. Andrew Siciliano, you know him and love him from the Cleveland Browns Radio Network. You listen to him on Sundays, and, of course, he is also working for Yahoo Sports When you look at the situation, again, he didn't want to come up with a quarterback statement, but going back to like yesterday, Jeff, Chris Rose, myself, we were all like, "Hey, man, if the season started tomorrow, I think it'd be Deshaun Watson." And then I'm listening to the afternoon show, and those guys are all like, "Hey, if the season started tomorrow, it sounds like it's going to Shedeur."
I think it's quarterback unknown, so I'll take the other.
Oh, well, that's good.
I still think that is the one that's most in play based on what I didn't hear this week in Indianapolis, which was a firm commitment to anybody that's on the roster currently.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out. We'll talk a little bit about what Andrew had to say, and how about those NFL report cards? We'll get to that, too. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in.
And Liberty.
right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You never know what happens in here during the breaks, do you? And you know what? You're a better person for it. Let me just tell you that. He's Tom Withers. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is in, and we've been talking a lot about the combine. And
I love the combine.
I feel it. I totally feel it. I get it. I appreciate you for all of your love for the combine. In fact, I'm going to call you Mr. Combine Mover.
Thank you.
It's not news.
United Siciliano, and now you're going to call me Mr. Combine. There we go. I like it. Let's go.
He was very confused by the beginning of the interview, but I think that's the relationship I have with him now, so it's okay.
It's complicated.
Yeah, it is complicated. I guess if we had to have a status on Facebook, that's what it would be. All right, so the quarterbacks are out there, and
there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Are they any good?
No, if you look at anybody's mock draft, they think there's maybe two worth taking. Ty Montgomery and Mendoza.
A reminder that the greatest quarterback of all time was taken 199th.
True.
Yeah, so I mean,
it also
how does anybody know? Nobody knows, right?
No, and that's why we sit here. He's worth five.
Everybody had
five first-round picks.
Plenty of people had Shedeur Sanders as the number one quarterback last year, and he went in the 5th round. So, do we all forget how this works and what happens? I mean, it's a changeable. We do.
Yes, we lop our heads off when they all go out.
It's so true.
Everyone puts on spandex, and we just lop our heads off, and we're getting. Oh, now I know how this works. So all of these quarterbacks are talking, and Dan's been kind of gathering sound all day, and just kind of hear what they have. I thought what Siciliano said about Drew Eller talking about Cleveland was interesting. So what do we got back there, Dan?
All right, well, we may as well start there. Here you go, Andy. Here's your hit of dopamine.
I mean, I would say a pretty big Browns fan growing up. I mean, I went to every single home Browns game from the time I was 7 through my senior year of high school. My great-grandfather had season tickets, so they've been passed down since the 60s, I guess. I've been, fortunate enough to be to a lot of Browns games.
Oh, there it is.
Man,
he's the latest Charlie Fry, Brian Hoyer.
No, he's not. He's better.
Mitch Trubisky.
Mitchell. I didn't. It's not like we have to call him Andrew, right?
Yeah, let's talk about Drew Aller for a minute.
Okay, let's talk about him. In high school, I thought he was the next Ben Roethlisberger because that's what he looked like on the field.
That's high school, Andy.
I know. That's why I just want him to go right. Can we just get a little bit more Medina?
A lot of guys look good in high school.
No, he didn't look just good in high school.
Gotcha.
He jumped off the page, and you know what I'm talking about.
He was not LeBron James.
Don't
go there.
The look, he looked.
Yeah, I got you.
He had the look.
Looked the part. He also
the ability was not LeBron James. I'll give you that.
He looked the part at Penn State as well, and it just never worked for whatever reason. Now, listen, I still can't get over how badly that program dissolved this past year, and James Franklin has to take a big hit for that, and he did, and obviously lost his job. I do like the way that Aller seemed to progress during his time at Penn State, Andy, because I kept a close eye on him, much like you did, right? I mean, he was a guy that you felt like, oh, why didn't Ohio State take a look at him? Big, strong-armed, pretty mobile, good head on his shoulders, blah, blah, blah.
Roethlisberger, man. That's all I saw. Because I called like one of his last games on cable, and I sat there with Mark Ferfolli, who was the analyst there, where we were both like, this kid has such a good command of the huddle. He's got a great command of the field. He was able to find – he was finding guys on the field left and right, and, guys that maybe he took wide receivers to the next level on that field, and I was like – and this was during a playoff game.
Hey, he was a completion away from the national championship 2 years ago,
yeah,
right? I mean, he throws the pick against Notre Dame. Otherwise, Penn State gets to the final. So I like the way he progressed. Like I said, to your point, he checks all the boxes still, right? The same boxes that you were looking at him when he was at Medina are the same ones that he's hitting today, right? Size, arm strength, command, etc. So, he's somebody you got to take a look at. Whether you're not going to take him in the first or second round, I don't think, but he's clearly a guy that I think is going to impress people in his interviews, much like he did today with I'm sure the Cleveland media is salivating over the fact that his grandpa was a season ticket holder and what have you. So
because he gets us. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't put any stock in that anymore.
No,
I get it.
The guy who sits in that chair every day goes crazy when I'm like,
makes for a nice story.
He gets us. I don't know. I root for anybody who's from here. I've said that 1,000 times because I want them to, because we've had the chance to watch them grow up, and we want those
I get
guys.
it.
And by the way, we got the ultimate payoff with LeBron James.
I'm all for that. Yeah. Who's next on the hit list?
Wait, did Drew have
I was
anything
going
else
to
to
say
say?
Andy Baskin, dopamine hit number 2.
Yes.
I think any team or any opportunity that I would have to play in the NFL would be a dream come true. I mean, that one would be really cool and surreal just because I grew up going to Browns games and grew up a Browns fan. But any opportunity that I have is one that I won't take for granted.
Yeah, I like the kid, so I don't want him to come here because I hate the way if you're from here, the story ended with Bernie. Unless you can win, forget about it. Because I watched probably one of the dumbest things ever in the history of the game play out. Because Brian Hoyer was probably playing some of his best football of his career, and everyone had to get Johnny Manziel on the field. And I sat here and I was like, I can't believe all these Clevelanders are turning their back on a native Clevelander. I can't believe this.
They were 7-4 at the time, leading the division, right? Tied for first.
By the way, your current quarterback's father was on TV saying, "Pay the man, pay the man."
God, that was
Remember
awful.
that?
Yeah.
And I could not believe how Northeast Ohio became this gigantic backstabber to Brian Hoyer at that point. I'm like, and it wasn't even even if Brian wouldn't have had a great career at the end of that, I was like, well, why are we ripping this kid now? Come on, stop. Because we were all infatuated by the train wreck that was coming, the guy that hates you now. Well, you turn your back on Brian Hoyer, and he still loves this town, and he loves the people in this community. And, and the guy that was here now, let's hear Johnny Manziel say something nice about Cleveland now. I'll wait.
Well, and you know what? Whether or not Drew Aller is going to be a star or not in the NFL, remains to be seen. I think he's going to have himself a long career as a pro football player, right? He's just, because of what you said before, he's got the size, got the arm strength, all of that. He's going to be somebody's backup, if not a starter, for a long time.
There is a coach out there that believes they can make him into a great quarterback.
Of course.
Yeah. All right, what else we got?
All right, so moving along after we got done with the local dopamine hits.
Oh, man, I'm kind of done. I learned a lot in the last segment. I heard everything I wanted to hear from a quarterback.
One of the things that came out of the Todd Monken, I think it was in the sidebar, that they asked him about his relationship with Ty Simpson, and he went on to say that, oh, yeah, I've known Ty forever. I sat in his living room, this, that, and the other thing. Well, Ty Simpson talked about his connection with Todd Monken going back.
I know he loves football, and I know that's what I love as well. Super smart guy. Remember him coming to my school at Georgia. Him and my dad actually have a great relationship because he coached the Southern Miss for a little bit. A lot of respect for him and the Browns organization. I think they made a great hire.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if Auntie M and the house is still coming through in the Wizard of Oz. Did you hear the wind blowing in there?
Yes, I did.
And that happens all all the time over there.
They don't happen every so often.
Well, the old RCA Dome was like that too, because when you're that's the one thing you're going to notice that
when you open the door.
Yeah, when you're at a dome, you'll hear it because the air conditioning, or I don't even know how that. It's the pressure to keep the ceiling.
I remember almost getting knocked off my feet at the Pontiac Silverdome, and such an occasion. Yeah,
and then all of that's it was weird to hear that chilling wind there.
Hey, so Ty Simpson. So as last college football season was unfolding, he was one of those guys that I would take a look at on Saturday afternoons watching SEC football, as well as the Big Ten. Nussmeier and Simpson both were two guys that I really kind of focused in on.
Yeah.
I was big on Simpson. About midway through the season, though, they ran into some issues, and Alabama had some injury problems. That star receiver, that Ryan Williams kid, there was some off-field situations with him where suddenly he was in the doghouse. So Simpson didn't have one of his top targets out there. And the season kind of got sideways on Alabama. I like a lot of things about this kid, though, Andy. I'm not necessarily saying you should take him at 6 or 24, but I think he's somebody that's got to be in the conversation if you are, in fact, looking for another option as we go forward here with Shedeur.
Don't you think he's the second highest rated quarterback in this draft?
I would say
I think everyone kind of.
And to Andrew's point, too, last year at this point, we were all talking about, the 2026 class is going to be much better for quarterbacks. And now we're doing the same thing for 2027.
We do this every year.
It does. It happens.
It's a tradition.
Yeah, like no other.
Well, Ty Simpson is with
every
you.
year. It is. It's like last year. Yeah. Okay.
Ty Simpson is with you, and he definitely thinks he's prepared to be the guy.
First off, right, I feel like I'm ready. I'm a franchise quarterback. Alabama is, prepared you most for the NFL with the infrastructure that they had. And, I run an NFL-type system. Definitely prepared me for, saying those long play calls, saying those checks, making sure that, I get us in the right protection. The Alabama locker room was as close as a locker room in the NFL as you can get.
By the way, just so you know, for my drafting purposes over the last few years, I've always been next pick, best Alabama player available. And that served us fairly well in Cleveland.
Alabama, do you think they do the same thing but say best Ohio State player?
Yeah. Well, best available Buckeye would do pretty well.
That's kind of it's
that's definitely going to be true this year.
It's tilted in the last couple of years.
Best available LSU Tiger on top of that, but that propaganda's coming later.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen.
Go ahead.
So the other one is Carson Beck. And, of course, he was at Georgia for a good period of time before transferring to Miami, making his way to the national championship game and finding himself on a little bit bigger of a stage. But back in those Georgia days, his OC, our main man Todd Monken. Carson Beck had this to say on his relationship.
I had Coach Monken my first 3 years at Georgia, and I love him personally. I've actually known him since I was 7 or 8 years old. I played baseball with his son whenever he was the wide receiver coach of the Jags. So I've been able to have a really good relationship with him over the years, and obviously at Georgia, he taught me a lot of what I know. He's an amazing coach. I love Coach Monk. He's an awesome coach and a great guy.
There's the connection. Here we go. Signed and sealed.
It's all, let's not forget ourselves. He's trying to sell himself, and he should. He did a great job there.
Yeah.
And it pays a lot more to be picked 6 overall than it does probably some other spots that he's projected.
And every Browns writer is going to lock into that storyline today, by the way.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
You think they're locking in now? Buckle in.
Oh, that would obviously be super cool. For me, any team that's going to draft me, I'm super grateful for the opportunity. But, if Coach Monken were to, be my coach again, obviously I really enjoyed him being my coach at the University of Georgia and what I was able to learn from him there. So, I'd be super stoked.
That's a second graph quote right there, Mr.
Got my
Withers.
story. Yeah.
That's a second graph quote.
I'm running back to my laptop right now to begin typing. It's interesting. He never
$31.77 million quote.
Spent 3 years with Todd Monken. Never started for the Bulldogs, though. He sat behind Stetson Bennett, right, on those those back-to-back national championship seasons. We talked about this last week a little bit, Andy. Again, I think one of the qualities that lured Todd Monken to the Browns, made that connection, was that Todd Monken has found a way to win with different kinds of quarterbacks. Right. And so I think this is a guy that, a true kind of quarterback whisperer, if you will, that's coming in to take over a situation that obviously needs some attention here.
I'd be okay with taking him. I'm not taking him at 6.
No, he's third, fourth, fifth round.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're
just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we are.
All right, so then this is the one. I'm going to try really hard not to totally turn this into propaganda.
Right.
But I have been a Garrett Nussmeier fan for a good period of time, and he played like crud last year, and a lot of people were wondering why. Well, Garrett Nussmeier, to the media, frankly, on what was causing him not to be able to throw as well.
My injury occurred practice 2 of fall camp. How much did it affect me? It was, I think it was pretty evident. I really wasn't able to throw the football. I had a stabbing pain in my ab every time I went to go throw the ball, and we weren't able to figure out exactly what it was. It was a frustrating deal, and it wasn't LSU's fault. It wasn't the doctor's fault. They did a great job of taking care of me and the trainers there. It was just a rare deal. It was just a thing that we really didn't figure out what it was until about 2 months ago. Made a lot of progress over the last month, and so feeling much more like myself, which has been exciting. Learning how to retrain myself, get rid of the bad habits that I created, and just be able to get to throw the football like I know I can.
He covered all the bases and avoided litigation too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Good answer. And I wasn't aware of that, Dan. I didn't know if you knew about that. I knew there was something that was bothering him because his production did drop.
You just watched him and you were like, something's off here. Especially if you watched him in 24 to 25.
Especially based on the hype that he had going into the season.
He was kind of the number one guy, wasn't he, essentially going into last year?
Right.
Yeah, going from 24 to 25, it looked like a completely different quarterback. And it just was like, what was going on here? And then him saying, I had a stabbing pain in my ab. It's like, that actually checks out from what I watched.
Now, the other knock on him, a little bit undersized, right, Dan? Like, 6'1", 6 foot. Yeah.
I don't know if we have official measurements.
Put him on the rack.
Check Daniel Jeremiah.
It's just funny because when he came about, I know this makes me old, but Like, I covered his dad.
God, you're old.
Thank you. His dad, Doug, who was in the Saints for a while there, and when he was at Idaho, and those guys used to throw for like
a million yards a game.
They were throwing
right?
for like 300, 400 yards a game.
Well, you would have
was
those
in that Big Sky Conference.
You had those 48-45 finishes all the time.
And they would take 5 hours to play those games. And like, I just, and so when I first saw him, I was looking for his dad. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I just, when he kind of fell off the face of the earth this year, I was like, something wasn't right. So it was kind of good to hear what he had to say. All right, we're going to come back. We got a lot more good stuff to come up. How about the report cards? Not good if you're a Brown. In fact, you might get held back another year if it was a report card for a real person. So we'll talk about that when we come back. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Tom Withers. Hey, did you ever want to go to the end?
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of the legend Tom Withers and Andy Baskin here on 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, that Jeff Thomas. He's so witty. I make Jeff Thomas do it. Hang on, I'm going to tear up for a second. Okay, I feel better. Tom Withers is in today. I'm Andy Baskin, 216-474-0092. So, I don't know if this ever happened to you. Tom, did you ever bring home a bad report card?
A couple. I was, I had a rough time with math in high school.
Oh, we're cut from the same cloth, my friend. Yes.
So geometry was okay, just because you had those statements and reasons, whatever. A little bit of writing in there, so I was okay with that.
Yeah.
Once I got to trigonometry, awful.
Wow, you got to trigonometry? Congratulations.
Failed. Had to retake 11th grade trig as a senior. That's always a humbling experience when you're one of the 4 seniors in the all junior class.
Yeah.
And I barely scuffled through that. In New York, we have what's called the Regents exams. So at certain times during your 4 years there, you have to take the Regents and pass it in a particular subject. I don't know how I got through the math. I think the math teacher who liked me at the time probably kindly gave me a 65 just to pass me because there's no chance. I was not prepared. I hated it. I just going to the class in general was just brutal for me. So anyway,
especially you didn't know anybody. It was all the younger
some
kids.
Some bad report cards. I'd come home and mom would be happy because, bunch of 90s and 80s and
I was always okay.
64.
The first time through, I could do okay.
Yeah.
But it was when you had to take the next level class. So Spanish crushed me second time through. In fact, I had to go back and argue for a grade. I told Jeff the story maybe a couple months ago that at Cleveland Heights, the way the grades used to work, they were like you could get an A, a B, a C, a D, an F, or a P. So normally you would take a P or a P or F pass-fail class, right?
Gotcha.
But they sometimes would recognize that it was just too hard for you, so you could get a P. Maybe you didn't have 60%, but they still thought you did all the work and all the effort to still pass. And so all of those
and he's a nice kid.
Well, those letter grades were also associated with your attitude grade.
Oh.
So you could get an A1, an A2, or an A3, which meant if you got an A3, it meant you were pretty smart and a total jerk. So what happened was it was like second year Spanish. Sorry. And I got an F1. I got an F1, and I was just like, an F1 is a P.
Race car driver.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I should have known my calling at that point. And so then I went back to the school, and I'm like, hey, I'm not – I know I didn't pass the class, and I know I had I was like a high 50%. And I said, but – I go, isn't an F1 really a P? And they changed the grade.
Oh, wow.
It was, and so then all of a sudden, street law became a good class for me. All these debating classes became really good for me because I kind of learned that if you make a good argument for yourself, you can have success.
So how'd the Browns do this semester?
They are taking football over again. And by the way, Dan, help me with this. I thought they weren't going to do this anymore.
It
got leaked.
Oh.
Yeah, it got leaked.
It wasn't too hard to leak it. The NFLPA
intentionally leaked.
Yeah. It depends on who you ask.
It's like legal tampering.
This isn't a leak. Look, I'm on the NFLPA website.
My legal representatives say we cannot say that it was purposely leaked.
This is 100% leaked. The NFLPA put it out there. What?
My legal representative state we cannot say it was purposely leaked.
All right, well, if you look up NFLPA.com, they'll tell you every team and all the report cards. The Browns report card for 2025 is out, right? That's this year. 30th, this season, should say the season passed. 30th out of 32.
Not great.
I thought that they saw this a couple years ago.
And we're going to make improvements.
And they were going to make it, the weight room was the big one, wasn't it?
It was. And they improved. That was the B+ they got in this year's. You want to run down the...
Yeah, this is the one.
Take it from the top.
This is a bad one. This is not good. for free agents.
What does treatment of families entail exactly?
I would assume that is like
game day.
Here it is. I mean, the Browns provide daycare on game day.
Okay.
They are one of only 10 teams that do not offer a family room during home games. The Indians and Guardians have had one since they opened the ballpark.
They have.
And I don't even know. Do the Cavs have one? I've never even noticed.
That's a great question.
They have all those really cool rooms underneath now.
There's some bunker rooms. I don't know what's going on in there.
I got to go in one.
Did you?
Oh man, whoa, it was awesome.
Ding. Plush.
The food was amazing. It was amazing.
I need to hang out with you more often.
Yeah, you do. I'll tell you about it.
All right.
Because it doesn't matter. But players rate the post-game family area a 5.30 out of 10, ranking them 31 out of 32. Players feel that the team organizes family events several times a year, which ranks 15 out of 32. So that's not too bad. That's not the end of the world.
Keeping in mind, all right, 53 on the roster on game day.
Yeah.
Half are married, not even?
Yeah.
How many have families?
Yeah, but
do you know what I mean?
But your significant other is a part of that group.
I get it. They're also being paid handsomely. I'm sure there's plenty of of nanny situations here. I don't know.
That's true too.
So I'm sorry.
I know alumni. There are some alumni that are not happy.
Grumble about it.
Yeah, grumble a lot.
Gotcha.
And in some situations, rightfully so. I've heard some
bad
bad stories.
The new stadium is going to have a massive family.
I think they'll have more. Yeah, because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they may have their. Hey, the IX Center. The IX Center might be the new family room.
I love it.
Dining and food area for the players ranked 26 out of 32 teams.
Okay, so they parade the media through the food dining area in Berea. And I don't know, maybe the quality is not up to speed because the selection seems to look fantastic. They got your salad bar and your juice bar and your dessert bar and your you name it. It seems like the employees are pretty happy eating their lunch down there.
I know they stepped up the media food. The last couple of years has been pretty good.
I don't know.
You want to eat that food?
No, I would. They serve food at least once a week to the media there.
Yeah.
During training camp, it's almost every day. Usually very high quality. Again, I think a lot of times we live in a different world than
totally agree
NFL millionaires.
Totally.
And so, right?
Yeah,
I mean, their standards are a little bit higher than ours, probably.
Anytime I've ever had food out there, it's always been really good. Especially like events. Like sometimes I'll do some corporate stuff. We'll go out there and the corporate folks that are eating out there, the food's always good. So I don't know.
Next.
Nutrition dietitian. Congratulations. You got a B-, which ranked you 26 out of 32. Wow.
Not great.
82% of the Browns players report that they get an individualized nutrition plan, ranking the Browns 17 out of 32. So that actually wasn't too bad.
And most of these guys have their own nutritionists anyway, away from the facility. So I don't know. Go ahead.
They feel like the dietitian is moderately accessible, ranking 26 out of 32.
Okay.
This was the big one, the locker room.
F-.
They got an F-, 31 out of 32. I think the Steelers were the one on the other side of that.
And so this is the Berea locker room, right? Not
I'm assuming
the stadium locker room. This is the room that they're in. So it's not great. I'll tell you this from a media standpoint. We would probably give it an F as well, just because it's really constricted. We have a very small area to which we should work, and I know nobody gives a damn about what the reporters are dealing with out there, but it's condensed. It's really tough. The problem that we have, the F that we would give as the media, is that players aren't in there enough because they're hiding from us during the access availability times, which is something that we have fought with them for several years. I know Mary Kay Cabot and Scott have been Scott Petrick have been at the forefront of trying to fight for us to get better time. And listen, and the Browns and their media relations staff do a good job and the best they can into trying to corral.
If a player says no, it's hard to blame the staff.
They say no, they do their best to corral these guys and bring them in for our availability. But listen, it's tight. I know players are probably,
It's amazing to me that players why player. If you got burned, I get it. But if you're a player, you're building your own brand, and if the media wants to talk to you, you probably should do it. I mean, if you're in a bad mood, just don't really say anything.
Boy, I would agree with you. That seems to have changed, though, real dramatically, Andy, like in the last 10 years.
No, I know.
It's really become like, let's run from them. Let's not give them anything more than we have to get, which is why a guy like Joel Bitonio becomes, like our savior.
Let's be honest. If Joe Thomas was a jerk, right? Does he get the same kind of accolades? We've seen people not get put in the Hall of Fame because they're just not nice people.
Yeah.
I mean, so I also say this too all the time, that if a player is nice, and I'm not saying this is the way the life should be, okay? But I think, and Tom, you tell me, and I know you've got to write, and I respect you and hold you to the highest ethical level because of the way you wrote for the AP, the way you handle things, the way you always made sure that, and I've said this 1,000 times,
thank you,
that you have the truth. But Tom, it's hard to write mean or nasty things about somebody who's really nice. And so when it comes down to it, it could come down to a story where you could say they had a pathetic game today, or they had an off day
Well,
today.
and it also can be, to your point too, Andy, it's also then in terms of like asking tough questions too, right? I mean, you can hold somebody to the grill and hold their feet to the fire only so much, right? You got to work with them going forward. So you always have to keep that in mind as well. Like, I can sit there and fire, real tough slings and arrows at Kevin Stefanski as much as I want to. I got to come back here and do it again tomorrow. So what am I going to really benefit from that? So you got to kind of pick your time.
Yeah, I've been talking about this the first day I came over and started doing, radio over TV, or just being in the locker room every day and being in, at least being in the locker room at least 2 or 3 times a week, and sitting up here when media availability is when we're sitting in here. So we're never there.
Right.
And Jeff and I talked about this even like the first couple weeks of the show, where Ivory Tower Radio is ridiculous. And like, I can't stand when people who are sitting here and just barking out opinions left and right start ripping on the people asking questions.
Yeah.
It's really easy for me to get up here and start ripping people left and right. But if I didn't have the guts to ask that question to them face to face, I shouldn't be ripping you for that.
Right.
And I'm definitely not going to rip the people who are in there every day for trying to ask the question.
Right.
Now, are there days where we walk out of a press conference having to be like, damn, I wish they would have asked that question.
Andy, I can't tell you how many times I've done that. It's almost like with an interview, right? There's the interview you plan to do, the one you end up doing, and then the one you wish you did. And there were too many times that I would walk away from a news conference or an availability with a player or a coach and say, God, I wish I had asked that differently, or I wish I had followed up, or what have you. So it happens. But in terms of the locker room there, they've made some improvements over the years. That space has expanded. It's constricted. It's expanded again. I think some players have a real issue with the size of the stalls they have. Like, in other words, Myles Garrett, because he is Myles Garrett, occupies now 2 stalls. He's got more room to kind of spread out and do some things. But I think some improvements are on the way.
Quarterbacks have always had that, though, right? Quarterbacks have always had that. Yeah. So, all right, let's come back. We'll get into more of this report card stuff a little bit later in the show. We'll talk about it towards the end. But when we come back, hey, let's find out what's going on with Zach Meisel. He's going to give us a lowdown on what's going on. I can't wait to talk to Zach. I'll just be honest with you. He just dropped in, so I'm excited. He's with us when we come back. 216-474-0092.
the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. I love Fridays because sometimes Fridays just sometimes they go off the rail. You can have this great plans for the whole show, and then all of a sudden you get a guest that'll drop in with you, and I love this. And Tom's in today, so we're having a lot of fun today. Tom Withers is in today for Jeff, and you can be in too, 216-474-0092. Zach Meisel just kind of tooling around Arizona right now. He's driving around. He's got the latest on everything that's going on with the Guardians. Of course, you can read him in The Athletic every day. And guess what? Right now he's on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Hey, guys. It's a little intimidating because I might have all the latest, but it's not news until Tom Withers has reported it.
Boom.
What's up, Z?
I hope that's my lasting impact on the rest of his life.
That's so nice of you.
What's up, boys?
How are things in Arizona?
We're supposed to set some record highs here. We're in like the mid-90s.
I heard that. This is so typical. I was just saying to Andy off the air, we're making a family trip out there. Well, Lori and I are, and meeting TJ out, who's going to be golfing in Scottsdale. We're heading out there a week from Sunday, and it's supposed to be like 70 here. So that's typical. And it'll probably be 72 in Arizona with the way the weather fluctuates out there. So we wanted to find out, Z, how's Stephen Kwan look in center field?
From my scouting eye, he did a really good job fielding a single and throwing it back into the infield.
Hey, can you go cover the combine? That's the kind of coverage we're getting from the combine, too.
Right. Yeah, I should have measured Kwan's hand size or something. It's interesting. Like, I always think that if you're going to experiment with a move like this, you're probably going to commit to it. Like, it's hard for me to envision a scenario where he dabbles in center field for a few weeks, but then moves back to left.
Great point.
Especially if, Chase DeLauder clearly needs to be protected a little bit physically. So I think this is what's going to wind up happening. And it's just a matter of Kwan playing enough out there to experience everything he can experience, different angles off the bat, different routes he's got to take, keeping in mind where two fellow outfielders are instead of just one.
Right.
And this is a good place to do that. He's up for the challenge. I think he's excited about, he even said, like, I've won 4 Gold Gloves in left field. It's awesome. It's going to be tougher to win one in center, but that's good motivation. It's a good challenge. So, I think it makes the Guardians a little bit more formidable too, just from the versatility they'd have and the guys that they could stick in the corners. Center field's been kind of a black hole for a long time. And if you can just stick Kwan in there every day and forget about it, I think that does a lot of good.
All right, so let's say he does go over to center field, because it kind of feels like that, right? It feels like he's going to be playing. Although it sounded in the beginning like they're like, oh, we might try this. Now it seems like it's going to. At least everyone's writing that. My question is he going to be here for the whole season?
If they're in it, yeah. If they're out of the race in July, which is harder to do with 3 wild cards in each league, and they're not in the East where you've got 5 contenders. So it should be easier for them to stay in the race. If they're not, he's certainly an obvious trade candidate. If they are, it probably means he's like a key, right? I mean, it's hard to envision a season where they're really good and he's not. So I would think that means he sticks around. And who knows? I mean, maybe the center field thing, it certainly boosts his value if he's capable out there. But it also places a little bit of – this is a guy who has had a history of hamstring trouble. And it places more of a burden on him in that respect. There's more ground to cover. So I don't know. Maybe the Guardians can say later this spring, hey, you want to sign an extension and then you don't have to worry so much about your hamstrings because you'll have financial security, that would be my sales pitch. But, I think as long as they're good, he should be in Cleveland, and you can run him out there in center field for 2 years and let him go to free agency if you want.
So second on my list, Zach, was the same text I sent you the other day, which is how's DeLauder? The mystique of Chase DeLauder, 6'3", 235 pounds, that we've been waiting to see for a full season, can't seem to stay healthy. What's the latest on him?
Yeah, I talked to him this morning, and he wanted to stress that if this was the regular season, he'd be out there every day.
That's kind of what I figured, yeah.
I think the communication between him and the training staff is so involved because this guy has a history of just annual things popping up that they want him to tell them every single thing he's feeling. And in February, if you're feeling some lower leg tightness, you want to nip that in the bud before it becomes, a strain or something that would keep you out for weeks. So it's as precautionary as it gets. He said he hopes to be in the lineup in the next couple of days. He's still going through morning workouts and all that with his teammates. So, the unfortunate thing is that this is part of his story, right? Until it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
And, it stinks because the guy's super talented. He could win Rookie of the Year if you told me that he could stay healthy enough to get enough at bats. But this is just going to be something that they have to monitor daily, and you kind of have to coddle him a little bit or protect him to make sure he stays on the field.
Your thoughts and feelings on Rhys Hoskins? I can tell you that Jeff Phelps was the happiest guy in Northeast Ohio when they signed him. Your thoughts on what he's going to be able to do for this team? And I'll be honest, when I look at the lineup, it makes me feel a little bit better seeing his name in there.
Yeah, it should. It helps. They needed a right-handed bat in the worst way. And I think it's really surprising that he had to settle for a non-guaranteed deal. I mean, Carlos Santana, we watched him last year, and he looked like he was approaching 40 years old, right? And he still got a major league contract with the Diamondbacks, worth more than what Hoskins will get if he breaks camp with it. So I think Hoskins was surprised. His agent, Scott Boras is not going to be one to settle, and so that's probably why this lingered into 3 weeks into February. But, I think at the least, he's a guy who historically has crushed left-handed pitching, draws a ton of walks, and that's a nice piece to have in your lineup at least part of the time. And if he's been like league average the last 2 years. Before that, he was an awesome middle-of-the-order hitter in Philly. If there's any of that left, he's probably one of their better hitters. If he's just an average right-handed dude at this point in his career, well, on this team, that's good. So it always felt like they were a bat or two short. They still might be, but I don't see the harm in adding him. And it's okay if some of the kids have to fight for opportunities and prove that they're ready.
Zach, it feels like we still got that backlog of middle infielders with the Arias, Rocchio, Brito, Bazzana. I'm leaving out about 7 names, I think. How do you think that all shakes out? And I from the standpoint especially of Bazzana and his ascension and the inevitability that he's going to be in that starting lineup at some point.
Yeah, I think it's all about him, right? It's all about him pushing his way in. And I think, they're going to start the season almost certainly with Arias and Rocchio up the middle. We've seen a lot of those guys. I'm at the point where, my expectations are going to be low offensively until someone just decides to break out and change that narrative. And if that's not going to happen, well, then it's imperative that Bazzana starts well in AAA and makes it so that the Guardians can't wait any longer, and they have to call him up. And then you can finally pick one, Rocchio or Arias, and that person plays shortstop and Bazzana plays second base.
It's just weird when you start looking, and I'm trying to read through previews and I don't know why, but I tend to get depressed reading these things because I can't stand hearing, well, the Guardians are fourth place. But, I read these things, and And then all of a sudden I realized what they do at the end of the season, and they've been doing this for the last couple of years. So don't buy into that. What? Do they need everything to be perfect again to be able to contend? Because I feel like the pitching's there. Picking up Hoskins makes a little bit of a difference. The Central maybe is a little bit better this year, or is it better? But weird things seem to happen. Just give me your overall outlook on this team for next year, or for this season coming up. Sorry.
Well, it was a lot better until you said you were depressed reading.
I get depressed reading some of this stuff. I'm just being honest with you. I want someone to say, hey, you know what? Look what they did last year at the end of the year. That was amazing. They're going to be able to do this again, or they're going to repeat, or they did this investment. Everybody, when you read the national stuff, or you start reading some of that, the other stuff, it's like they didn't make any investment in the offseason, so why would we believe they're going to be that good? And thank goodness for the White Sox,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that's valid. This is a team that's won 3 of 4 division titles, but the thing that has been their Achilles heel and that has sent them home is the offense. And they're banking on young kids changing that and being the reason that the offense is good enough to partner with what should be a good pitching staff. There's a lot of risk there. And I would also say that when you read the national pundits and whatnot, and is some national writer, does he know anything about Chase DeLauder or George Valera?
That's true. Very true.
Some of these young kids, these aren't they're finally relying on prospects who are blue chip first rounder, top 25 guys, which gives me a little bit of hope. This isn't banking on Bradley Zimmer and Bobby Bradley and Yu Chang to ignite the offense. So they need a lot to go right still. They are relying on guys who have been injury prone, which isn't great. But I think the floor is higher, and I think that could, help them. Look, it's the AL Central. How many wins do they need? And so we'll see if they have enough offense. I could see a scenario where later in the summer we're saying this lineup isn't too bad because DeLauder is good and he's healthy, and Bazana's up and he's producing. But I also am not naive enough to think that every rookie's going to come up and not have rookie struggles, and I think that's where they're 1 or 2 players short.
Zach, I think we've all seen enough of Bo Naylor offensively over the last couple of years to think that there's more there, that he's not a 195 hitter, that there's potential there for him to hit 245, 250, whatever the case may be, drive in more runs. He's had some production at the plate, but not what people had hoped. It seems like he's really settled in defensively. Do you think, could we be in for a Bo Naylor breakout season offensively?
Stephen Vogt thinks so. And I've been trying to think of the case for it because I'm with you, Tom. There's definitely 20 homer power in there. Yeah. And we've seen these spurts. 2 of the last 3 seasons, he's ended on such a high note that I'm why can't this carry over? But it hasn't. The thing that he did last year that's so interesting is he improved his walk rate almost double, and he cut down his strikeout rate a ton. But it didn't affect his overall numbers. He still spent most of the season hitting $170, and there wasn't a ton of power. And I feel like those improvements have to amount to something eventually. If you're going to put the ball in play a lot more and you're going to walk a lot more, you're going to get better pitches to hit, and that should mean something. I just don't know what. And so I guess the best way I can put it is I wouldn't be surprised if he had a good offensive season, at least in terms of what catchers can typically do. But I don't have a lot of evidence that makes me confident in making that prediction.
All right, Zach, true or false? The biggest disappointment at spring training is the fact Buc-ee's isn't open yet. True or false?
That's going to absolutely wreck Goodyear traffic, let me tell you.
Yes, it is. It is, but it's worth it. Have you had the brisket sandwich? Have you had it? It's worth it.
I haven't. We actually have a neighbor who the whole family went as Bucky the Beaver for Halloween. So I've heard about it.
Okay, I'm in the same boat. We were coming back through Nashville a couple months ago, and I'm like, what is this all about? I hear Nick Wilson talk about it all the time, and then all of a sudden, if you've been there, you get it. I cannot explain it. I cannot explain it. There is just something about it's a gas station with 120 pumps, but yet it is so much more. I can't explain it.
The renderings I've seen for the new Browns Stadium look so much like the gas station that they're building. It's just enormous. Yeah,
I love it.
1 year from now, we will be talking when you're at spring training,
Buc-ee's.
and you will have been there. And let's just say you were there for a week. You will have been there at least 3 times. I'm just saying. Be prepared. Be prepared for next year.
It's right up the street, so it should. Maybe the Guardians will get better spring training attendance, all because of Buc-ee's.
I'm just telling you. It's just the way it rolls. Zach, you're a good man. We appreciate you taking the time. Please stay cool today. I know you make sure you're wearing sunscreen.
Say hello to Voter.
Will do. Take care, fellas.
Later,
Thanks,
Zach. Thank you. Make sure you read him every day. Athletic. He's Zach Meisel.
Does a heck of a job.
Good writer, man. Good writer.
Good guy.
Yeah, and a good guy. Right out.
All of the above.
Middle of the day, just kind of says, all right, I'll call in. It's cool.
I'd give him an A on the report card.
Oh, yes. Maybe we'll go back to there in a second. I do want to talk a little bit more Guardians.
Yeah.
I want to get back to the Browns, too. And then, by the way, how about the Cavs tonight? Gigantic game. Is it gigantic, though? I got to think about that before I say that. Against Detroit. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan. By the way,
I mean, mop drop.
Swift for Power Mop. Swift for Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, we're going to continue on with our conversation about the Browns here in a moment and the report card they got from the NFLPA, which wasn't too good. So we're going to get back to that in a couple seconds. I do, though, want to recap some of the things that we had when we were talking to Zach Meisel there from The Athletic. So Quan, I think, is the story. And will he stay in center field? Will he stay on the team? I think, we were talking for a second. You think one way, I kind of think another way, but I don't know. We have to see how it plays out. Also depends on how his bat's doing too. I mean, traditionally, good starter, man, good starter.
Also depends on the potential lockout, which is
right. That's another issue too.
There's a lot of factors here. Let's talk about him though in center field. Now, people forget or maybe not be aware that he played there in college and in the minor leagues. Yeah. So he's just readjusting to a spot that he's very familiar with. I don't necessarily always like the idea of, moving from a position of strength, pardon the pun, from left field and taking away your 4-time Gold Glove winning left fielder and putting him out in center. But as Zach pointed out, that has been kind of a black hole for a long time for this team, right? I mean,
it really has.
Right, the Miles Straws, like we've kind of.
I mean, defensively, Miles Straw could play. There was no question.
No doubt about it. And now, to Zach's point, you put him out there. You already know what you're getting from the top of the lineup from him. You put him out in center field. It allows you then to kind of figure out those corner spots and figure out who fits best in those two places. So I like it. I think it's going to be interesting to see. And to Zach's point, and you,
I'm good with it.
You echoed this too, Andy. Is like once you do this, kind of feels like there's no turning back. It kind of feels like why would you do it otherwise, right? It's not an experiment.
I'm looking through all these potential lineups for the Guardian, and everyone has. This was a day after they picked him up. Everyone's got Reese Hoskins on there. Everybody's got him on there. Sorry. Everyone's got Quan playing center field.
Yeah. No, I'm with
both.
You.
I mean, it was right after they picked up Hoskins, and then I'm looking, but everybody's got Quan in center field.
Yeah, and we didn't get into what Hoskins means then for Manzardo and for others, right? We didn't get into that with Zach, which we can talk about. But as far as the Quan move is concerned, I think it's here, and I think it's here to stay.
Yeah, my question is what happens as we get through the season, and if he's tradable, and what place do they have to be in?
Well, he's tradable. It's just whether or not you want to do it or not.
Will they trade?
I got you.
Yeah.
Andy, I'll be honest with you. I don't see it. I think they understand his value. I think they understand what he means to this team and this town. He's become a very beloved player here, right? I mean, Stephen Quan is easily the second most popular player on this team.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Without a doubt. And I think they understand that value. It's just a matter of figuring out, what they can afford. To your point, what they could get in return should they decide to move him. I don't see the Guardians being out of it at the All-Star break by any means.
No, I don't
in this
either.
Division. So
Zach made a great point about the 3 wild cards, and he's right.
Yeah.
Does Quan want to be here?
I think he does.
Okay.
I think he's very comfortable here. I think this market suits him, and just kind of the person that he is. Right? He's not Mr. Glamour or searching for that next. He's looking for the next big paycheck. We all are, right? And he will get it eventually. But I don't think he's necessarily a guy that's, he's got to go play in New York or he's got to go play with the Dodgers or whatever the case may be. I think he's more of he gets us. Going back to what you said earlier about Drew Aller and others, he gets us.
I hope so. I hope there's a way to keep him here.
I do too. I really enjoy watching him. Yeah.
But they have to figure out a way to financially make it happen. And I just don't it's not that I don't think they can't make it happen. I just don't trust it to happen.
Well,
and at some
are
point,
two different things.
And I don't even know that it's him. A lot of times you can play good cop, bad cop. Or I wanted to stay here, but my agent was all over me, and I know what I might be worth somewhere else. And then you start looking at the numbers somewhere else, and another market that might be able to pay him more.
And you're also referring to track record and the past here, and I know that's tough. I think it's different here now, though, especially because, and we can get into this at some point. You're going to have an ownership change here. We think soon, right? Where the majority owner is going to be, it's It's going to be handed from Dolan to Blitzer, right?
Right.
At some point
with
coming
Collick in there somewhere.
Which,
I don't know that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Which you would think then would mean at least a change, not necessarily in philosophy, but maybe an infusion of money. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't,
and I know it's hard.
Here's the other thing too. Like people who think that Blitzer's coming in here with, tons of cash. Look at how he runs his other organizations.
He's got a bunch of them, by the way.
Yeah, he's got a ton of them,
Yeah.
and it's like, I'm going to say this about the Dolans. I just be careful what you wish for sometimes. And I know a lot of people want to say, okay, well, they didn't spend the money here. They didn't spend the money. Kids, they're from here, and I know we're joking about they get us stuff.
Yeah.
But they're from here. Well, and case in point, Tom, look at and I'm not talking about the on the field stuff.
They've hired the right people and retained the right people to keep this working for a long time, right?
Yeah. They listened to what the Jacobs had to say, basically, right? About running the organization and making it work. I mean, the Jacobs got all this great credit for doing this or that. Well,
timing was everything with them.
Oh, they did a fantastic job with that, and they figured it out in the ballpark and all that other stuff. But, there's still something to be said, and maybe this is
yeah, you're close to it. I get it.
It's Modell.
Yeah.
It's like any one of us that grew up in this town and understood that, that if Art Modell could take this team, okay, anything could happen in the world if Art Modell could take the Browns out of here, right? So now you're looking at, and I'm not saying anything bad about, this isn't an ownership question about the other pro sports teams in town, but the Dolans are from here, and there's just no doubt about it. Now, Blitzer comes in, you should be happy that if it's Blitzer and Colling, I mean, Matt has spent all of this time here. He's originally from Chicago, but I mean, he built his.
He's all in with Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, he is all in. I mean, I've never seen a guy that pops up on more TV channels and just keeps doing this and that, and then and making sure people are safe when they're trying to clean out leaves on their gutters. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you better hope that they have some kind of tie to Cleveland. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Yeah, let's hope they can put him in center field and figure it out.
Excuse me. Gosh.
It's okay.
All right, so let me go back into the Browns, because I think when we started talking about the report card they got from the NFLPA, we hit a bunch of the early ones, but it's some of the other things that they talk about that make a difference. The one that we talked about earlier that we didn't get to, that it's that treatment of families part, that's bad. So they were D+ on that. I'm just going to fly through this real quick.
Yeah.
They were D+ on that. And if you're trying to sign a free agent that's got a family, that doesn't look good. For whatever it's worth. At the end of the day, happy wife, happy life, right? So does it matter how they treat you if you're making millions of dollars? So you with me on that?
I also wish I knew, and like we said before, this was an anonymous survey.
They had like 1,700 players.
Yeah, but you wonder, I mean, how many guys in the Browns, first of all, have families, like I said before? How many of them actually voted? I mean, was this of the 12 guys that have families, 5 of them voted? We don't know. Like, none of those numbers are apparent to us. So it's a little bit skewed, and I really wish we had that context.
All right, I'm going to get to I'll get to the big ones here. Let's go to
Go ahead.
Let's go to head coach and team ownership. So, I mean, with the head coach last year, which was Kevin Stefanski, 30 out of 32, and with team ownership was better than head coach. Ownership was 22nd out of 32. Which, by the way, might be one of the highest ranking things they got, as I kind of go back and look through. Their strength coaches got a really high number. They were 19th out of 32, and their weight room was an A.
And the defensive coordinator got an A minus.
And the defensive coordinator, now he's gone.
Former defensive coordinator, right?
Maybe they should have released this before they decided what they were going to do with the coach. The weight room did get an A, but that's a brand new weight room, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, they just built it all last offseason. So
they made the necessary changes. They just didn't jump up as high as maybe some people thought they could have or should have.
I'm also wondering how much this is going to get. How much this might change down the road with the rebuilding of Berea.
Very much so.
Yeah,
I think there's all kinds of changes coming, right? And especially as we get closer and closer to the eventual move to Brook Park, I'm sure they're going to do things in Berea to keep up with what they're doing with the stadium. So it's all attached. It's all tied together.
So Tom, I'm just going to give you the letter grade on this, and we'll come back and talk about it in a second. So head coach, when it came to Kevin Stefanski, was a C. That was 30th out of 32. 67% of Browns players felt their head coach, Kevin Stefanski, was efficient with their time. Ranked him 29 out of 32. And then we'll talk about ownership, too. Jimmy Haslam's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities was almost an 8 out of 10 from Browns players, ranking him 21 out of 32 owners in the league. Let's talk about that when we come back here in a second. So the report card is out from the NFLPA. What did they have to say about your Browns? Chris Easterling's going to join us from the Akron Beacon Journal coming up at 1 o'clock. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers is in.
Stephen Vogt telling the media earlier this week Hoskins will be playing the role of DH in his first appearance as a Guardian. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. So the NFLPA came out with their report card. And Browns did not do well. They did not do well at all. And we just went through a little bit of this. Team ownership got a C+, 22 out of 32, which was not even close to one of the lowest grades the team did. Kevin Stefanski got crushed by the players. I mean, again, the players are the ones that did all this. And 76% of the players felt that Kevin Stefanski was efficient with their time, ranking him 29th out of 32. Tom Withers is in today. I just want to remind you that you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, this show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, and it's live every day on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. You can do that now. All right, so...
Why don't they grade the media?
Okay. Why don't they grade the media?
Because we already know how they feel about us.
Well, do you want to be lumped in altogether?
For the most part, no. They don't grade the fans either.
You'd have to grade on a curve if it came to the media.
There you go.
Yeah, D's would turn into A's very quickly.
I was curious to see, by the way, that Todd Monken received a B- from the Baltimore players. So that goes with Stefanski's C-. You and I mentioned it earlier, Andy, that we felt like the writing was on the wall for Stefanski this past season, and that I think that's indicated in this grade maybe in some ways, right? I mean, he was kind of, I don't know if he lost the locker room necessarily. I thought he kept things together about as well as he could.
He never threw any of his players under the bus.
No.
I could have seen him returning for another year.
And you can nitpick the strategies and what have you, and game management and all that, and that's the reason. It's the reason he's not here anymore. But
is it his fault the kicker misses a kick in the beginning of the season and sends thing in the?
I still think about how differently this season could have been had they won that Cincinnati game, and I just know all that they put into weeks and months of preparation for that game, and it came down to a missed extra point and a missed field goal. You know, and it just got the season spiraling in the wrong direction when everything needed to go well. I think Joe Flacco probably would still be with the Browns, or he would have finished the season with the Browns,
or they would have
had
traded
they won
him
one of those first couple of games. You know what I mean?
Can you go back? I don't know if we even talked about. What happened with the two veteran quarterbacks this year? What happened?
I have no idea. I still can't get my head around that, which is why I want to ask some of the people that aren't here anymore what exactly went down, because we've never gotten a real.
I don't. After they traded Flacco, even though he was the backup at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is where the whole season for Kevin, I thought, went sideways.
Kenny Pickett was supposed to be the starter, and then he hurt his hamstring and got traded. It
reminded me of the Brock Osweiler situation in some ways.
That's interesting. Yeah, similar.
The thing about the Brock Osweiler thing when he was here was, Brock looked pretty good, and there were people saying some pretty nasty stuff about him. And I was doing sidelines that year. I'm trying to think what channel was it at the time. But I was doing sidelines that year, and I saw Brock hanging out with a bunch of guys, and they were having fun. And it wasn't just once; it was multiple times. And the guy generally was in a good mood, and the people around him were in a good mood. And I'm like, where is this narrative coming about him being? I just thought it was weird. And then you watched Osweiler play in the preseason game, which I think was did he play against Green Bay? And he did really well. He looked like he had a command of the offense. And then, who'd they decide to go? They decided to go with DeShone Kizer that year, I think, was it?
That sounds right.
So, I just remember,
the glory years.
Yeah, and Hugh Jackson was like, well, DeShaun's our franchise quarterback. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Brian Kelly said he needed another year.
Yeah.
And now you're going to make him your franchise quarterback? I feel bad for DeShaun, too, because I think if DeShaun stays at Notre Dame for another year, Deshaun Kaiser, that is, that his whole football career would have gone in a different direction.
By the way, when did they vote? It was during the season, right? Oh,
Yeah.
I see it now.
Yeah, they locked it in at one
Between
point.
November 2nd and December 11th. Okay, it's just interesting to see, like, by then, right, by November 2nd, things were going in the wrong direction here in Cleveland, which is then indicated with these grades. I don't know what to make of these, to be honest with you, Andy. I mean, it's a good talking point for a couple days and then probably goes away quickly.
It was another interesting one was team travel. Team travel was a D, 28 out of 32. 60% of the Browns players believe they have a comfortable amount of personal space on team flights, ranking them 27th out of do they need to buy a Browns-only plane? Is that what they want?
Is that next?
I don't know. I mean, that's what the Cavs did, didn't they? Cavs have done that multiple
You would think
times.
with the new airport deal and all, there should be a built-in new plane coming with the new stadium, right?
Why wouldn't you? And your own.
Let's go.
Well, you would think they'd have their own part of the tarmac. How hard would that be? A little bridge, right?
Done.
Easy. They can take it over from
call
the
the
facility.
architect. Yeah.
Maybe they'll put that in the call to ODOT on that, will you please? The players feel their team travel schedule is not very efficient, a rank of 28 out of 32. One of the other things too here, and I don't know, this is really like inside baseball stuff. I wonder sometimes when you look at some of these scores and you see who's there or who's not, like Brad Melland, who was the equipment manager for years, retired. I think it's been 2 years from now.
Good guy.
Really good guy.
Yeah.
Really well liked. Not only by the players loved him, right? And you wonder when you take like such a high quality individual like that, and he's out of the mix, and then and it's nothing against anybody who's there now.
No, but you lose that
somebody
expertise.
new.
Yeah.
I've seen that in baseball.
Sure, there's a trickle
locker
down
rooms
from that.
before,
Absolutely.
right? And like when you vote on these kind of situations, sometimes one person behind the scenes can make a big difference.
I would agree with that.
It can make a huge difference when it comes to that too. So, what do we got? Chris Easterling's going to join us at 1:00. Okay, just reiterating everything that we just went through on this report card. The Browns ended up 30th out of 32. The only thing that super scares me about these report cards is the way free agents look at your team. That is the major headline out of this.
Yeah. You know what though? Free agents are looking. The bottom line for free agents is
money.
What is that? Yeah. What does that dollar figure look like? Also, if you're a free agent and you're considering coming here, you've got all those contacts around the league. You make a phone call and say to your buddy, "Hey, you spent a year with the Browns. What do you think? What would you advise, et cetera?" I don't think it really affects that much, to be honest with you, Andy. Like, now, who was the highest rated team? Do you have that there at your disposal?
I saw it this morning. The other one that surprised me, it's not the highest rated. It was the lowest rating, and it was
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yeah.
I think the Dolphins were the highest.
I
believe that was the case.
That kind of makes sense. It's sunny and warm. Everything feels good.
Oh, I don't even know. How does the weather?
I'm sure the
Do
weather.
they have one for weather? Proximity to South Beach?
That helps.
How about? I'm also wondering how the grades reflect based on wins and losses and success of the team.
I mean, if the
No, I'm
Dolphins...
sorry. The Steelers were 28th out of 32. Sorry. So I apologize, Steeler fans.
If the Dolphins were the top, then I don't know how much it played into it.
Boy,
Because they didn't exactly have the best season.
Team ownership for the Steelers got a D. I think it was their only D. Yeah, it was their locker room got a D, and team ownership got a D.
Well, they need to sit down with their teacher and figure out how they're going to bring that grade up.
Owner Art Rudy's second's average rating for perceived willingness to invest in the facilities, 6 out of 10, ranking them 30 out of 32. Players feel that Rooney's slightly contributes to a positive team culture, ranking him 25th out of 32. Players feel that Rooney is committed to building a competitive team, and a rank of 22 out of 32 NFL owners. It's weird, like 6 out of 10 as a D. So, yeah, I guess that's right. 28 out of 32.
It's all weird.
It is all weird. Dan, final thoughts on this, on the report card?
You take it in. You have a feeling the new facilities are going to solve some of these problems. You got a new head coach. Move forward. I don't think there's much more you can really say on it.
That a boy. I'm giving the segment a C+.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we gotta grade ourselves on this too, don't we? So,
all right, I'll take it home and have my mom sign it.
Nice. You got to bring it back. Then you got a detention.
Do you remember getting those? You get the test back.
See me?
All the red mark. I was just going to say that with a
That's
see
why
me.
I called Jeff. That's why I call Jeff Dr. Red Pen, right?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's why
see
he is.
me.
We have to see him after every class.
I know we got like a minute here. I got to tell you, I had a pet peeve that happened this afternoon. Can I bring this up real quick? You good?
Oh, your heart.
Why do people do this? And I'm sure it's someone very nice in the building. It's not a big deal. But people that leave time on the microwave.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Oh, maybe it was
Drives
you.
a lady friend up the wall.
Do you do that? I don't know why I feel that's dangerous.
I never even really paid any attention to it.
You leave time on the microwave. Okay. So, like, obviously.
So you hit the clear button and you're back to square one.
Well, why leave the clear button for the next person?
Somebody's messing with you. That's what's going on.
I'm not. Well, I wasn't like I was even using the microwave. I walk by it all the time, and I'm like, man, this happens all the time. Is it a
random number? Is there a typical number?
Yeah, it was 4.
Oh, okay.
It was 4 seconds, and I'm like, that's right up there with eating half a donut. Eating half a donut.
Can't do it. Yeah, that's
and then you put it back in a box, man. It's just gross.
It's a D-.
It's not like you took a big bite. And maybe if it's got a clean cut on it, then it's okay. But it's the tear apart. So you know that their hands have been on both sides of the donut, right? Maybe they use that little tissue paper to kind of put it. But
Never.
Like half a donut, right?
No, you fully commit. You don't half-step donuts. And I don't want your scraps either for you people who are out there. Well, what if someone else wants a half a donut? No. We don't want your scraps.
If someone else wants a half a donut, it's got to be a vicinity thing,
you
right?
have to look at somebody and go, hey, do you want half
Does
this
anybody
donut?
want half a donut?
There
Oh,
needs
hey,
to
I'll
be a
split that with you.
confirmation.
Yes. Right.
Happens.
I don't know.
Don't want people's
Pet
scraps.
peeves.
You got any other ones?
No, I'm good.
You have no pet peeves?
Just the combine.
Other than the combine?
I love the combine. Did I tell you that?
I can't believe how you've changed your
I've come
tune.
around. Yeah, I have. But you know what? Talked to Sir Andrew Siciliano.
And now you feel better about it.
I do. I feel better. I feel better about everything today.
You got to, oh, man.
It's all good.
Dan, any other things you need to get off your chest?
I mean, I got a litany of stuff. You want some stuff?
I want you to grind your gears there for a second.
All right, so apparently Duncan is testing the idea of a 48-ounce drink bucket.
I saw that.
Why do I need
What?
beverages in buckets?
You don't.
What are we doing? Why are we putting things in buckets?
You need another bucket after you drink a bucket of coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention it's going to be coffee on top of that. I mean, goodness, people. But what?
Who drinks that much?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. That's a ton of coffee. By the way, I've cut down my caffeine in half.
And do you feel better?
I do feel better. Yeah, I feel better.
I saw a remedy today.
I used to be such a coffee guy. It's crazy. I
Really?
guess, yeah, now in like pseudo-retirement, I'm not drinking as much as I used to.
I didn't drink coffee till I got married.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But that's what did it to you.
Yeah, well, maybe it was the kids because we couldn't stay awake. I mean, I was just looking at this thing going, man, but yeah, so I'll drink coffee a little bit. I saw another remedy today. I know you were grinding your gears there for a second. What else? Give me another one.
Oh, well, this happened a little bit earlier on the PGA Tour today, and that always kind of it actually makes me smile more than anything. The backlash to this always ends up making me laugh, though. This is audio courtesy of ESPN Plus and the PGA Tour.
Well, this is not a situation anybody wants to be in. Isaiah Salinda, we've seen, guys roll up the pants and take the socks off and all that stuff a few times this week.
So Isaiah Salinda was chipping out of what could only be described as the shores of a lake. He took his shirt off, rolled his pants up, removed his socks, and went down and dirty in there and hit out of it. And everybody is like, oh my gosh, what is this, the Live Tour? What are you doing hitting your ball out of that? It's like, it's funny. It's entertaining. The guy's trying to save strokes. It's hysterical. He's +9 as he's doing this, too. So, clearly he cares.
We've all been there.
Right. Why do people get mad at this? It's funny. I don't know. Golf needs a little humor.
Wait, he took his shirt off?
Oh, he took his shirt off, too, because he was worried about trashing his shirt. So the guy's sitting there shirtless. Now, mind you, he works out. So I think some of this, too, is the fact that it's
show off. Okay.
Exactly. He's got some muscles in the arm. There's not a whole lot of...
Here's my off-season fitness program.
Do you see it?
I have not.
Here, it's right here. You see it.
There's not a whole lot of... how do I put this? Reserve banks of energy.
I got to tell you, this is not very PGA Tour-like.
No.
This is Happy Gilmore.
It's got a little feel to that.
Total Happy Gilmore.
But everybody
right there.
gets grumpy every time it happens, and it always makes me smile every time I see somebody do it. Like I remember Billy Horschel. I think it was at oh goodness, I can't remember what tournament it was, but he did that where he spun the hat backwards, rolled the pants up, took the socks off, and went in there and chipped out because he wasn't going to take the stroke. I love seeing that. That's what we would do.
To each his own. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right, pet peeve real quick. Malone, go. Lakewood.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Just wanted to chime in here for a couple things. One, you leave time on the microwave so that it doesn't nuclear alarm for 2 minutes straight, beep, as they tend to do.
Yeah.
And then in this economy, when you bring donuts to the office, you better pre-cut them in half or quarter them in this economy. I don't know if you guys have bought more than a dozen donuts recently, but they come pre-cut when they are from me. So I just wanted to chime in.
All right, Malone, thank you. I'm smarter right now. Look at that.
Look at that.
Pre-cut.
Quarter cut donuts.
I don't know,
That's a
man.
concept. I don't mind it.
It's like those
In
overpriced.
this economy, that's all right.
Cake pops are overpriced too, but we'll talk about that some other time. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers is in. Chris Easterling joins us next.
Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Todd Monken at the NFL Scouting Combine.
I'm excited to work with all of our players on the roster. That's what you're paid to do as a coach. Just like Andrew's going to trust what we call on 4th and 1, I'm going to trust him that we're going to put an elite roster together. Allows us to build a consistent winner.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, Tom Withers is in today. Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeart Radio, or the TuneIn apps. All right, let's talk more about what's going on with the NFL. The Browns, we had a couple opportunities to hear from them this week, so we turned to a man who is in the know, a man who is in Indianapolis, and, of course, he calls the Akron Beacon Journal home. We go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, and we are joined by, I'm going to call him friend of the show because I think he's a friend of the show now, Chris Easterling. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Not too bad, Andy. How you doing?
Good. Congratulations. You've reached friend of the show status. I know it's a big day for you.
You know what? It's a beautiful 60-degree in Indianapolis, and I've earned it friend of the show status. It really is, Dan. It really is.
Give him a grade. You gonna give him a grade?
Oh, A. There's no question.
Oh, congratulations, Chris.
Yeah, you got the A. I mean, you got to get the A to earn friend of the show status.
There it is.
Chris, is anything impressing you over there in Indianapolis so far? What's knocked your socks off?
It's always impressive to get in front of some of these kids that I call them kids because I'm 48. It is impressive to get in front of some of these guys and just hear them talk, hear them sell themselves. Because, while, I'm sure people who've covered them, who follow their teams in college know a lot of these guys. I'm so immersed in what the Browns are doing that, I like to think I have a good knowledge of what's going on in college football. But just the individual players and their personalities and all of that, it's been, it's been kind of cool, especially today, getting a chance to listen to local boy Drew Aller. I mean, we hadn't heard him talk since that injury against Northwestern while he's at Penn State. Ty Simpson, Garrett Nussmeier, even Carson Beck. It's just I think that to me is what of all the things non-Brown specific related, I enjoy taking from this event. It's just kind of seeing these guys, see how relaxed, how they handle the moment, so to speak.
And what did you think of Drew Aller, Chris? I mean, I know he talked about his Ohio roots here and the fact that it was his grandfather, right, had Browns tickets, and he grew up cheering for Baker Mayfield and being a fan. What were your impressions of him overall, though?
Well, you know what? If you would have told me, set an over-under for Charlie Fry references at the 2026 NFL Combine, I would have said it at 0.0, and I would have taken the under. But he hit two of them. I was impressed. I figured I would be. Everything you'd heard about Drew, from growing up in Medina and everything, is that he was a sharp kid and all of that. So. I was impressed. He talked about having a Charlie Fry jersey as one of his first ones, and he talked about his own journey, and I'm going to get suckered in. If there's a couple of these guys in here that I know I'm going to end up getting suckered in, and wondering, are they really what we saw in college, or is there another level to them, and I think Drew's one of them. If you told me the Browns took him day 3, I probably could get talked in and say, yeah, quarterback of the future. I mean, we're doing it already, aren't we, with the day 3 pick?
Well, don't you think, though, if they did take him in the third day, that one of our 2 rookie quarterbacks, or now sophomore quarterbacks going into next year, would be gone?
Probably, but you would think, because you would, you're not going to have another developmental, day 3, draft pick quarterback on the roster.
Remember last year they were coming to camp with 4. They were coming into the season with 4 quarterbacks, and I said, I'm like, they're not doing that. They're not doing, and of course they didn't.
No.
Yeah.
But as far as what else is impressed me is just listening to. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the quarterbacks, and there's going to be a lot of conversation about the quarterbacks. I really believe this is an open competition, and I really believe I think I said this the last time I was on with you guys. I don't think the starter quarterback is on this roster.
That question was coming. Yep. Yes. So now the standings are starting to even out because Chris Rose was on yesterday. Jeff and I both had said we think Deshaun Watson's going to be. I was listening to the afternoon show. They all thought Shedeur Sanders. At least I think they think Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starting quarterback. Tom said not on the roster, and now you're joining the club. Why?
Because just the way they talk. They're saying all the right things to assuage all the egos that they have to assuage in their locker room.
It's what they're not saying, right?
It's the way they're answering. It's what they're not saying.
Yeah.
And what they're saying, Todd was asked directly. Give Mary Kay credit, and she asked him directly. Basically, do you need help in that quarterback room? And his first answer was to say that sounds like a baited question, which I understand from his perspective. But then he gives a long answer that basically says, "Yeah, we need help in the quarterback room." So that tells me that I think it's going to be external. I think they're going to make and this is where my mind has changed a little bit. I think they are going to make a run at Malik Willis. Whether they sign him or not is going to be a variety of factors. But I think Anthony Richardson, Mac Jones, maybe another one shakes free. I don't know, but I think they are going to be aggressive in trying to either go out and get a starting level quarterback in the free agency or trade, or I think the last ditch would be a quarterback in the draft. So I would probably go the quarterback in the draft. I think actually probably would be 4th if I had the list.
Right.
I'd probably go external acquisition, agency trade, Shedeur, Deshaun, that drafted quarterback.
Kyler Murray's another name that's popped up. Chris, what's the scuttlebutt been in Indianapolis about him and where he may be next?
Nothing I've heard about Cleveland.
Okay.
I mean, it seems.
Because he would seem to fit kind of that Monken mold, if you will, just in terms of a mobile quarterback with, some upside, still a young guy, what have you. I know he's dealt with some injury situations and a benching and what have you.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely because a couple of us were talking today. We were talking about mobility and what does Todd really look for in mobility? And a couple of us thought, well, he's more talking about mobile in the pocket, being able to move in the pocket more so than some guy who, Lamar Jackson, just where running is part of their game. But, how much does those 3 years in Baltimore, has it skewed everything in terms of what Monken now values in terms of the mobility piece of any quarterback they look at? I mean, I guess that's, he says, he's worked with all types of quarterbacks, but at the same time, I have to believe that what he was able to do with a guy and granted Lamar's a unicorn, a true unicorn in terms of what he can do, but something somewhat in the same galaxy of a Lamar Jackson. I think that's the kind of quarterback he would prefer.
How much power do you think Todd Monken has in deciding who this quarterback's going to be? Do you feel like he's in the honeymoon period where he can, have almost all the power?
I don't know if it's all the power, but I think it's a substantial amount of power.
More than Kevin did, you think, last year?
Yes, because I think, I mean, if you go back to his introductory press conference, Jimmy and Andrew both said the first selling point was quarterback, his work with quarterbacks. He made Stetson Bennett the fourth, a two-time national champion. If you can do that, you could probably turn water to wine. So I think they trust him with quarterbacks, maybe more so even than Kevin, because of, I think, the longer track record, the longer proof of, Jameis, and before that, what he did with Nick Mullins, even if it was just Nick Mullins at Southern Miss. I mean, I just think that I think the longevity of Todd's career has given him maybe a little bit more say, a little bit more trust from Andrew and the other decision makers on the personnel side that, yeah, we can let him have this because he knows what he needs, he knows what he's looking for, and he's got all of this evidence to back it up.
Chris, free agency is looming, and I'm sure there's been tampering, both legal and illegal, going on in Indianapolis this week. As the Browns prepare for free agency, and whether it's not to, free up some more cap space, whatever the case may be, moving piles of money around, are there any big moves you're anticipating in advance of free agency before the Browns start dipping their toes in those waters?
Just obviously the Deshaun restructuring. Andrew was asked about it, and he gave some coy non-answer. But I mean, everybody knows there's no way to operate without,
right? That's a given, yeah.
Given there, it's going to be curious how they handle the post June 1st hits, those sorts of things. And
do you think Deshaun could be in there, Chris, post June 1st?
No,
okay.
No. I think Deshaun is on the roster. I just think the number is too big, and if there was any way to have done it, they would have done it already, or at least word would have gotten out that they were going to do it this way. No, I think it's more the routine stuff, and then there's always obviously Joel just looms out there in terms of what his ultimate decision is.
Yeah, I was going to ask you the domino effect of Joel Bitonio, because do you think they're waiting to hear what Joel says because of the cap hit, or do you think they're just, okay, we got to move forward, and if we get him back, this is great. If we don't, then we got to move forward?
I think there's a little of they know they kind of have to operate moving forward, but I do think there is, I don't want to say optimism, but there is a thought that, he has a prior relationship with Todd Monken. George Warhop is a heck of a selling point as an offensive line coach. The rumblings are that it's not as set in stone that Joel is going to call it a career. Now, that's not to say get your hopes up, Joel Bitonio, year 13. But at the same time, I think I was 100%, as close to 100% as I could be, that he was going to retire by the time the deadline he has to make that decision. To now that I at least think saying there's a chance, okay?
Yeah, all right, why not?
Yeah. I think the longer, to your point, Chris, I think the longer that it's gone on, the more, like you, the more confident I feel like there's a good chance that he might come back. And I think we don't know his health situation. I don't know of any surgeries this offseason. I'm certain he had probably a knee cleanup or something to that degree. But I'm with you. The longer this has gone on, the more I think there's a real possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and they could use that. They desperately need that in that room.
Hey, all right, Chris, thank you. Enjoy your time in Indianapolis.
One real quick.
Sure.
And speaking of injury updates.
Oh.
DeJuan Jones walking well. We saw him last night at the Pacers game.
Oh. Now that's what makes you friend of the show, giving us a little nugget. Hey, Chris, appreciate you. Thank you. We'll read you every day, Akron Beacon Journal. Thanks, Chris.
Hey, thanks a lot, fellas.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Chris.
Thanks,
Easterling
Chris.
back from Beacon Journal on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Oh, well, that's good. DeJuan Jones.
He can walk. Can he drop back and protect the passer?
By standing
I
there.
like DeJuan, by the way. I'm a big fan.
In essence, just by standing there, he's protecting, isn't he?
He is.
He is a big boy.
Blocks out the sun.
216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Tom Withers. He's in today. We'll talk a little bit more about what we just talked about. Bye. Back. What a week from the Combine. We've had so many great interviews on. And, to get more information on the Browns, the man who was on the morning show this morning, Darryl Ryder, Lance Reisland, and Jake Volnick. You know what they're doing? The Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Want to hop in on the conversation? 216-474-0092. You can always hit us up on social media at CLE Talking Heads. Again, Tom Withers in today for Jeff. We're going to see you around a little bit next couple days.
I hope I'm not breaking protocol here by standing for a little bit.
Can't.
My
That's
titanium knee starts to get a little stiff on me, and I need to stretch every now and again. Yeah, I'm going to come in 3 days next week.
Excited?
I hear the booing in the background already. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
No one's booing.
Looking forward to it. We are about to turn into March and some warm weather. What do you think?
I'll take the 50s.
Me too.
The up and down weather,
grind.
it drives me, because I get sick all the time, as if everyone doesn't know when they listen. But, when the weather goes back and forth, and then if it's not now, it's a cold or it's allergies during the summer. So I'll stop whining because I know there are people saying, stop complaining.
You're good.
A little bit earlier. So let's just go back and start.
Yeah.
I did want to bring up one other thing, because we were talking about whether Joel Bitonio comes back. I don't know how much it's worth, but I heard this, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. What about the thought of David Njoku coming back? I know they've turned the page to Harold Fannin, but they need 2 tight ends.
Yeah,
and he liked living here.
Interesting. At the right amount, at the right price, Sandy, I could see it happening. I mean, he's endeared himself to the organization and the fan base here, I think, for the most part. We watched him grow up. We've watched him develop into one of the better tight ends in the NFL.
When he got here.
Yeah, he was. He was a baby.
19.
Yeah. Personally, I like him. I always thought he's been, fair with the media. We had some fun with him this year. I don't know if I told you guys this. So on Fridays, it turned into the David Njoku weigh-in day.
Okay.
Because one day I jumped on. They have these digital scales there, and I was like, nobody's on here. I'll just jump on and see what I weigh.
Yeah.
So I hear from the other end of the locker room, how much do you weigh, you fat whatever? And I looked over, and Njoku's like laughing. He's walking toward me. And I told him I was like 187 or whatever at the time. And I said, well, what do you weigh? And he goes, let's see. So anyway, he gets on the scale. I was astonished that he was like 267. And he looks, he's so
he's all
fit.
muscle.
It's just unbelievable. So I go, man, he goes, that's pretty impressive, huh? I was like, yeah. So anyway, it turned into a weekly thing where when the reporters were asked to come into the locker room, and Njoku would try to find Petrak and I.
Oh, no.
And then we would guess Njoku's weight on a weekly basis.
Oh, that's funny.
It was funny. And so anyway,
I thought he was going to make a different member of the media each week step on the scale.
That'd be even funnier.
That would.
Such a likable guy. I could see it working out. Why not? That'd be a real positive, I think.
Do you think someone's going to want to pick him up?
I do.
I would.
I do. I think there's a certain coach who got a C- in Atlanta that would probably take him in a heartbeat.
For sure. Yeah, he gets it. Yeah. Just going back on the whole week, because we had the chance to hear from Todd Monken and Andrew Berry. What's your biggest takeaway from this week? What did we learn about those guys?
I'll say what I said earlier, which is that what stood out to me was that what was not said about the quarterback situation, which pointed to me that all options are still open. Not necessarily a surprise, Andy, but now that Todd's had a chance to settle in there, a chance to really evaluate, what he's got to work with, not on the field, right? He's only been able to look at tape of Shedeur. He's seen Deshaun, I'm sure, work out. It's given him a sense of where they are with this quarterback dilemma, which we've been talking about for the better part of 3 decades now. This is his first chance to kind of fix it, right? And so I thought what I heard this week from him was all options are still open. He said some glowing things about both Deshaun and Shedeur, rightly so, because they're gifted, talented quarterbacks who, who knows? I mean, it could work out for either or both of them in the league still. I think it's been a long time, obviously, since Deshaun has played quality football.
Right.
Going on 5 or 6 years now, right?
I think they're going to give him every chance.
I do too. I do too. I mean, the return on investment has not been obviously anything close to what we've got. 19 starts out of him, right?
Yeah.
And so they're going to give it.
I finally got Jeff to change his mind on that.
Did you?
Because I was ROI. I've been saying that since last year, and people are like, he's never playing another down, and I'm like,
right. And
maybe they're right.
And unless you're in love with somebody in this class, and I think it's fascinating now, Andy, in terms of what you're asking me. I didn't make all these connections between him and Carson Beck, and realize that there's something more there. That there's this connection with Ty Simpson, which leads me to believe that potentially that could be a guy that they would look at, not necessarily at 6 or 24, but in the second or the third round. So, and in terms of Andrew, I thought my biggest takeaway were the idea that the offensive line can be rebuilt in a different way, and that they may be more aggressive in free agency than I think we're expecting.
Let's sneak in a phone call real quick. Ryan is in Rocky River. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, Andy, Tom. I don't know his fans, and I'm not sure if even the ownership and personnel knows what direction they want. There's a lot of directions they can go. They can go build this thing from the ground up again, trading great assets away. I digress on that because I don't want that to happen. And they can also go, hey, let's get some veteran leadership in here and just try to get 8, 9, 10, 11 wins, et cetera, and lose opportunities for next year's draft. So there's a lot of options on the board. And Joe King's one of them. Obviously, DeJuan Jones injury, but Tonio coming back. I mean, there's so many question marks. Same time, I still feel, Menigan, Tom, and Andy, that we can't have our cake and eat it too. And what I mean by that is obviously I think that we could still trade back some picks and get a capital for next year, all the while still getting veteran leadership in here, especially at quarterback and the bookends, maybe retaining some of these guys and getting to 9, 10, 11, 12 wins. I know it sounds crazy, but some of those games last year are good.
It sounds crazy, Ryan. With a first-year head coach and not really knowing who your quarterback is, you're right, though. I respect what you're saying. But
well, Andy, real quick on that, though. I mean, again, if you take a look at every single game last year, again, the game in London, obviously the first game of the year against Cincinnati, there's no exaggeration. 5 or 6 games that flip of a coin.
Oh, I'm with you. We need our luck to turn. That's all. Thanks, Rido. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too, man.
He makes a good point too. And listen, none of us saw the Jacksonville trade coming until it happened last year, right? And,
no,
and Andrew's got even more, assets at hand now.
I could totally see them, trading back,
moving out of 6. Yeah. I could too.
I also can see them drafting 2 offensive linemen.
I could too. Obviously, free agency is going to point to what the draft is going to be. So, we'll see.
Cavaliers tonight, big game. Detroit,
huge game.
First place in the Eastern Conference, 43-14. What a year they're having. Cavaliers, 4th place in the Eastern Conference, 37-23. But when we talk about the Pistons, it's JB Bickerstaff that kind of catches our eye, and Cade Cunningham. But
I just heard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and we're injured. Like, we're gonna go play these guys, and we're really beat up. But there's no excuses.
I'll make it a positive. We're healing. We're not
healing.
Injured. We're healing. We're resting and healing.
This goes back to my conversation with you about why it pays for athletes to be nice to the media.
Yeah,
because when you go to write the story,
there you go.
You could say they're banged up, can't believe they're going to win, or you could say they're healing.
Yeah, by the same token, I was the guy that every time the Cavs would put out a timeline for somebody's healing, I would then extend it probably by a month or more, only because it's the way it always worked out, right? 2 to 4 weeks means 4 to 8, and et cetera. So I'm glad that they are sitting Mitchell again, because that tells me that groin strain is probably a little more severe than anybody is willing to say, right? And he's had to deal with lower leg injuries late in the season his entire time here in Cleveland, and also in Utah as well. So yeah, big game tonight. I don't think Bickerstaff has gotten the just due that he deserves, Andy, for the fact that he
took on. Don't you think some people are looking at the Pistons this year going, "Oh, they're this year's Cavs"?
No,
you don't. Okay,
no, because this is a real tough team. This is a team that is willing to get.
But we didn't know at this time last year. Well, did we? I guess maybe.
No.
Not as tough as Detroit.
This is a team though that is willing to. They want to drag you down into the dust, right? I mean, that's their MO going into every game, right? They're going to play you tough defensively. They're going to beat you up on the boards as best they can, and trust that Cunningham's going to make his shots. It's a really good team.
Is tonight's game important?
Yeah, I think it's important from the standpoint of, Atkinson, again, figuring out what he's got to work with going forward, figuring out, how he's going to divvy up minutes once they are at full strength, what the rotations are going to look like, defensively, again, getting Evan Mobley back up to speed, right? He's been back to a kind of a slow start since returning from that calf injury. The Jared Allen ascension here over the last month or so. I mean, we've seen quite a turnaround for him, haven't we? Because they've decided to use him more.
It's been fun, hasn't it?
It's been fun. No, it's been fun, but they've decided to use him more as an offensive weapon because it's there.
Is this something they weren't able to do in the beginning of the season, or by bringing Harden in, we've now found out that this is truly out?
Yes and yes. I think,
well, the other part though, Mobley's not out there too, so it wasn't for when he was injured,
right?
So maybe Harden saw this as a means to the ends, because it works.
It works.
Think about all these people. Trade him, he stinks. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
How silly does that sound now?
It does, and I'm going to be really interested to see how Harden plays with this thumb as well. It's going to be something to watch, not only tonight but going forward.
All right, a little bit more Cavs, and I'm going to go back to our big story of the day. I'm going to play one more soundbite from you from Kevin Stefanski, just to let you hear it again, because I'm just wondering what you think about what Kevin had to say about the Browns. We'll play that when we come back here, too. Ever want to go to an NBA Finals? Well, now is your chance, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA futures let you lock in your pick for who you think is going to go all the way, or whether it's a team to just go to the conference championship. So, championship, conference title, championship, conference. Who cares? Because you're looking at a shot to try to win a trip to the NBA Finals for two. Got to use that profit boost on an NBA future. So visit.
90 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Tom Withers in today. Want to let you know if you missed a moment of the show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Again, our good friends at Integrated Restoration. Tom, it's been an absolute blast doing this again today. I'm looking forward to talking again next week. I do want to go back to that, one of those first things we did on the show today, because I just still think this soundbite is one that kind of resonates, and obviously, passion and reaction from fans earlier on of listening to the show. I was just like, wow. So, all of this has been said about Kevin Stefanski and Shedeur Sanders, and Kevin didn't like Shedeur. I don't know where that narrative came from. I thought Kevin was unbelievably consistent in what he says about every player.
It was an assumption that was made, Andy, I think more than anything else, based on what people, their preconceived notions of who Shedeur was, right? And then the way the the way the Browns managed/mismanaged him in those that actually drafted him after everybody passed on him. I mean, we've been over this a million times. So it didn't surprise me today to hear how effusive Kevin was with his praise or the way he spoke about his relationship with Shedeur. It's what I've known since day one. And a lot of people just, for whatever reason, don't want to hear it.
It's like you're mad at Kevin Stefanski because he got drafted in the 5th round. Like, that's where I think part of the problem is. And again, I've been totally consistent on this. The only thing that Kevin did that I thought wasn't right with Shedeur was when he made him the number 2 quarterback, I thought they needed to make him some time in practice to make sure that he can get on the field, just to be ready. Again, I think we talk about, from a coaching standpoint, you talk about trying to put players in the best situation possible. And even though it's an emergency backup plan, and even though the rest of the league says, hey, your number 2 quarterback doesn't get the reps, guess what? In this scenario, you're behind a rookie. So this is what Kevin Stefanski had to say on Pardon My Take on Barstool Sports.
I will say this. I love Shedeur. I loved coaching him, seriously. He's got the right makeup for this game. He was wired the right way. I wish that we won more, obviously, but if you saw how he played down the stretch, I mean, he's a young player that's getting better. I'm not coaching him anymore, so I know I have to be careful about talking about other players, but I am rooting for him.
So, does he like him? To me, it didn't sound like there was like this huge animosity towards Shedeur. I find it interesting that fans that just think that Kevin woke up in the morning and said, I hate Shedeur, I'm not going to play him. I never thought that was a reality.
And I know a lot of the reaction to today's quotes is that, well, what was he supposed to say? Well, he could not have said anything, or left it, as vague as sometimes Kevin
easily
can be.
Could have said, I coach Atlanta now. I'm not allowed to talk about other teams' players. How many times have you heard that?
Instead, he went out of his way to praise the kid. So, good for him. I hope we can all move on and move past this. I think what's important now is whatever relationship that Todd Monken and Shedeur Sanders have, and it seems to be starting off at a good place, right? Yeah. I mean, he talked about, they kind of joked with Shedeur and saying, hey, we were going to draft you when we were in Baltimore. So I think we're starting from a good spot with those two, and that's all that really matters at this point. The rest of it is not ancient history, but it's in the past.
Where are you with Todd right now? I mean, I don't know how you couldn't be anything but positive.
I think you have to be. I think initially, Andy, much like a lot of people, I was like, oh, geez, really? 60-year-old. I mean, it seemed like they were
Felt
going
the same way about James Harden.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right.
Dan says it all the time.
I think
you'll buy into it.
At first blush, I was like, I liked it from an X and O standpoint, only because I know Todd and his track record and what he was able to do at Georgia and at Baltimore, and I felt like the 2019 season was just a disaster for everybody, so I was willing to give him a kind of a pass on that. I like the fact that he's a straight shooter. He's not going to gloss over anything. I think he's going to hold people accountable. I think it's going to be very different, though, to see the way I know people criticize Kevin a lot for this. It's going to be very different when he slides over into that head seat on a Monday or on a Sunday afternoon and is asked questions particularly about specific plays and players, and we'll see how he is then.
I mean, you talked to him before when he was here the last time around. I mean, what was your perception then?
Again, he could be a little salty, and I didn't mind that because I kind of like the old school mentality about him. He did hold players accountable. He did not hold back in terms of being critical of guys when their performances weren't up to his standards or up to the level that the Browns had hoped guys would play at. So I like him. I think Todd's going to do a good job here.
All right, let's give Lewis one of the last words. He's in Painesville. Hi, Lewis.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good. What's going on?
I went to London last year, and the Browns lost in the last minute. But you can't believe what kind of fan base they really have over in England.
Mm-hmm.
They have a large fan base.
Was it generic NFL or was it Browns?
Browns.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, there was one guy was in the hotel. His name was Paul Brown.
See?
And he worked there.
And he's a big Browns backer.
Yeah.
There you go. You had a great trip? That's all that matters.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, Lewis, thank you for sharing with us today. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right.
Cheerio.
Chip, chip. That's what it is.
Cheerio.
Phelps says that all the time.
Does he?
Chip, 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 chip. So just big picture, this out of this week, you got the combine. We'll still hear more combine stories over the next couple of weeks. I think one of the biggest things is something you've kind of alluded to, but we didn't talk about, all the things that really get done at the combine behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I know you laugh when you walk in, like you've changed. You've done a 180 since you walked in the door. You hated the combine when you got here. Now you love it. But I mean, this is where all the deals
and all the business is
work.
happening. Yeah, this is where the free agency is getting done. This is where draft boards begin becoming finalized. Right. I mean, every team already has their idea of what their needs are and who can fill them. But yeah, I mean, these interviews with the players are monumentally important on some levels. It was interesting today to hear some of these connections that I was not aware of that we can talk about going forward.
There was another point that Andrew Berry made a couple weeks, or was it last week, and then kind of sounded different this week about their aggressiveness in free agency.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think he backed off that, or how do you think?
No,
I think if they want a player, they're going to try to get him.
This is an entertainment business, right? They want to keep their fans engaged, don't they? So you want to at least create the illusion, if it is one, that they're going to spend money. They don't have a ton to spend, only because we know about the financial ramifications and the repercussions of.
Although if they say to Deshaun, what's the cap relief if Deshaun extends? It's like 30-some million. Is it 32
it's beyond
million?
that.
It's like 32 million, 32 something
even
million.
higher than that. Yeah.
So I mean, that's one simple.
There's some math, yeah. There's some math that makes it work. So, I that did surprise me a little bit, Andy, that they would come out and say, don't be fooled. I mean, we could be, active in free agency, and I do think they will be active in free agency on that offensive line. I think there's a big signing or two coming on that offensive front.
Dan, social media mentions today. You want to pop in on that?
Powered by Shabbat Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Not much here that I can actually read on the air.
It's no fun when that happens.
Yeah, you sometimes get these ones that are filled with four-letter words that you're allowed to say once on the air.
Oh, that's good.
Say it one time. It's just
you know what? I'm going to bail you out on this too. Meredith Kane, let us know what was the moment of the show today, and today will be the day you said we didn't have one.
Absolutely zero moments. Nothing happened. 4 hours of absolutely no, just kidding.
Good effort.
Moment of the show. It was Zach Meisel, and he was talking about Stephen Kwan's future as a Cleveland Guardian.
If they're in it, yeah. If they're out of the race in July, which is harder to do with 3 wild cards in each league, and they're not in the East where you've got 5 contenders. So it should be easier for them to stay in the race. If they're not, he's certainly an obvious trade candidate. If they are, it probably means he's like a key, right? I mean, it's hard to envision a season where they're really good and he's not. So I would think that means he sticks around. And who knows? I mean, maybe the center field thing, it certainly boosts his value if he's capable out there. But it also places a little bit of this is a guy who has had a history of hamstring trouble, and it places more of a burden on him in that respect. There's more ground to cover. So I don't know. Maybe the Guardians can say later this spring, hey, you want to sign an extension, and then you don't have to worry so much about your hamstrings because you'll have financial security. That would be my sales pitch. But, I think as long as they're good, he should be in Cleveland, and you can run him out there in center field for 2 years and let him go to free agency if you want.
There you have it. Zach Meisel, Athletic. He was one of our great guests today. Chris Easterling from Akron Beacon Journal was with us at 1. Andrew Siciliano joined us at 11 o'clock. All of those interviews are available on the Odyssey app. So we get to this point. We ask you, why are you smarter? It's brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Meredith Kane, why are you smarter?
I am smarter because it does not matter how well you know Kevin Stefanski, how good your professional and personal relationship is with him. If you tell people that he likes Shedeur Sanders, they will not believe you. And that is Tom Withers, who's the person in the room who knows Kevin Stefanski personally and knows his feelings on Shedeur. Yet, for whatever reason, nobody believes you when you say that Kevin Stefanski likes Shedeur Sanders.
Good effort. Good effort. Dan Mennigan.
Zach Meisel, we got to talk baseball. I'm just happy. Life's better when I can talk baseball.
Meisel is fun. Tom, why are you smarter?
Probably that I learned that Dan Mennigan's favorite quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier, was suffering from a core ab injury all season, which probably brought his value down a little bit. And also that Ty Simpson, also much like Carson Beck, has a previous relationship with Todd Monken, which could make things a little interesting around
I
here.
thought that was what I wrote down was Carson Beck and the relationship that he has with Todd. I didn't realize it was that strong. And how long those guys have
3 years
have known each other. So let's do this again next week.
I'd love to. Thank you.
It'll be fun. Everybody have a safe, happy weekend and enjoy it. But please be super safe and
enjoy the sun.
Yeah. Oh man, is it? I wonder what it is. I'm ready to get outside right now.
Let's do it.
Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you Monday at 10. Until then, you know who's got you covered. Afternoon Drive. They're coming up next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFLPA's team report cards are out, and survey says the Steelers are
true mission. Don't do anything to screw up the idea that if you see something you like in the 2027 class, you should be able to get it.
What's your reaction if another man gave you a porcelain horse?
I just think it's an unhinged gift. I love Shador. You can't give another man.
Hey, Coach, when we see each other in Berea, we can play with our porcelain horses together.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is NFL Friday. It is a Combine Friday, and we got a hell of a show for you today. That opened courtesy of Meredith Kane on the board. Yes. Meredith also handling the 2020s for us today. Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito. Haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, and also I've never made that sound before with it, but it felt right. Just kidding, buddy. Sort of. And also make sure to subscribe to our 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well. Jake producing for us today. It's another Friday here. I don't know why I put it that way. It's a Friday. The weather's nice. Let's live.
Yeah. Okay. I want to live. I don't know. It seems like a fun Friday.
And it's
maybe
one of the things that I like about the Combine Week is not just the just litany of rumors and innuendos and all the different little stuff we get from all the many people that are going there or are there or reacting to what's there. It's also the beginning of the NFL offseason. I know, was it legal tampering doesn't begin till March 9th, but from now until then, it's really the ramp up. And so like next week, we're going to have tons of just crazy rumors. Obviously, the Cavs are in it too. So feels like sports is really finally coming back here as we get the stretch run of the NBA underway and certainly football offseason, which carries for a lot of us.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was trying to convey to you a couple days ago or even yesterday was like, I don't know why it feels like football is back in the air. And it feels like we're having some of these convos. I know no games are being played, but this feels like we're having some of the similar conversations we'd be having if the season was going.
We were just talking about this with Tom Withers off the air, though. I will say, the NFL, the media.
Quick sidebar on that.
Yes,
you gave him a bud at the end of one of your comments, and I didn't know how I didn't feel about that.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Withers is a bud guy. That was an accident.
Is that what that was?
Well,
okay.
yeah, I'm meaning like I feel like
you guys are friendly. I'm not saying that way. I'm saying more like, isn't there? I always feel weird calling somebody that's older than me bud.
Yeah, no, that would be more of a my guy situation. Although my guy's kind of universal. You can kind of get away with that.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was something you're just trying out on everybody or what that was there.
I think it just slipped out. But again.
He took it in stride.
A deferential term to somebody that's a senior media member, senior to me, rather.
Yeah.
It's a little tough to figure out. Like, I can't call him chief.
No, I know. But then he was also doing, like, an act of service for you, too, in the process. He was, like, plugging in your charger, and it was, like, I didn't know.
That's right. That is when it happened. Yeah.
I know. It kind of felt like one of those moments.
What's the right play there?
If I were him, I'd be like, hey, listen, I'm being nice getting your charger. I'm like, you don't.
Do I just go Tom? Do I just go Mr. Withers?
Mr. Withers sounds really funny. That actually sounds like a Mr. Rogers play off of. If we could just make him Mr. Rogers now, I might enjoy that.
I just now you're kind of in my dome about this because I think you're right. But like, if I don't have Bud, like my go-tos are Bud, my guy, young fella.
You can't call him that, I guess.
Well, you could be the ironic thing. Like so occasionally people call me Tiny.
You do it sly with like a smile or anything like that, maybe.
Yeah, young fella.
Hey, young fella.
No, I
thanks
feel
for
like
plugging in that charger, young fella.
I feel like that's a little too patronizing.
I mean, Bud. If I was in his position and got called Bud by yourself, I would be. Oh, I don't know how I'd feel about that one.
You think
I wouldn't say
Bud
anything.
that bad?
I wouldn't say anything.
Oh, he's just out mother bleeping me in the hole.
I would mark it in my mind, and then I would make sure I'm like, all right. I gotta reset the balance here. I've been in Cleveland media for 40 years, and this guy thinks he can just bud me.
All right, what's the right nomenclature, or what's the handle to use for somebody who's way more successful, way more accomplished, and way more beloved than you are? 216-474-0092.
We just end every sentence with "sir" all the time now with him.
You know what?
It works.
I think he'd like it. I'm not saying he would never ask for a sir. Would he appreciate a sir?
He's not a Mr. Withers guy, though. He's definitely like, if you say Mr. Withers, I think he'd be like, you can call me Tom.
Is it because of Mr. Burns? Does that just ruin it for everybody?
Is that what that is?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Could be.
There's definitely some people that like to be called Mr.
But with all the many smoke screens going on there, Malik Willis, will he get $50 million, $100 million? Will he just basically get the $230 million guaranteed because he played 2 good games this year? I don't know.
We obviously today is about quarterbacks. Quarterback prospects at the combine, and Ty Simpson. There's a big week for him. And Ty Simpson, and we're going to go with Simpson 02 there, Meredith, here in just a minute, talking about his how prepared he is to be the guy in the NFL.
First off, right, I feel like I'm ready. I'm a franchise quarterback. Alabama is, prepared you most for the NFL with the infrastructure that they had. And, I run an NFL-type system. Definitely prepared me for, saying those long play calls, saying those checks, making sure that, I get us in the right protection. The Alabama locker room was as close as a locker room in the NFL as you can get.
Now, how would you know? Would be my first thing.
You'd have no idea.
But
that is a ridiculous statement.
I do love the headline for every Ty Simpson article today is Ty Simpson says he's ready to be the guy in the NFL. It's like, I think it's more of a headline if he was like, you know what, candidly, not ready.
Which is basically what Justin Herbert said after his junior year, which is why he went back for his senior year.
Yep.
It's an odd move if he said anything to the contrary. Mendoza kind of shook people today because Mendoza came out and was like, I just hope I have a job on April 23rd. I'm unemployed right now, but I hope on April 23rd I have a job.
I can't handle one more LinkedIn joke about Fernando Mendoza.
You want to talk about Flanders? Here we go. But he legitimately acted as if it's a question whether or not even in 7 rounds are we taken as a quarterback. And so I think maybe it was startling coming off of that, or I don't even know which one went first. But maybe people wanted him to be more humble. But I would make the argument if you're Mendoza, you're selling yourself. Like there's people like Coach Riz that think you're the 6th best quarterback on this board. There's people like Coach Riz that believe you probably should have stayed in college, even though you've been there for 5 years, and tried to figure it all out and shouldn't have gone ahead after 1 season of actual play because they don't think you're good enough. Like this is a big gamble. He's basically got to be Barnum and Bailey's out there every single day now.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson switched spots, and Fernando Mendoza was like, "Oh, gee golly, I just hope I get drafted." People would be like 3rd round pick. But because you just can't do that. But when you're the presumptive number 1 pick and there's just nobody that's really going to challenge you for it, you can go all Fernando on it. With Ty Simpson, it's funny. Like, I don't think it's an accident that the Browns have put out there or that Todd Monken has put out there his connection with Ty Simpson going back to his days at Georgia. I don't think it's any coincidence that Mary Kay Cabot has heard that the Browns are doing their due diligence on Ty Simpson. Mm-hmm. Not only does it make sense from you don't have a quarterback, so you better be kicking over every stone you can, it also just makes sense to just be in on every possible thing. And you're really like, the only thing I'll say that is a positive is you're not going to sleep on a quarterback in this draft or in free agency.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not going to be my fear for Fernando where it's just like, well, he's the unquestioned 1st round pick and we're just going to put the card in and just not even think about it.
No, you're going to turn over every stone. But and they do that in every single draft. So that's where the hesitancy came from is like they always do this, especially when you need a quarterback. But with Ty Simpson, yeah, like you're going to do everything you need to. I think the weirdest part about all this, the draft combine and everything was the idea that then Drew Allers talking about what a big Browns fan he is and people buy into that. And then Ty Simpson talks about how much he likes Todd Monken and goes back to that. I don't know if you saw the Carson Beck stuff at all. Carson Beck, people are like, oh, they made such a big deal about Ty Simpson's relationship with Todd Monken. Apparently Carson Beck and Todd Monken, his kid played baseball with Carson Beck when they were 9 years old. Like it's like he's known Carson Beck since he was a toddler, essentially. He's known him for a very, very long time. I would think that would play into the cards, right? I would think they give somebody an upper hand here.
So I think, I think I think anytime you know anybody, it gives you some sort of inside advantage that nobody else gets.
Or is he just like, that kid was a jerk at 9. There's no way I'm taking him as my quarterback.
There's no way Carson Beck was a chill 9-year-old.
You should have seen the temper tantrums that kid was playing with when he was 9. No way he's gotten it together.
Batting 6? What? I do think specific to Ty Simpson, I think, and I think, I can't remember if it was you or Jake bringing it up in the pre-show, asking, are the Browns baiting people, or is there real interest in Ty Simpson?
It was me because I get the impression that people think that this is all just one big ruse, and it might end up being like the idea that you're just trying to get people to fall in love with Ty Simpson to then trade up for Ty Simpson, and there's no real interest there. And so I guess I'm trying to gauge what the real interest is.
I would be very surprised if there was no real interest there, even if right now I think it's so early, and I think the Browns are selling a bit of a fight, but you have to have interest in Ty Simpson. He's to some people, he's the 2nd ranked quarterback in this class. Your head coach has a personal relationship with him going back 4 years. And I can't say it enough. You need a quarterback.
Yeah, I wonder, though, are the Browns in a spot where they could take someone like a Ty Simpson with pick number 24 overall and not have that pick for the roster right now?
Yes.
Like, can you have that?
Because it's
I
a
always wonder
quarterback.
that.
The answer is yes.
Well, he's a quarterback, yes, but if you're not going to deploy him at any point this year, and maybe that would change, but from what everyone tells me and everyone that does this says, he's not playing this upcoming season. If you take him, this isn't like when Jackson Dart goes in the 20s and then he's waiting a couple weeks and then all of a sudden he's the quarterback in New York and you're off to the races. From what everyone says, and if they're just wrong, they're wrong, but when everyone says this one's going to need a little bit more time to bake.
So listen, I think that's I think the Browns can take him at 24. I wouldn't, but I understand why you might. Because here's the thing: what are the things that seduce NFL GMs and scouts and head coaches? It is, all right, what does he look like as a passer? And there are a couple guys in this class. Drew Aller's actually one of them, although probably not in the top 2 rounds. But they're just a couple guys who have some tools that when you watch them go, oh, that's a really nice arm, or that guy spins a really good ball. And with Ty Simpson, it's going to be helped that he is a coach's son. It's going to be helped that you can kind of give him the benefit of the doubt on the injury stuff or the health stuff this last year. And teams talk themselves into players and maybe reaching for guys every single year. And I think the NFL has shown us, like, the two paths are you're going to err on the side of mobility and being that big kind of prototypical guy, but you can't hit the broad side of the barn as a passer. Or the opposite, it's more split now than it was 10 years ago. But if you have something like he does as a passer, people are going to say, all right, I can make him into something. And I just wouldn't. I don't think you can put it past Todd Monken and the Browns to think we'll be that team. And then, of course, we'll keep him off the field until they don't.
I mean, I just don't love him enough to be like, at 24, here's your pick, and this is what you're doing. And then also in the process, taking yourself out for next year's quarterback draft as well.
216-474-0092. It's tough because I don't either. I get the intrigue with him, but I just 24. I really do think people are right on this. People are wrong on so many things in the national media about so many things about this quarterback. The Malik Willis stuff, just far and away. People are in a lathered frenzy about Malik, which is something we've talked about. Mm-hmm. When it comes to Ty Simpson, I think people are right. Go to Pittsburgh. Go to
the Rams.
The Rams.
Yeah,
go somewhere where they have an incumbent, older starting quarterback where you can sit for 1 to 2 years. But it's the NFL. And listen, if Mac Jones to people is worth a second-round pick this offseason in a trade, if Malik Willis is worth $30 million, guys, the insanity is not just going to stop at free agency.
Nor is the music.
Thought she was playing me off the air there.
But to
get back to it, when we're talking this way, where people are already setting up to do stupid things when it comes to free agents and trades, you can bet your sweet Beppy the NFL draft is going to be impacted by this as well.
Oh, no doubt about it. For sure it will be. I refuse to believe that the Browns are in on Ty Simpson the way that people are talking about it, number 24 overall.
I hear
you get one crack at it. If Monken loves him, then that's fantastic. Then you do that. But I just have a hard time thinking that's the reality.
I think everything's on the table. I'm not trying to go full combine on everything. Everything's on the table. We got to see the table's on the table.
We've been too hot lately with our takes. We need to cool it down.
That's true.
And do the let's see it play out radio.
Yeah.
People love that.
216-474-0092. Are you gonna let it play out with the Browns?
Let it just simmer a little bit. Just gotta let it hang out. Hey, we'll get there when we get there.
Listen,
lazy river ride, baby.
Guys, life is a highway. And I want to ride it all night long. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Cody Davis, Detroit Pistons beat reporter for the Detroit News, coming up at 3. Cavs Pistons. This one looked like it was going to be fun. Lee J. Doozable, CBS Sports, and chopping it up with Dooz on the YouTube channel there. He's joining us, former defensive lineman in the NFL, at 4. He's got a 5-step plan to fix the Cleveland Browns. Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN NFL reporter, Browns reporter, coming up at 5:20 today, live from the Combine. Going to get his take on the Browns, the legitimacy of their interest in any one of these quarterbacks, including Ty Simpson. But 216-474-0092, at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Are the Browns baiting people with Ty Simpson, or is there real interest? Well, we do have to let it play out. My answer is mostly yes. And when it comes to risk, our very own Darryl Ryder said something I don't think I've heard anyone say about the Browns, quarterbacks, and the future of this position in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
CJ Kafis in the lineup today. He'll be starting at first base and batting 6th. Chase DeLauder not in the lineup. He's still considered day-to-day with lower body soreness. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. The update you were not hoping for here in Cleveland in about 20 minutes there, but it's going to leave it way wide open. Could be anything. Could be any sort of update. Could be on the new IX Center. Well, not the IX Center, but the IX Center deal falling through. Could be that.
Oh, yeah. What a bummer that is, huh?
I have no opinions on it. I read the whole thing from the
That's going to bring like 250 jobs to the area.
I don't even know how to react to that.
What do you mean? Jobs are good.
Well, yeah, no, jobs are good. But when somebody's like, is that like the number we're going for?
What do you
get
mean?
Another 250 in the door?
I don't think
I never
250 in the door.
I never know when somebody's like, it's going to bring in this amount of jobs.
That's
like,
the number they said. Is that 250 jobs? I feel like that's a lot of jobs.
I feel like I think it could be more.
It's not 25,000 jobs, but it's the IX Center. What do you get? 250 jobs, a good amount of jobs.
When somebody says how many jobs something's going to bring in, I'm not smart enough to be like, that's the exact number we need.
I mean, at Odyssey here, we have like 30 jobs. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like all in, the whole operation, the whole
about
everything.
9 Odysseys is what you're saying? Odyssey Cleveland?
That's a pretty good deal, I think.
Right, wow. Well, all of a sudden, I'm feeling different about that IX Center deal.
Right, there we go.
I'll be there this weekend. Go to the car show.
Get inside with the politic game. I was there a couple weekends ago for the golf event, the golf show. My brother, actually, I went with my brother, my older brother, and then today he went to because he lives in Kansas City. He went to the Kansas City golf show, and he gave me the report that ours was 1,000,000 times better, which is great because the Cleveland golf show, I feel like people kind of, it's been a little wishy-washy in the previous couple years. We kicked Kansas City's golf show's ass.
I feel like if you had said this 7 days ago, the IX Center deal would have gone through.
I know. What could have been.
Timing is everything in life.
Jeez.
Auto
show's fun, though.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Yeah.
Want to see the new Ram.
My
very
in-laws
excited
went
about
last weekend. People love the auto show.
But, it's I just like cars. Like, whether it's a classic car show or, like, the old muscle cars. I don't like, if you've got, like, a Supra, I have no interest in seeing it. Sorry. But if you've got brand new cars, or if you've got like square body trucks, love to see those.
Do you get in the cars yourself or no?
Depending on the car.
Yeah.
Isn't
that kind of like the fun of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to get in, you get to experience it a little bit.
This is Vanessa and I scouting.
Okay,
right?
good. Yeah, okay, scouting mission. I like this.
Yeah. I want to get in that new Ram, feel it a little bit, and I don't even know what the heck she wants, but we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I've never been to an auto show, and Chicago's got one of the best auto shows in the country. Consistently, that's like one of the big things. I've never been to an auto show.
I have heard Cleveland's is better. See,
I mean, it might be.
See, trying to save the IX Center deal.
They take a lot of pride in it in Chicago. There's no doubt about that. Any Browns players? I've seen 1,000,000 Browns players this week at the auto show.
Isn't Fannin supposed to be there?
Yeah, that was Tuesday.
Darn it!
I know. I think I lied to you earlier in the week when I said Fannin. I looked it up. I think that was Tuesday.
Really wanted to run into him and kind of chide him on the Frickers thing. That's where he took Stefanski and Barry at in Bowling Green. I kind of want to jam him up about that.
Is that like one of the restaurants there?
Yeah, like why not Pisanello's? Why not Campus
you think that was his call?
I remember it distinctly being a Fannin call, and it was a bad call.
Right? Like they're coming into his territory. That should be the type of thing where he's like, yeah, we get to go you go wherever you want to go. Like it's his birthday or something.
Like Harold Fannin could have like an Ozzie Newsome-esque career, and any time I would see him for the first time and actually meet him and talk, I'll be like, Frickers? Really?
Would you get a Bowling Green State helmet signed, or would you get a Browns helmet signed? I feel like you have to go Bowling Green at that point.
Yeah. I mean, I actually already have a BG helmet or two, like the mini helmets.
Yeah, I know. I remember when you bought one. Yeah. So, but you also bought a Browns one, too. So, like, which one would you get signed? You get one autograph. Which one are you signing? It's got to be the BGSU one, right?
Yeah, because I'm not going to sell that puppy. That one's going on my mantle forever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, all this being said, we'll set aside the auto show there.
I like you waiting in line for Harold Fannin, by the way.
Harold! I went to BG!
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that wouldn't look good.
It'd be funny, though. And people coming up to you, aren't you on the radio? Don't you work for the home of the Browns?
Nope. Different guy.
Different guy.
No, I see you on YouTube every day. No, different guy,
That's
not
Nick
me.
Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm Dick Wilson.
Could have chose any other name.
It's the only
there.
thing that was close that was going to replace that.
Not Rick?
Rick didn't come to mind at all.
Yeah?
No,
Rick?
not once.
Mick?
Mick?
No.
Never thought of Mick.
Nope.
No, call you the Mick. Yeah, never thought of that.
I feel no. We're just gonna
definitely called you Dick before, but never Mick.
You have.
Yeah, never Mick.
You have. Yeah, and I've earned that one. However, Daryl Ryder, speaking of friends of ours.
Speaking of mix.
was on the morning show today as Ken had the day off, so it was him and Lima. And he was talking about Malik Willis. And obviously, we've all had many Malik Willis takes this week. Daryl talked about the risk factor with Malik Willis and took it to a specific degree.
I would argue Malik is a bigger risk than Deshaun was. Bigger? Yeah. Deshaun at least had a proven track record, albeit he had sat out a full season. He was a 3-time Pro Bowler, led the NFL in passing yards. Again, a lot of those came with the Texans going 4-12 and being a terrible football team. But, yeah, I think Malik is a bigger risk than Deshaun.
All right.
I like after clips and you just go, all right.
So,
because we both know that was a ridiculous take.
We should probably say that Daryl's talking about the walking in the door risk, meaning what Deshaun had accomplished before Cleveland and what Malik has accomplished before coming to Cleveland, if this is where he lands. The problem is, on one hand, you're risking money, which is and not a whole lot of money, not as much money, versus the single largest guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL at the time, and 6 top 100 picks.
And 6 picks is the big part of that. Yeah, I have no idea what Daryl's thinking in this commentary. And I know, listen, Daryl and I, when you were out on Monday, we went toe for toe on what that contract for Malik Willis is going to look like and everything. I debated. I thought it was like a 2-year deal. I would have accepted 3, whatever that is.
He was thinking 5 years.
He thought 5 years. Yeah. And not only that, he thought 5 years, and he was averaging out around $25 million per year when he was doing this exercise. He was saying 5-year, $125 million deal. Like, first off, that is still, it's not half of what Deshaun got, but it's close to half of what Deshaun ended up getting. But on top of it, it's like, I don't think that's reality. But if Daryl thinks it's that large of a bet, it's still nowhere close to the length of the bet that they made in Deshaun Watson. Like why we're going to potentially suck this year is because we've taken on 3 already bad years of Deshaun Watson, and we're still trying to get out of it.
Yeah, financially and draft collaterally and talent-wise.
You know why people are so scared to make quarterback deals right now that are Browns fans? It's because for years, it's like, well, you can make any quarterback deal and it's not going to sink your franchise. And for 99% of the deals, that's actually correct. Even see the Broncos, and how bad that went with Russell Wilson. But with Deshaun, it did, and it has. And we've went through 4 years of now suck because of Deshaun Watson. Malik Willis is not going to cost you that at all if it ends up going sideways.
Also, upside downside. When you were trading for Deshaun, you were moving on from the most successful quarterback you had since 1999. And so the need there was, the non-negotiable was that you were upgrading so you could chase Super Bowls. Here, it's just you're trying to field a team in 2026.
To potentially get to competency, to potentially get to, I don't know, maybe like a 7 seed situation.
You're trying to help Todd Monken establish himself as a head coach with a credible-ish quarterback. So, even the entry point and the expectation is nowhere near the same thing. I understand what Daryl was talking about, one part of this, which is what did they accomplish beforehand? But if Malik Willis just absolutely is just raw dog butt, guys, in a year you're probably going to have a top 5 pick, and you'll be on to the next quarterback. You still can't move off. I got to have what is this, year 4 or year 5 of Deshaun?
We got another
roster?
$50 million deal next year with Deshaun that we still have to pay off.
So I don't really know where Daryl was going with that, and I think if anything, him saying this helped me talk myself off the ledge a little bit.
That Malik Willis isn't that, it won't be the end-all be-all. It's not something we want to do, but it still won't sink you the way that it does, or at least the way that Deshaun did.
There's just really no risk that you can take this offseason that is going to be as penal as the Deshaun Watson one.
Yeah, and we can talk about the idea that Malik will cost you a crack at the 2027 draft, and there's different things from that perspective that, of course, you have to think about and consider. But it's not apples to apples comparison. It's apples to bowling balls. It could not be further from close.
Now, if we get to what quarterback is the most risk this offseason, I actually don't think it's Malik Willis. Because, again, you're talking about, is it going to be 8 wins versus just wasting a bunch of money, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It'd probably be somebody, when I say risk, I'm talking more about the immediate risk of Todd Monken's credibility in a locker room. I still think it's like Anthony Richardson.
So Anthony Richardson, the thing about that, though, that I find interesting is it's $1.1 million. You know what I mean? Like you could realistically, and this is why I think he's going to end up being a backup. I think he knows he has to sit and hang out for a year under a better quarterback and just kind of rehab his image and get himself right. But for just over $1 million, if you take in Anthony Richardson and he sucks, the reality is well, all right, Anthony Richardson, he didn't take football seriously. He's the problem. It's not on you, Monken. I don't think that would be damaging to Monken at all, in my opinion.
So I think this is where the quarterback room matters. If you had, I'm trying to think of like a veteran, like a middling veteran. Let's say Kyler was your quarterback as opposed to Shedeur. And so I had somebody that was already definitive, has been starter quality in the NFL in his career. And then you go to Anthony Richardson and he ends up playing the most and he busts out. Well, that kind of happens. Mm-hmm. I think you're already taking a risk with Shedeur as QB1. So the bigger risk you're taking is potential QB1. I need a little bit safer QB2.
Sure.
And unfortunately, Deshaun Watson then blocks me from adding another safer guy because I really do think, like the buckets that I think you drop people in, I think Deshaun is, I'm going to be here because I have to be here. And I think he's going to be kind of a veteran. I'm here for these guys to learn from. Mm-hmm. But I don't think the Browns are serious about playing him. So the other two guys have to be, ready to play and play anywhere from 8 to 12 games each so you can cover 17 games this year.
Yeah, we just seen how too many Browns seasons go.
Yeah.
The Baker period was nice because we saw a player actually play 16 and 17 games. But it's Browns football. People just always pop in.
It feels like
I don't know how it happens. It's amazing.
It feels like the RG3 Cody Kessler quarterback room if you didn't have Josh McCown in the room.
Well, then RG3 got hurt week 1.
Yeah, which. Who didn't see that one coming?
Yeah, the guy made of glass got injured against the Eagles. I think that was the game. Yeah, who could have seen that coming?
216-474-0092. Daryl Ryder says Malik Willis comes with a bigger risk than Deshaun Watson, which I don't think we agree.
Was he just trying to help us? Is that all that is?
Just being a friend on a Friday?
No, he was just trying to be like, listen, I know people are worried about this contract. If I say it's going to be close or it's going to be worse than Deshaun Watson's, people will then have a soft spot and realize, okay, it's not really, it can't be that bad of a contract. It's not going to sink the franchise the way that the Deshaun contract did, because most quarterback contracts, they can't pull that off. It's not a thing that you can do. And so we just have to put it under a microscope just a little bit more how damaging Deshaun's contract actually was. What a favor Daryl did.
Honestly, yesterday, that's what Anthony Richardson was for me. That was I'll pay Malik Willis $50 million a year if he wants it, if I don't have to watch.
Give me anything but that?
Yeah.
It's amazing how interesting or how sweet Kyler Murray now looks in all of these conversations. Now that we've gone through the quarterback room of suck over and over and over again, we're like, hey, all right, Kyler Murray, I remember 2022. I remember, hey, you were 9th in QBR just 2 years ago.
You and I did call this.
Sure.
That when we talked about Kyler in November and everyone screamed, absolutely not, we did say, you will get to a point where this is going to be appetizing. What I'm surprised about is how appetizing it feels right now, because the Kyler risk is similar to the Malik one, which is you're too good. You're not good enough to be a playoff team, but you're too good to get
football help.
One of the top 3 whatevers.
Yeah.
But the downside is going to be even less money. So it's like, well, okay, if I'm going to do the too good, not good enough, that whole risk, but I'm only risking $1 million this year, I think I can live in that water better than the Malik thing.
Oh, you definitely can. Yeah, I think that's honestly, it might be the best scenario the Browns have. It's just whether or not Kyler would then choose the Browns. And I think it's on the table. Why wouldn't it be? He's going to have a chance to compete against Shedeur. And if I'm Kyler Murray, you have to think you're going to win that battle.
Which quarterback comes with the most risk, in your opinion?
No, I mean it's.
And we haven't gone to the draft either. That's another one.
It's Malik Willis by a long shot to me. Only if he gets the deal that Daryl's talking about, because that's a commitment to a quarterback.
5 years, $125 million.
Yeah, that's a crazy deal. But that's a commitment to a quarterback that I don't feel comfortable in giving. Most of these other quarterbacks, though, it's not going to be that type of commitment. So you're just kind of playing with easy money here.
What? Okay, so we're moving Daryl. What if it's 2 years, $60 million?
It's not that bad of a commitment. That's not the end of the world.
That's not the same risk to you?
No, you can totally do that. Yeah, especially if it's the 2 years, $60 million, where then so much of the second year is different than the first year, and it doesn't take you out of 2027 in the draft completely. Like, there's a lot that I can live with if that's the setup. I still won't believe in Malik Willis in general, but that's not like some massive risk that you're taking.
The funny thing is, I don't want to completely, I like the hypothetical of Malik Willis. It's the money that makes me so anxious. It really is. Like Malik Willis at 2 years, $20 million, which, again, will not be the price with the way this thing's going. That's very reasonable to me. That's I can take that and see where this goes, because then all of a sudden, if I think it's a 15% probability or 25% probability he's an average NFL starter, I just there's no part of this I can be like, well, that's too much money, that's too much this, that's too much this.
Once we get to the territory where you are, because of the money, committed essentially to playing him in the year 2 and then beyond, is when I start to get uncomfortable with this and not enjoy it. Which
quarterback comes with the most risk? I do think Ty Simpson's in this, but I think it's more with a top 10 pick than 24 or 39. And the update you were hoping to avoid in Quick Hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$35 on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have Cody Davis of the Detroit News coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the Pistons-Cavs matchup tonight. We'll also talk about the Pistons as a 1 seed. I don't think he's going to like my takes on the Pistons and just how completely dismissive I am of them as real Eastern Conference contenders.
I mean, we share the same take that way, so he'll just hate us both, I guess.
We'll double-team Cody Davis in about 20 minutes here, but...
Stop it.
You started it. You started it.
I know that. No, that one's on you. There's no other way to even do that.
The other name thing?
Well, that was me. Yeah, that was me. But that didn't keep the ball rolling.
Nope. It started there, and it's been rolling downhill since.
Now Meredith gets a text like, yeah, Cody's not going to join us today. He's not really interested in this.
Yeah, he did not sign up for this. Once in college, but never again, he said. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Let's start here. This spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. Chase DeLauder had a scheduled day off yesterday after being scratched from the Guardians spring lineup on Wednesday with lower body soreness. DeLauder is out again today in the spring training lineup. Is it too early to panic? The Golden Boy is hurt again.
No, not at all. You have to treat him like a Fabergé egg, okay? You have to treat him very delicately. He is. I want him wrapped up in bubble wrap as often as possible. He gets injured a lot. This is the deal with him. And so if I'm going as far as to suggest that they just basically play him as minimal as they possibly can in spring training just to make sure he's there on opening day.
The last time this happened was when we thought we were about to get a call-up for Chase DeLauder last year, and I think he missed like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, the frustrating thing with DeLauder is it's literally a different injury every single time.
It's all the time.
It's like a hand injury, an oblique injury, a leg injury.
He can't tie his shoes without getting injured. It's insanity.
Can the Guardians do me a favor? And I know you've got a lot of guys that can just DH. Can you just DH him? Please, I just want that bat in the lineup. You understand how hurting I am for a good bat in the lineup when all I can think is, hey, the only other guy beyond Manzardo and Jose that are going to hit 30 home runs this year might be Chase DeLauder. I need 3 guys who could hit 25-plus home runs in this lineup. I do. Watching just 2, it's just not enough.
We'll have him. It's just I can all but promise you he will get injured at some point this year. And so I hope this is just them trying to recognize that, not play him a ton, and then we'll see on opening day.
This spring training report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates.
Omaha!
All right, I want to stay with baseball injuries, actually. Yankee slugger Giancarlo Stanton can't open a bag of chips. That's the quote.
Because he's dumb?
Due to ongoing pain in his elbows. I don't know. I don't think intelligence has anything to do with this injury.
They can be difficult. You know, you're trying to open it, but you don't want to Hulk out on it. He's too strong. Maybe that could be it.
Too strong. Wow, what an insulting thing! If you're just like this guy can't. He's so stupid. He can't even open up a bag of chips. And you see him in the corner, just struggling to get it open. Like I don't know what to do here. That sucks for him. No, it's elbows. He's got all sorts of problems with his elbows. So much pain in his elbows, but he's going to play. He's going to play through this. So think about it for a second. You can't open a bag of chips, but they still expect him to play baseball. I don't know how this makes sense.
It doesn't, but it's baseball. So much like the James Harden thumb thing. Just Toradol it, and we'll go from there, right?
Well, that is my recipe for just about everyone. Keon Ellis, welcome to the Toradol Club as well, by the way, buddy. Just load them up with drugs, and they'll be fine.
Also, just say it's a left finger injury. We don't need the 17 ways, this specific injury in the NBA. I don't know why the NBA does this more than any other spot, but getting to the Stanton thing.
Well, another thing with Keon, by the way, no fractures ever in his life, no injuries ever in his life, and then here he is.
5 days in Cleveland.
5 days in Cleveland.
The cold will do that to you. The Stanton thing it's not funny because that's got to stink, but it is funny because it's a Yankees, and they're paying him a lot of money to not be able to open up a bag of potato chips.
I just want to know at what point he came to that conclusion where he's like, this is so painful, I can't even do this, and then settled on sharing that with everybody. Think of all the other things you can't do there, Nick.
I was going to say, I don't believe him.
Oh, you think it's a tall tale?
No, this is
one of those things that like over time is just going to be like he couldn't even open a bag of chips and he's still hitting 40 home runs.
This is a win one for the Gipper moment, and it's like I get what you're doing, but I don't like it.
This is Myles Garrett telling everyone on that broadcast basically how painful everything was and what he was playing through 2 years ago to then turn around and be like perfectly healthy.
Except that was true.
Yeah.
Except that was true. The Browns have met with both Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson at the Combine. Here's Ohio State's Carnell Tate, which does rhyme, talking about his meeting with the Browns.
Great meeting with the Browns. Andrew Berry, the GM, the head coach Todd Monken, the receiver coach. We just talked ball. They got up there. We talked ball, put my film on, see what all I can remember, who all position I know, what coverages I knew. And then we looked at a couple plays, what I could do better at. Why was it a lack of execution on this play? And it'll mean a lot to stay in Ohio. Like, Columbus is Ohio, it's an hour up the street. So, yeah, it'll mean a lot to stay in Columbus, next to Columbus. And then I can go out there and see all my guys out there at Ohio State. And I know Ohio State fans love Cleveland Browns, so why not?
Can confirm Columbus is in Ohio. It's early, but what's your early lean here? Tate or Tyson at 6? You're still confused by that sound. You heard something.
I don't understand. Was he trying to make the suggestion he would still live near Columbus?
He said Columbus is in Ohio, and he said he could still go to Columbus. Those are things that are factually true.
I think he suggested he would almost like live in Columbus still. There are people that do it. We know somebody that does it, makes the drive from Columbus to Cleveland. Never for me. I could never do that long of a drive to go to work or do anything that's not for me.
When I lived in Lodi, I could do it because that's only like about 10 minutes longer, depending on where the studio would be. That being said, that's not how I took it, but. It might be how he meant it. And I think that's...
How long was your drive from Lodi? I thought it was like an hour, right?
An hour to here, yeah. And so I think it was about $1.10 to the Columbus station.
Oh, so you're like right in the middle for either one of them.
Yeah.
That's actually really funny.
It's how I took a 2003 Buick and put about 300,000 miles on it and blew it up.
Man.
Yeah.
That's so wild to me. I could never do that. I max out. I used to though. When I was growing up, I would drive all the time, and I would drive all sorts of lengths and everything like that. And like now at this point, 15 minutes is a long drive for me now. That's the beauty of Cleveland. Cleveland has made 15 minutes a long drive for me, and I like that.
That's an old man comment.
It's a good development. Oh, I mean, it's true.
I mean, who's got time to drive these days?
Oh, I look at things now. I used to laugh at people would be like, oh, 20-minute drive is forever. And now I look at a 15-minute drive, and I'm like, that's clear across town. What are we doing? I don't want to go all the way to the west side, 20 minutes away. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I've been trying to move this station 15 minutes down the road for about 10 years now, myself personally, just one thing at a time, just dropping it off in Independence. It's not working, by the way. So I would like a shorter commute.
Yeah.
But I want 30 minutes. 45 minutes is what I got now. What I'm saying is toughen up, Buttercup.
Well, I know. As far as car driving is concerned, I'm as soft gets, and thank you, Cleveland, for making me that way.
You're welcome, Jonathan.
Thank you for responding appropriately. You know, Owen, one time when I first bought my house in Solon, and I told him it was like 23 minutes away. That's the drive. It's 23 minutes. He was like, oh, you know what? That's like you might even want a little bit longer than that. And I'm like, why would I want a longer drive? He's like, well, 30, 35, somewhere in that range. You'll understand. Once you have kids and you get this thing going, 35 minutes, you're going to come to appreciate those drives. You're really like those drives. That's the right amount of time you need to kind of decompress before you go back into home and everything's going crazy there as well.
Vanessa counts that as like getaway time for me.
The car ride?
She's like, you have an hour and a half round trip to work every day. You really get to relax. I'm like, what is relaxing about driving for an hour and a half every day? It's a pain in the ass.
She's not wrong, though. You're not having to do any of the other stuff.
That's why I sit in silence and just ponder life.
I think this is why you have the 45-minute each-way drive. I think that's what that is.
Oh, honey, Wadsworth it's too close to the station.
Such a vacation you're on. All right, I want an addendum to our burger bet for the AFC North. I want an asterisk attached to it, and I'm going to explain why, okay? All right, Troy Vincent came out, and he said one of the biggest calls in the NFL season was Week 14. It was the Ravens-Steelers game. Baltimore's Isaiah Likely scored what appeared to be a go-ahead touchdown, 2:47 remaining in the fourth quarter. The on-field officials, they overturned that play by the replay guys. So initially called a touchdown, and then the play got overturned once they went to the replay officials, okay? Troy Vincent is suggesting and making the case now, and this is the guy that's in charge of all this stuff, that they got this call wrong. The Ravens, in fact, should have had the touchdown with Isaiah Likely, which means they would have had the win, which means they would have won the AFC North, which there's a bizarro world attached to this all. One call that John Harbaugh is actually still with the Ravens, all things considered. And so I just want acknowledgement here that although I didn't get it right, because we can't rewrite history, the Ravens should have won that game. They should have won the AFC North, and Troy Vincent admitting it is the wildest thing he could have ever done here.
If my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
Think about how wild this
no.
is. The play on the field was ruled a touchdown. The refs, the actual refs got it right. They go to replay to then overturn it. Replay is supposed to help out and make everything awesome and make it easy. The replay got it wrong. That's a bad job all the way around.
I don't live in the past.
How does replay get it wrong?
I don't live in the past. I live in the present. And in the present, I'm owed a lot of burgers by a lot of people. So that's all I can do.
I just want an asterisk attached to this one. I'm not even going to the Week 17 game. The Week 17 game with the wide right field goal that should have easily been made to also have the Ravens into the postseason. I'm not even going towards that.
Aren't you the guy that when somebody says the Browns should have lost X game this year, or sort of won X game this year, you go, yeah, and they should have lost the Packers game? Aren't you that guy?
Well, I mean, they should have lost the Packers game.
Yeah.
They probably should have lost the Packers game.
They should have. They got to
win.
But they won.
Yeah, they did get the
That's
win.
that goes on the record.
But I can give you an asterisk if you want.
I don't want one. No,
but I'm asking for one.
I
That's
reject your premise.
I mean, I can. That's all.
I feel like
this,
asterisks.
That's all this is an ask and then either a yes or a no.
Listen, I can handle uncomfortable truths, and I know you can too.
I cannot believe the NFL admitted they made just an absolute boneheaded mistake in this replay.
You know why they did it too,
I can't
right?
believe they did it. Like why give fuel to this fire here? Right? Just admit nothing in this regard.
I think it has to do with gambling and transparency, but it's funny.
But it's so late after the season. You got away with the crime scot-free. No one was trying to give you any charges, and then you go to the police station like, I robbed that bank 3 months ago.
It's called having an easy conscience there. Some people do it.
It makes no sense why they admitted this call was wrong and they bungled the whole entire thing and cost the Ravens the playoffs.
Omaha!
And got me a burger. Fernando Mendoza spoke to the media today at the Combine and was asked about potentially having Raiders minority owner Tom Brady as a mentor.
Yeah, I mean, who hasn't admired Tom Brady? The guy has, more Super Bowl rings than anybody. So that opportunity would be fantastic. Tom Brady, I believe, is the greatest quarterback of all time by a wide margin, and to be able to have the opportunity to be mentored by him would mean so much, and especially to learn, and I'm all about learning. So from day one, I got to learn a lot. It's going to be a long journey, and to potentially have a mentor like that would be pretty impressive and pretty meaningful.
All right, do you think Tom Brady would be a good mentor?
No.
Okay, yes, but I think he might be the perfect one.
For my quarterbacking stuff, maybe, but life advice. Well, maybe he loosens Mendoza up a little bit.
I was going to say for Football Flanders, as you've called him.
Yeah, he is.
Because I think Brady is Football Flanders. He's a bit of a nerd. He's a bit of a goofball. I think this is one for one. This is a perfect peer, mentor kind of situation.
This is giving off a little bit too much of Mahomes versus Dylan Raiola vibes for myself, though.
I don't think Mendoza's cosplaying as Brady, though.
I think he's going to turn into it.
Unless he tries to get with Giselle, which would be very complicated.
I think this is what happens. I think she's going to turn into it.
I think it's a perfect fit. And I say that as somebody who thinks Tom Brady is a minority owner, is getting off the hook scot-free because he's been like a little tyrant. I think he's making mistake after mistake.
I think Giselle just had another kid the other day, too.
Yeah, with a Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor. Good luck with that.
Nobody saw that one lasting. Am I right, guys? Yeah. We thought you're going to leave Brady for this jiu-jitsu guy, and no chance it's going to work out. And here those
Smart
two,
job by him.
Here those two are. How
Lock
about that?
It down.
How about that come up?
He's just.
Giselle was making way more than Brady was during his career. There was a point where she was making like $70 million a year or something insane. And how about that?
Now the problem is this guy's just got to keep knocking her up every couple years to try and trap her because he's got nothing else. Oh, look at me fighting, dancing,
you got the one kid. What do you need to do? You don't need to do overtime work here. What do you mean?
Tom, what? 3 kids with Tom?
I believe so.
Statute of limitations about a decade after that. Come on now. And that's Tom Brady.
I mean, you got it for 18 years at this point. If we're doing the reverse trapping here,
didn't work for Tom.
You're going into a Kanye song. No, didn't. I mean, nothing at the end of the day works out for Tom. That's the reality of it.
Other than the Super Bowls,
other than the Tampa move worked out for him. Nothing else in life works out for him. Come on, everyone knows that. Brady just he just loses all the time.
I think about him.
Nothing ever works out
I pray for him all the time.
He's a sympathetic figure in today's society.
Cody Davis, Detroit Pistons beat writer for the Detroit News, in 5 minutes on Cavs Pistons 3.0 and 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All right, I'll say it. Formula One, one of the worst sports movies I've ever seen.
I don't know if it's that bad, but we'll tell you the athletes that I would not talk to when I had to work with them. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on the free Odyssey app.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Lee J. Duzable, former NFL player and now with CBS Sports as an NFL analyst. He had 5 things he wants to see the Browns do this offseason. That's coming up in 1 hour's time with him, getting his perspective on that.
I'll let him name 3.
In fairness, I like 3 of the 5.
Okay.
So I don't know we're going to have how much overlap we'll have with the 3 of the 5, but we'll see.
Like, just name all 5 as quickly as you can, or just is it going to be like a 5-minute answer?
Lightning round. But Cavs Pistons tonight. Donovan, he's out. We've got Keon Ellis being questionable. James Harden is questionable. I did see Windhorst saying that Donovan could miss some time with this groin injury. Mm-hmm. So that's great. But to talk about this game, talk about the stakes, talk about the Pistons and how I think they're frauds, with love. Got to say that right out the way so he knows what he's walking into here. Cody Davis, Detroit Pistons beat reporter and writer for the Detroit News, joins us now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Cody, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. It means a lot.
Well, it's always great to have you. I remember we had a lot of fun the last time we had you on here. Well, the last time we had you on, though, the Pistons weren't this good. Mm-hmm. I've said it. I think they're a little fraudulent as a 1 seed. What's kind of the thought there in Detroit about where they are here with kind of this momentum and right now having, I think, the 4.5, 5.5 game lead for the first seed?
Well, here in Detroit, people finally have bought in about them being a true championship contenders and a true threat to come out the Eastern Conference. I know this team has been one of, if not one of the best teams in the league all season. We saw it early, especially when they went on that 13-game winning streak. But even back then, people were a little bit hesitant to, really buy into them, being true contenders to come out the East. But given, how, I guess in a sense, how weak the Eastern Conference has been this season, and given the fact that this team has, been the number 1 seed in the conference all year, people have finally bought in and thinking to themselves, hey, the Pistons really do got a chance, especially considering that so many of these guys, K, JD, Isaiah Stewart, Asar Thompson, even a guy like Dennis Jenkins, so many guys have literally taken major steps forward this year, led by a coach that you guys are familiar with, Coach JB Bickerstaff. There are some concerns as we get closer to the playoffs, but overall, man, a lot of people are high on the Pistons and truly believe that they can come out the Eastern Conference.
All right, here's my 2 big problems with the Pistons. You can tell me if you think any of them are real. 1, they're a bunch of gym class heroes, bunch of tryhards. I think that'll work well in the regular season. Don't know how it'll work in the postseason. And then number 2, they have no perimeter offense.
I agree with you on the second part of your take, because, you go back and you take a look at the game Monday against the San Antonio Spurs, and to be honest with you, that has been my number 1 concern about the Pistons as we head closer to the playoffs, is the fact that they have no perimeter, and they don't really have that much perimeter offense, and their three-point shooting is god-awful. I believe as of right now, they're probably ranked, 21st or well along those lines of three-point shooting, and we all know that in the playoffs, when the games start to slow down, that is going to be the number 1, thing that most teams need in order to move forward and advance throughout the playoffs. And when I take a look at the Pistons, looking back at Monday's game against the San Antonio Spurs, they could not keep up with the Spurs three-point shooting. I believe the Spurs finished shooting 40-50% from behind the arc with 16, 17 made triples. The Pistons, on the other hand, they finished shooting, I believe, 19% and only had an opportunity to make 7. And that's been their number 1 concern, especially when you're in a situation like against the Spurs where you have a great defensive team who is able to limit what Cade Cunningham is able to do. And once you limit what Cade is able to do and he can't, find scoring opportunities for himself or his teammates, that's when things really get tricky for the Pistons. So, look, they do play hard, and I do believe that is one of their biggest strengths. It's part of the reason why they are entering tonight's game with the best winning percentage in the league. You can't fault them for playing hard. However, when it comes to their perimeter offense, especially their three-point shooting, man, that's when it starts to be a concern for this team.
Cody, I know we have plenty of other things to talk about, but I think Isaiah Stewart is NBA tough. I don't know that he's tough. Is that a unfair statement that I think, much like Draymond Green, is NBA tough, meaning when you get around a bunch of NBA players, you're tough, but if we put him in like a hockey rink or like a NFL field, I think he would shrink in the moment there. What do you say?
No, I think Isaiah Stewart is tough. By the way, he's one of my favorite people on the team, man. He is such a good dude. And honestly, this year, if you guys have been paying attention to the Pistons as a whole, Stu has done a really good job, tried to do a really good job in containing his composure. I know things got a little crazy in Charlotte a couple weeks ago, and that's part of the reason why he's going to be out. But no, Stu is a guy, he's going to stand 10 toes down. He's not backing down from anyone. And, I think if you put him in a hockey, arena, he's going to, showcase his toughness because whoever's on his side, he's going to make sure that he has his back. And that's exactly what we saw a couple of weeks ago in Charlotte.
James Johnson knows karate. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
James Johnson versus Beef Stew. It's not working out for Beef Stew.
No, I don't know because we kind of saw that last year when James Johnson, I believe, was in Indiana, correct? And I think they had like a little scuffle going on. It didn't evolve into a fight, but I do remember there was a moment in Indiana. I hope I'm not getting him confused with someone else, but there was a moment, and neither one of these guys were backing down. So you put them in a ring. I'm gonna put my money on Stu, but we'll see. We'll see.
Should Cade Cunningham win the league MVP?
I think so. First and foremost, I have to be realistic due to the fact that the top two candidates, Nikola Jokic and SGA, both of those guys are on the brink of, not qualifying for, due to the 65-game rule. But, Cade, so many people have him as the top three candidate this year. And when you take a look at the fact that this is a team that has been number one in the Eastern Conference for the majority, if not the entire season, you take a look at all of the success. Yes, it's a team game. Yes, Coach J.B. Bickerstaff has a lot to do with that as well from a coaching side of things. But you have to give MVP nod to Cade Cunningham. He's played majority of the game. He has been, good. We already knew what he was able to do on the offensive side of the ball. But this year, I have been more impressed by the leap he has taken on the defensive side of the ball. I believe after Wednesday's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder, where he had like 3 or 4 blocks, I believe he's currently ranked 5th among guards in most blocks this season. And he has literally evolved this year into one of the most respected two-way players in the game. And I think when you take a look at that, looking at the fact that, of course, like I mentioned, we know he is on the offensive side of the ball. You have to give him MVP, the MVP honors this year, which was crazy because given how great the Pistons have been throughout, their franchise history, they have never had a MVP winner. So I will say, you vote for Cade as MVP. Next up would be Victor Wembanyama, given what he's been able to do in San Antonio, but you have to respect him as league MVP as of right now.
Cody, where do the Cavs rank in terms of teams that the Pistons might want to miss coming up in the playoffs as opposed to Boston, New York, and some of the other teams in the Eastern Conference?
I say number one. And I say number one only due to the fact that they went out and got a guy at the trade deadline in James Harden. And look, I understand, I get it. James Harden has this narrative of, shrinking in the playoffs. But I would say if it wasn't for the amount of times he had to go through the Golden State Warriors, especially when they had Kevin Durant, I think his playoff narrative would be a lot different. And he probably would have at least one ring by now, especially in 2018, even more so if Chris Paul's hamstring doesn't go out. But you already take a look at the fact that, the Cavaliers, they were already a deep team as it is. And then you go in and get a guy in James Harden who, look, he's going to always be forever a offensive threat. But the one thing that I love the most about him, you add one of the best IQ players that we possibly have ever seen in NBA history, given the fact that he knows how to use his skill more so to facilitate. And you guys know more than I do, but it seems like Jared Allen has taken another step forward. Allen and Evan Mobley has taken another step forward ever since he got here. So I look at that from a standpoint, if he has an opportunity to elevate those two guys have an opportunity to elevate that team. Of course, with Donovan Mitchell at the helm of all of this, I consider them having the second best chance coming out the Eastern Conference. There's no disrespect for Boston, but I think Boston is going to flame out due to the fact that even if they get Jason Tatum, you got to be realistic. He is not going to be the Jason Tatum that he was prior to the injuries because it's going to take him some time. And New York at this point, they're just a mix. I mean, that's you can't trust them at this point. So, I truly believe getting James Harden, looking at the fact that they're 6-1, 7-1 since he arrived, he just changed the dynamic, and he's going to be very valuable in the playoffs for that organization.
Who's a better coach, J.B. Bickerstaff or Kenny Atkinson?
I'm going to say J.B. only because I've seen it here in Detroit, I've seen it in Cleveland, and we started to see it in Memphis as well. This guy knows how to lay a foundation into establishing a culture. You guys saw it in Cleveland, when he got there, Cleveland was still trying to pick up the pieces from the last time LeBron left, and it took them some time. You brought in Coach J.B. Bickerstaff as a head coach, and then finally things started turning. And it wasn't just the culture. It was him putting players in a position to where the players started taking a leap. You saw it with Jared Allen. You saw it with Darius Garland. You started seeing it with Evan Mobley. Unfortunately, one reason or another, things didn't work out there in Cleveland. He comes to Detroit and literally do the same thing, if not better. He establishes a culture. He's putting all of these young guys. Look, I don't know about you guys, but I always knew that JD, Jaden Ivey at the time, Asar, Cade Cunningham, I kind of knew all of these young guys were talented, but for one reason or another, they was the laughing stock of the NBA. Now you bring in Coach J.B. Bickerstaff, who not only implement a culture, but he uses his coaching philosophy and his skills to put these guys in positions to where they could thrive, not just on one side of the court, but on both sides of the court. So just looking at J.B. Bickerstaff, knowing that he has a proven track record of establishing stuff with struggling franchise, that's the reason why I would say Coach J.B. Bickerstaff. But I would say on the offensive side of the ball, you have to give credit to Kenny Atkinson, because what he was able to do, taking what Coach J.B. Bickerstaff established and evolving that more so on the offensive side of the ball, is part of the reason why Cleveland is still considered a championship contender today.
Cody, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff as always. You, me, Stu, in beef stew in Temecula one day, okay?
Hey, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, he's NBA tough, but from radio tough, he just beat the living crap out of me. There's no debate, right?
No, is there no debate versus beef stew?
Yeah,
I think there's no debate there.
That was a test.
I think that's
a real test there.
I think,
and you failed the test.
I think that one's safe to say. I told you before. I think beef stew. If you gave him the opportunity of fighting in the UFC, I think he would do it if the paychecks were all equal.
Yeah, he might be NBA tough. I'm farm tough. That's not true. I don't even live on a farm anymore. Cody Davis, Detroit Pistons beat reporter for the Detroit News, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about Cavs Pistons and Donovan's injury in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. February's all about love. Nick Wilson here for Universal Windows Direct. Well, you can show your home some love this month, as Universal Windows Direct has a great offer for you, because right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. That's a
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content for your favorite shows, The Fan, live and on demand now.
Just had Cody Davis on of the Detroit News. It was fun. Very fun.
Yeah, of course it was fun. I felt like you were getting a little agitated with his JB Bickerstaff love at the end, especially in the comparison towards Kenny Atkinson. Did I read that correctly?
No. I listen. I have a lot of respect for JB. I do. I just didn't want him as a head coach here anymore because I think he's in the perfect situation for somebody like him, and I think that roster fits him better than here too. Because it has a bunch of gym class heroes, try-hard kind of guys, and I think that's the better spot for him.
It's exactly what JB thrives in. And so it kind of felt bad because I kind of felt a little bad. It was almost like we were telling Cody what was going to happen in his future, but he didn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
He knows they're a bunch of tryhards. He knows what this team is. But you notice how even in acknowledging that, when I was like, I got two problems with the Pistons. The gym class heroes thing, and then the fact they got no perimeter offense. He's like, well, I agree with number 2. And then by the end of it, he's like, yeah, okay. So they do try hard. But why is that a bad thing? And it's like, well, it's a bad thing because in the postseason, everyone tries hard, and that gets negated. And also when you play Cade Cunningham like you did on Wednesday night, 38 minutes like JB likes to do, same way he did with Donovan, there's repercussions for that.
Yeah, I would just say what's funny is they're kind of like the Cavs were before they traded for Donovan. But even Jalen Duren is a really nice player. I just don't think he's going to be I don't think he's going to be as big of a difference maker in the playoffs. And I think he has to be for him and Cade Cunningham. He can't just be Cade Cunningham.
He's their second best player. It's not even close.
Yeah.
That's a true center in the way that we ever would describe a true center in the NBA.
Maybe it's why JB Bickerstaff, maybe our lack of perimeter players for 5 years was because JB just hates perimeter players.
I mean, yeah, and that could be part of it. I mean, They have Duncan Robinson, and they're going to try to make this more of a threat from the outside now. You can tell there's an added emphasis there. But Nick, you can't be. I think they're 27th in 3-point attempts per game or something insane. You can't be that. And I hate this because this sounds like I'm making the game all about the 3-ball, and I know that agitates people.
I think the NBA's doing that.
It's a math equation. It's a simple math equation, and JB Bickerstaff just doesn't want to play along with what the math equation is. And so, I can't help you. There's talent on this team. There's a great recipe to win in the regular season, but I can't help you if I fall short in the postseason because of those two things.
So, with tonight's matchup, I will tell you, Donovan not being out there, James Harden being banged up, I give the Cavs a chance to win this one, by the way, because they actually played good basketball shorthanded. Man, the Donovan thing, I need Donovan up for this game. No, it's not his fault. But what I mean is Donovan being down for this game does take just a little bit of the wind out of the sails of this game.
Massively so. I was looking forward to this game all week. I was, even again, I referenced that Pistons-Thunder game. That was a close game, even though the Thunder had nobody playing, even more so than what they had Sunday against us. It might end up being a close game, but I've noticed in Donovan games where he's not on the court and he's not playing, my interest level does wane a lot with this Cavs team. And there's things to watch. There's fun things to watch, but it just doesn't matter the same way.
I just think it's funny for every other game this week. I've been it's a game. Go play the game, see what happens, right? Because I think the Pistons are so fraudulent. This might be the one NBA regular season game that if the Cavs had Donovan, they were at full strength, and they got a 15-point victory, I'd be like, told you.
It could have just been an awesome way to do it, it could have so easily could have been there, so easily could have been something they take advantage of. But I don't know what to make of the idea that now all at the same time everybody's just injured on this team.
I think the Cavs are telling us, without telling us, that they're choosing health over playoff seeding. And I think this could be a reaction to going, guns a-blazing at the 1 seed and trying to win as many games as you could last year. I actually would be surprised if that wasn't part of this. But, yeah, I do think the Cavs are saying, and again, I think Keon Ellis is hurt. I think James Harden is hurt. And I think everybody they say is hurt is. But I think if they really, really wanted to, some of these guys could push it. And I think the Cavs are making a very educated guess of, well, we're 7.5 spots back from the 1 seed anyways.
Mm-hmm.
If the worst case scenario is we're the 4th seed and we get Detroit in the second round, that's probably better than getting somebody else.
That's the Fanta logic on this one that keeps going back in my brain. Are they trying to position themselves to get the 4-5 matchup so they do take on Detroit in the second round?
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a big part of the math. I also think it's just, hey, we maybe put too much into the regular season the last couple of years, and maybe that's behind our second round exits as well.
Yeah, I mean, I want them to be playing their best basketball by the time they need to. This is part of the NBA that just kind of sucks for the consumer, though. There's no other league does this to their paying customers essentially. Like I hate that. I hate that for people that wanted a big primetime game tonight, and then hell, I even feel bad for Pistons fans.
I don't.
I do.
I don't. They're mad. They're crazy.
Wednesday night, they wanted this big matchup against the Thunder, and they got nobody playing in that game. And then they thought this big matchup Friday night against the Cavs was going to happen, and they got nobody in that game. And you just feel bad. I mean, it's just these tickets are so expensive, and they just keep doing this to these fans. It's ridiculous.
Not to keep making these Pistons versus those Cavs, but I think it was Donovan's first year here. We got a lot of we were like, oh, we're the hunted now because we got Donovan. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of big teams at the time. I think LeBron took a night off against you. Who was the? Might have been Boston. I'm trying to think of like the Eastern Conference, but it was like
it was a long run of people that just took nights off.
And it was like you get up for like Milwaukee, and then like Giannis would take the game off. You'd be like, what the hell? I thought we were gonna party.
I know,
here.
and I felt bad for Cavs fans then, and I feel bad for Pistons fans that are doing it for this week.
No, the difference is that was Cavs fans, and now this is Pistons fans.
Name me another sport that does this to their fans, though. They're paying customers. Name me another sport that does this. Like occasionally in baseball, you get like those Sunday day games, but like this is the equivalent of Sunday night baseball. Yankees, Dodgers, and Shohei Ohtani takes the night off. That never happens. Like it just doesn't. Football, why football's king? You never see this stuff with football.
Now, we do have to address that I've seen Wendy make multiple comments about this. Obviously, Donovan missed Wednesday's game with this groin injury. He's not going to be in tonight's game as well. But this idea that Donovan could miss some time with the groin injury, I think this might be more of a real concern than the thumb. Just because, again, I think it's easier to play through a thumb than the groin injury.
Mm-hmm.
And like the whole point of the final 20 to 21 games of the regular season is that Donovan and James learn how to maybe share the ball a little bit more.
Yeah.
And it's tougher to make that a gradual transition if Donovan's just going to miss time.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. This is a bad thing for the Cavs. Did he say a timeline or anything on this?
No. He just said sometime, which again, it's kind of like the thumb injury
so
of like
vague. Yeah, so vague.
Everything's so vague, which goes back to your original point, by the way. I do think that the NBA is purposefully getting more vague with their injury just to cover their ass when it comes to gambling and fans getting pissed about this stuff. It also, though, for a team with championship aspirations, I think stokes a lot of anxiety. The fuel of puts a lot of fuel into the anxiety flame there.
We're just hitting a lot of injuries at the same time, and whether it's intentional or not, or whether we think there's a real injuries or not, it's a bummer because there was excitement and juice back with this Cavs team, and now it just. For what was supposed to be a dynamic week. I mean, we got the Knicks game. That was a fun time. I can't get too greedy about it. But it's supposed to be tonight against the Pistons. It's supposed to be Tuesday against the Pistons. Is that game going to be spoiled as well? I would imagine so. I would imagine Harden isn't going to all of a sudden be 100% healthy. I would imagine Keon Ellis isn't going to be magically healthy. Donovan, apparently, with this news, imagine he's not going to be 100% healthy. And so it does get a little spoiled.
You know, it's a Friday. I'm going to do a little positive spin zone here.
All right.
Because it's
please.
a vibe. Let's do a vibe here.
All right. Make this fun for me.
If Donovan has to miss a couple games, it does give James the opportunity to hop right in there. And maybe get a little bit more used to some of his teammates, learn their habits a little bit more with the ball in his hand. It puts more playmaking on him, but okay. Like, it opens up an opportunity to Jalen Tyson, who seems to have Kenny Atkinson really wants him to re-earn his minutes somehow after the trade deadline. So maybe it's it's not a positive, but maybe a silver lining here is.
Okay.
James being able to maybe run the offense more gets him more comfortable with his teammates quicker.
All right, let's spin the positivity forward here for a second, okay? Look at us being optimistic on this Friday. It could almost feel like Thunder fans on Sunday felt when they were very, very shorthanded and beat the Cavs at full strength. If you deep pants Cade Cunningham tonight and make him look stupid, and the Pistons shoot another like 19% from 3-point land, and it's Harden, and then a Harden and friends tonight is the 5-man lineup for the
friends
Cavs.
Would be Harden, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen.
That's friends.
That's not that.
Are they not friends?
That's dismissive.
That
is wildly dismissive.
Are they not friends?
They are friends, but it's equal billing. All right,
not just the way I see it.
It's like Taylor Swift and Friends versus Taylor Swift and Sabrina Carpenter and who's that weird Chapel Rowan girl? Her too.
Chapel Rowan.
She's weird.
Oh, big time.
It's like
weirdo.
doing an American kabuki thing.
She's a big time weirdo. Pink Pony Club though, that's
it
a fun
does slap.
one. It does.
It
Yes,
does slap.
But the point is, if you beat the Pistons with this collection of very talented basketball players and friends, then it's going to be a good time. You're gonna walk away thinking you could beat them at full strength, no problem.
Okay, is Evan Mobley
No problem.
is Evan Mobley one of the 30 best players in the NBA?
Not according to the Ringer.
No, I thought it was 23rd. Or am I wrong? Was that last year?
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Was he? No, he was 25th. So, yes, according to the Ringer, yes, he is. According to the Ringer,
then he's not
yes,
an friend.
But I debated that, by the way, in my head. That's why
I'm shocked
I was
that you did.
like, they were 25th, and I was counting the different areas and different places. And how do we get Jared Allen higher up on this list, guys? Where's the Ringer love there?
He doesn't play next to Evan Mobley anymore. I think that's how you get it. I really do think perceptionally that's the thing that's going to hold back Jared Allen with a lot of people. Is just the fact that Evan's here. And somehow, not only does Evan get dinged for not being, I don't know, Tim Duncan right now, but somehow somehow Jarrett also gets dinged for that.
In a weird way, because he might win February Player of the Month, Jared Allen. And in a weird way, I was like, good on Cody Davis to even acknowledge Jared Allen's having a nice month. I was like, I feel like nationally, just nobody's discussing it. People outside of the market aren't giving him any sort of credit or any sort of anything, and it's I'm getting agitated more and more so with the day.
216-474-0092. Without Donovan, his tonight's game, how much of your interest in tonight's game has been lost? So it has dampened it. I don't think I'm where you are, though. I actually am still like, if you got Harden, you got the two bigs. That's still, I think, more talent than Detroit has.
I mean, I'm not turning it off for like C-SPAN or anything like that. We'll still be watching. But will I be on edge of my seat? I can't wait for tonight. Like sometimes with these games, like driving home, I just like there's so much anticipation, and I get like excited, and I think about every part of what I'm gonna do during the game to make sure everything's fine. I don't have that tonight. I don't.
That's going to change, though. I feel like No-So Johnny's really going to wake up if the Cavs get like a 10-point win tonight. I feel like it's going to be the reverse Thunder where you were just...
No, this is what this is. What do you mean reverse Thunder?
I mean, for other people, how they reacted with a Thunder loss.
Yeah, I didn't, by the way.
I know you didn't.
You reacted to some clips online. It was not...
No.
I was going to accuse you of that at one
that
point.
was the morning show.
Okay. Because
that was the morning show that panicked.
You tried roping me into them, and I was like, I think I figured out what happened. You took some clips online that Jake put together, and that's all you reacted to.
I only watched the clips.
You had to listen to the show. If you listened to the show, you understood.
I didn't think you were panicking. My point was how people panicked in the Thunder loss because of everything on Monday. I think you'll be the flip side of that. You get a win without Donovan Mitchell, and all of a sudden you're going to come in here crotch chop and beef stew.
You got a real. I'm already doing that anyway. You got a real recipe though, Nick, to just kind of make this a really fun night. If they get the win, great, and if they don't, well, it's without Donovan. What are we really sizing up here?
But isn't that? By the way,
that's a great spot for Cavs fans to be in.
This is
emotionally, that's a great spot to be in.
This
tonight.
is generally where I've been with the Cavs all year, but certainly since the Harden trade. You have just figure it out. You have more to win by winning than lose by losing. Let's just have some fun. Let's have some fun, and then the playoffs we'll all freak out.
I do like when games matter, though, and I like when they mean something. This one just doesn't mean...
I like the playoffs, too.
It just doesn't mean as much at this point. We all like the playoffs, and they do matter the most.
Yeah.
But we can still get regular season games that matter. This one just it's another free roll. Congratulations.
NBA regular
season.
A whole
regular season of free roll,
It
apparently.
just matters less. Without Donovan, how much of tonight's luster has been lost for this Cavs Pistons game? And Kevin Stefanski speaks. I don't know you're going to love it. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Heavy congestion 90 west from East 55th to 77. Traffic's light 271 north from Richmond to Wilson Mills. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Lee J. Doosable, former NFL player, now a CBS Sports NFL analyst, coming up in about 15 minutes here. But it seems that Kevin Stefanski has had a bit of a change of heart here. He was on the Pardon My Take podcast. And it's funny, the Kevin Shador thing won't die.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Falcons fans were pissed. I mean, pissed when Kevin was hired there because of the perceived treatment of Shador Sanders.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't think it's a coincidence that when Stefanski spoke about Shador Sanders on the Pardon My Take podcast, all of a sudden, very glowing. Got a lot of love here.
I will say this. I love Shador. I loved coaching him, seriously. He's got the right makeup for this game. He was wired the right way. I wish that we won more, obviously, but if you saw how he played down the stretch, I mean, he's a young player that's getting better. I'm not coaching him anymore, so I know I have to be careful about talking about other players, but I am rooting for him.
All right, didn't he go 3-4 with Stefanski?
It was, actually the best winning percentage he had with any player. Yeah.
I would have wanted to win more with like Dylan Gabriel. Or like Joe Flacco. That would have maybe made more sense to me.
Anybody. That was the most glowingly positive thing we've heard Kevin Stefanski say about Shador Sanders. And, of course, it comes, I don't know, a month and a half too late.
I got to know because you're one of the guys pointing out, I hadn't said his name, you're one of the guys that said, would it kill Kevin Stefanski to say a nice thing?
Ever? Yeah, ever.
So when you hear this, do you hear positive growth? There's a sign that in December they earned each other's trust and love.
Yeah.
Or is Kevin Stefanski just trying to make Falcons fans hate him less?
Well, so here's the thing. You can't say anything bad about Shador because what's the point of that? That's just gasoline on a fire. That makes no sense. So I'm going to leave that part of it open to the understanding that everybody knows and recognizes he can't say and would not say anything bad about Shador. And if he just he says something nice here, then everyone just moves on, and that ultimately is the best thing for Kevin Stefanski. I do think, though, that there was something that happened in the later part of the year once they realized it was like a band of brothers type moment together, where Stefanski realized he was going to be fired, but saw that Shador was still wanting to put in a bunch of work and wasn't just going to ship it in. I think respect grew there. There was a something attached to the end of the season where I really do feel like Stefanski started to become a little bit of a believer. But at that point, it was already too late. He couldn't show him any more love, let's say. It just was what it was.
I guarantee you, if Kevin was still the head coach of the Cleveland Browns and he was on Pardon My Take, these would not have been his comments today.
Oh, I guarantee that too. I'm not saying if he had a chance to be the head coach today of the Browns and all of a sudden Shador's in the driver's seat and Shador's got this and Shador's got. I'm not saying that. But did they get to a point of Kevin was willing to get past all of the Shador haters that were calling him racist and everything else? Yeah, I think so. I do think it got overstated how much time people try to tell us that they liked each other and how many hours they spent together hanging out and doing all this work. I think that got overstated.
Well, but isn't that just a quarterback and a head coach who's the offensive head coach?
Yes, but they really tried to stress that towards the end of the season. It was like the idea that every time you walked by Stefanski's office, who was in there putting in work? It was Shador Sanders. Like they really tried to stress that to us at the end.
That last week. Really, we glossed over. When I say we, I mean the situation, because we were talking Stefanski so much and wasn't going to get fired. It really got glossed over just how weird everything ended here. Specifics to what you're speaking to is how much they tried to insist they really liked each other. But I remember even like Shador heading into that last game being like, I had to overcome a lot this week, and life has put a lot of, and again, that could be off the field stuff, but he certainly made it to seem more of professional than personal stuff specific to that week. And I was like, what could happen? It's the end of the season.
Yeah.
And did Kevin just be like, just so you know, I never really liked you? Like I'm like trying to think of like what could have caused that to both where Shador said something that kind of hit a specific way, and then even Kevin was like, tough week here, and it's like, what? It's the end of the season, and you're a 4-win team, and they end up winning 2, which didn't make any sense either.
Yeah, well, in this interview, by the way, we found out that Stefanski was told on Thursday that he was going to be fired. So he went into the final game knowing that he was already going to be fired, and he went into it, which is amazing that they were able to keep that as tight-lipped as they were until Monday. But he knew for 3 days ahead of time he was getting canned.
I don't like that. I mean, it makes sense, by the way, with how quickly it happened and the kind of order of operations from it.
Yeah.
That means you made that decision well before that Thursday. And I just think if you're going to do that, then just clear the deck earlier.
Yeah, because we did have discussions on that. I think that was your take at the time as well. Like that idea of like, if you know already, then what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
They were not. Because I think what was our initial discussion was if he wins the final 3 games, does that change anything? And I was pretty hell-bent on it being no. And it was, but like the whole idea there was that they had to give him a chance to kind of, I don't know, save himself in some sort of way. That it showcases they were not open to that.
Yeah, I'll never get over the fact that I don't recall. Mangini is one, but this wasn't the ownership group then. I don't know anyone currently in the building was in the building when Mangini was here in 2009 and won the amount of games he did at the end of that season to save his job, and then the Holmgren crap that happened from it.
Yeah.
So there's a part of me that's like, I've never seen a coach that had the kind of success Kevin had being told this is a pivotal year, and then he's got a team playing. And again, it's not a defense. You fired Kevin Stefanski, we move on. I couldn't really defend keeping Kevin Stefanski. It was just what it was. But for an organization that's stressed, we're a different organization and we do things the right way, Kevin Stefanski did something that no one else that I've seen done in that situation, pull the rabbit from the hat and take 2 out of 3 and have the team wildly competitive at the end of the season. And by then they had already decided to fire him.
Yeah.
That's just, again, like there's just little weird things from the end of this season that don't measure up or don't add up. And none more so than Kevin, who couldn't say Shedor's name for the first 17 and a half weeks of the season, now coming out. That's why I have to say, like, the Kevin thing just sounds like, oh, he understands it's good if he says nice things about Shedor, and maybe he can help it with Falcons fans. But
I don't even know about helping with Falcons fans. It just lets the story go away, you know. And it might just be the answer. But it did feel like towards the end of the season, there at least became a respect for how hard Shedor was working, and that's what I got out of it.
I don't think Kevin's changed at all on this. I don't. I mean, I
don't know that Kevin thinks that Shedor's a good quarterback all of a sudden.
I meant more from like,
I think at one point maybe he wanted to go ahead and be right about who he chose and did all that stuff, and I think at this point he just wants to be nice to Shedor.
That would be a change.
Which again, it's a respect thing, is all it is. It's not that he believes in Shedor as a quarterback. I don't believe that's true. I don't know that I'll ever believe that's true based off of his actions previously. But I do think there's an evolution there within that at least relationship.
I think Kevin's really, really smart, and I think he understands. And to what you were saying, to bury the story. I also thought it was interesting. He was given a chance to talk about, on the Pardon My Take podcast, Kevin Stefanski was, about the Deshaun trade versus Baker. Now, this is a eerily similar thing that you're going to hear a lot of the Kevin Stefanski we're used to.
2022 offseason for the Browns, obviously a big change. Yes or no, going back in time, would you want to do things differently? You guys obviously acquired Deshaun Watson, got rid of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. I respect the question and understand why you're asking it. And I'm not going to give you a yes or no. I would tell you all those decisions that were made, you learn from all of them. And those are tough decisions that are made for rosters and those type of things. But can't change the past, only going to focus on the future. How's that?
Damn, that was a
He's
great
good.
bullshit.
Oh,
No,
wait,
he's not.
Hold on.
He's not.
We wanted the part where he bleeped him out, saying no bleep and everything. Like it was loose.
Oh no,
Stefanski.
that was the Tampa one.
Yeah, that's the lead up to that question. It's it's Stephen Shea, the Tampa fan, asking about Baker Mayfield. That's the 5 seconds prior to that.
Mm-hmm. And then he gave the most cliche answer we've ever.
But that was also a bit. There's a context I need to lay out for people.
Okay.
The whole bit that they'd already established within the interview was him answering questions that way. And then they were like, why do you answer questions that way? And he's like, well, a PR person basically taught me that's how you answer those questions. You answer them with, well, I respect the question and I understand it, but. And so that was he was actually doing a callback. That's a funny callback by Stefanski.
If only we had heard it together.
I got way too many clips with Pardon My Take today, apparently.
I think you did.
They really, you follow one Barstool guy, it feels like you follow them all. And apparently I just got a bombardment of Stefanski clips today. But that was a funny callback. I thought he showed a lot of personality in this in a way that
he has with Pardon My Take before.
Yeah.
It's during the year and kind of presenting it to the public throughout.
Well, so that was like Big Cat kind of cornered him and was like basically like, hey, so why is it? And then he gave two different examples of Stefanski just saying, I respect your question, and then not answering the question. And then they went into that. That's just a whole bit that they were doing there. But he's never going to answer anything about Deshaun and Baker in an honest way. But clearly he tried. I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get out of him, is it not?
No.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost him taking some ownership in all of it, is it not?
I did not hear it.
Okay, you did not hear it then.
I think my point is, I just heard, I heard Kevin, now it makes sense he's playing into the bid.
Yeah.
I just heard every Kevin answer where you're like, so, 5 years in, what have you learned? Well, hey, you learn a lot of things in 5 years.
Yeah.
Nailed it, Kevin. Yes, you did.
I think you would have liked the bit. I think you would have enjoyed
liked
it.
Specific things.
I think you would have really enjoyed what they were doing there.
That's all I heard, and so that's the position I was put in.
I apologize to you on that.
You didn't cut the sound.
I am aware of that, yes. Yeah.
I think we got to throw Jake under the bus here.
Is that what has to happen?
Well, I've been pretty much left with my you-know-what in my hand for about 3 minutes over it, so I think I might have to be there. Yeah.
All right.
Left with my neck in my hand, as it were. Lee J. Duzable, former NFL defensive lineman, CBS Sports NFL analyst. He's got a couple fixes, a couple must-haves this Browns offseason, and that involves a name you know all too well at quarterback. We'll find out that name and find out what Lee J. says the Browns have to do in this offseason in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
over there for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. It is a F-off Friday, kind of a football Friday with the combine going on. A lot of receivers running real fast. Just once. I want to know what it's like to run a 4.34. In the 40 specifically.
Yeah,
I could run somewhere in 4 seconds.
That's right.
But it would be from here to that door.
Yeah. When's the last time you ran 40 yards? I have this theory that because me and you, we don't.
We're not joggers.
We're not joggers. Yeah, we're not out there doing the thing, and so
more of a walker.
I don't know. I don't know the next time I don't know if I'll ever run a 40-yard anything ever again in my life.
I mean, chasing around the kids, but if you just said a 40-yard dash.
I mean, straight 40 yards. When am I going to do that again?
The time that I beat Hacks on a 40-yard dash when I first started in Charlotte. So it's been 8 years.
8 years.
Dusted him.
Yeah.
Clean off the line.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe you catch some fly balls or something when your kids are playing softball. Maybe that counts.
No, I'm not running 40 yards for that.
No?
I'll run 5 yards and then be like, I get it.
Yeah.
I'll get it off the bounce.
I don't know that it's ever going to happen again for me.
So, our next guest is our guest here that we're going to go to on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline can speak about 40-yard dashes. He's a football guy, being a 10-year NFL veteran. You know him at CBS Sports. You know him on the Chopping It Up with Dues YouTube channel as well. Lee J. Duzable joining us right now, and he's got some plans for the Browns offseason. Lee J., welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing today? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. May I ask you, because I can't remember, did you go to the Combine when you were coming out into the NFL?
I actually didn't, man. I was an undrafted free agent who was blessed enough to play 10 years. So that always fueled me throughout my 10-year career that I wasn't invited to the Combine, even though I should have been.
So, all right. So, since we're talking about this, what was your best 40 time? Obviously, you didn't go to the Combine, but I mean, just like in your athletic career.
Yeah, I think I was clocked at either like a 4.85 or a 4.90. It was between, right in between. They used to give us, when I came out, it was ranges, right? 4.85 to 4.90 was my 40 range.
285, that's pretty damn good. What's it like, buddy? Because I'm 285 plus another 75 or 80, and I just want to know what it's like to feel the power.
I mean, the funny thing is when you're training for like your pro day and combine, you're literally doing like track workouts, and it's all geared up to the 40-yard dash. It's like it's not real football, right? So it's funny because people always talk about the combine potentially like elevating somebody's draft stock. And honestly, what the combine does as far as just like your athletic prowess, it kind of reiterates what's on tape, right? Or what isn't on tape. But as far as the X's and O's and actual football of it, I call it the underwear Olympics. Like the tape is the tell of what the player truly is. Now, again, if there are some concerns when it comes to arm length, and we know that was a big thing, especially with the edge rushers yesterday, with a few guys that people were dying to see what their arm length was. But to me, more should be valued on the actual tape than what actually happens at the combine.
I do want to ask you before we get to the Browns and stuff then, because your story is fascinating. I mean, you were immediately from undrafted to a million practice squads and everything to then have a 10-year career, and for the back half of the career playing in every single game, like a legitimate NFL starter and player. All right, do you feel like the NFL just missed in your evaluations, or do you feel like you just were a late bloomer in many aspects?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I went to UCF, and UCF is obviously a lot bigger now than it was when I came out. I would like to say guys like me, Brandon Marshall, Kevin Smith, Josh Sitton, we kind of paved the way for guys to go to UCF and it be a bigger name for teams that want to come and look at players. And then also the interesting thing was when I came out, tweener was looked at as a bad thing. And it's crazy because I didn't even come out that long ago. I just finished my career, 6 or 7 years ago. But when I came out of college, when you were looked at as a tweener, and for people that don't know what a tweener is, it's like you're made up of two positions. They didn't know if I was going to be an end or a D tackle at the next level. But it was so funny because I fast forward to like 3 or 4 years later and J.J. Watt comes out, and being a tweener is the greatest thing ever. But when I came out, it was just like, we don't know where he's going to play. So I think I got dinged on that. And when I came out, I think there was only like 2 or 3, 4 teams in the NFL. Adversely, when JJ came out, there was more like 8 to 9 teams, and now it's about 50-50 in the NFL. So I just think it's all about the timing and when you come out and what teams are looking for. Because case in point, Arvell Reese, people are trying to figure out what is he going to play. Is he an off-ball linebacker? Is he an edge guy? And to me, if he's an off-ball linebacker, it's hard to take a guy number 2 because of positional value. Right now, he's a guy that's a freak of nature and is a cyborg. I honestly think he's a better off-ball linebacker, and then you use him in some of your third down blitz packages to get after the quarterback. But he's a freak athlete, man. So it's just about the flavor you want. When I came out, tweener was looked at as not being a great thing.
Now we're talking some football here, so let's bring it to the Browns. One of the reasons why we had you on is your great video on CBS Sports about the Browns offseason and the must-dos. Obviously, quarterback is one of those. We got Shedeur. We got Dylan Gabriel, 2 guys who were picked in last year's draft. Deshaun Watson contractually has to be here. So if we add a quarterback, what do you think that should look like for the Browns this offseason?
Yeah, and the video you talked about is now up on YouTube on CBSSports.com or the CBS Sports YouTube. And I break down the 5 major things I think the Browns should look at this offseason. And you're right, quarterback was one. I think they should bring in a veteran guy to not only be a mentor, but also push these younger guys in a competition aspect. And I think a guy that's very familiar with the Browns, Tyrod Taylor, makes a lot of sense. He's been the Jets' backup quarterback the last 2 years. He's a free agent this year. He's a guy that has proven at different spots to be a really good mentor. Let's not forget when he was with the Browns, Baker Mayfield was here. When he was with the Chargers, he had Justin Herbert. So he's a guy that's going to be a consummate pro, but also a guy you can turn to. Now, I know people will say that the issue with him is the injury history, right? But that's why you also bring him in to be a good mentor to 2 young developing quarterbacks. So I think Tyrod Taylor makes a lot of sense for the Browns. Plus, the Browns are kind of cap-strapped with that Deshaun Watson deal right now. So it's not like they're going to be able to spend a ton of money. Now, they can restructure, which they'll probably do with Deshaun because he has an $80 million cap hit. And then I know we'll probably talk about Denzel Ward later. He has a ridiculous cap hit as well that they're going to have to figure out what to do with. So they could free up some money, but that's essentially kicking the can down the road. But I think bringing a guy like Tyrod Taylor makes a lot of sense for the Browns.
We can bring up Denzel now. What are your thoughts on Denzel?
To me, it's hard to just let good players out the door. Now, the issue with trying to trade him is you're going to be in the same predicament the Browns are in. Whoever trades for him is going to have to give him an extension because they're not going to want that cap hit on their roster. But, again, when you have dealt with talent deficiencies, not necessarily on the defensive side, but period on your team, like you just don't want to let Pro Bowl players walk out the door. So I think they should revisit maybe giving him an extension, or maybe in his case in point, you do kick the can down the road and do a restructure to lower his cap number because I just think he's a pivotal part of this defense. And we know this team is going to be defensive-led to start the beginning of the year because I know we're going to bring up the offensive line. There is a real chance that the Browns could have 5 new starting offensive linemen in front of one of those young quarterbacks or even a veteran if they bring him in. So Denzel Ward just has too much talent. I know he's 29 years old, but he's coming off a Pro Bowl year where he played at a high level. I would think real hard if you're the Browns about potentially just cutting him and letting go of a talented player.
So it's interesting. I mean, they were a 5-win team last year, which feels like about the middle part of where we're used to them being, but they weren't a 1-win team. They had a very strong defense, Myles Garrett, Denzel, Carson Schlesinger, Rookie of the Year on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, you got a Fannin Jr. and Judkins and a couple other pieces, but they need about half a new offense. How far away do you think the Browns are from being a consistent playoff contender?
I always say, guys, that you have to build it through the trenches. And if you want to have any success or sustain success, it has to be right in the trenches. So until they get that offensive line built right, I think they're at least 2, maybe 3 years away. And I say that because we just talked about it and I alluded to it. They literally could be replacing all 5 starters. Now, I know some Browns fans get after me because they said Joe Joe hasn't officially retired Bitonio. But as a former player, I can tell you right now, if you start thinking about retirement, you're 1 foot out the door. So either way, they have to figure out the next step, even if he comes back for 1 year, who's going to be his replacement of the future. And I stated this, I think, on the show, if you guys want to go to it, that I think the Browns have 3 top 39 picks, and 2 of those should be on offensive line. Because until you get an offensive line, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's at quarterback. Now, Quinshon Judkins showed and proved well that he can get the gritty and dirty yards, and Sampson is a guy that has a home run threat as far as a guy that can break long runs. But you gotta refortify that offensive line and get it right. And that's the thing that will make a young quarterback more comfortable than anything. Yes, the weapons on the outside help, but if he's comfortable in the pocket, that's when you see confidence build. That's when you see maturation. That's when you see development. So until they get their offensive line corrected, it's going to be a couple years before the Browns are going to be legit contenders.
So is it a fair assumption, based off of the off-ball linebacker comment you made, that you wouldn't go safety and Caleb Downs at 6 overall? You'd probably go offensive line or wide receiver, something on the offensive side of the ball?
Without a doubt. I think when I did this drill, I had them taking Carnell Tate, if he's even still there, at pick number 6. But because I thought you could pair him with Jerry Jeudy. Isaiah Bond's a nice piece that can really get down the field. You mentioned Harold Fannin. He's going to be the future at tight end. You add a Carnell Tate to that, who's going to be your true number 1. Now you have almost a complete offensive weaponry for your young quarterback. Now, again, you still got to fix the offensive line, which I alluded to, saying you need to potentially take 2 of those picks in the top 39 and make 2 of those offensive linemen. That way those guys can grow with these young quarterbacks as well. So I think Tate makes a lot of sense. And you brought off-ball linebacker. Devin Bush, I know, played well, and he'll probably have a nice little market. I think the Browns should do what they can to try to sign him back. If not, that's not possible, then maybe one of those 3 picks, like I said, 2 for offensive line, but maybe you go receiver, offensive line, and off-ball linebacker and see if you can bring in some quality veterans on the offensive line to refortify that offensive line. But Carson Schwarzenegger definitely needs a partner in crime if Devin Bush does walk off into the sunset in free agency.
Check out his full 5-step plan for the Browns offseason on CBS Sports, his full YouTube channel there, and CBS Sports HQ, all the great stuff here. Lee J, great stuff, man. Really do appreciate your time, and enjoy the weekend.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. Lee J. Duzable there. CBS Sports chopping it up with Duz, the YouTube channel there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, his plan for the Browns, and a diabolical question from another show on this station in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Are you looking for a great place to work with a fun team and awesome people? Pizza 216 is hiring. We're seeking energetic team members who love great food and love making guests smile. From kitchen crews to front of house and bartenders. Flexible hours, great co-workers, and discounts on amazing pizza. Passionate? Professional? Ready to join a winning team? Apply today at Pizza 216. Stop in, call, or ask your manager.
did return to batting practice today and is hopeful to return to games next week. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You have to build it through the trenches. And if you want to have any success, it has to be right in the trenches. So until they get that offensive line built right, I think they're at least 2, maybe 3 years away. And I say that because we just talked about it and I alluded to it. They literally could be replacing all 5 starters. Now, I know some Browns fans get after me because they say Joe hasn't officially retired, Bitonio. But as a former player, I can tell you right now, if you start thinking about retirement, you're 1 foot out the door. So either way, they have to figure out the next step, even if he comes back for 1 year, who's going to be his replacement of the future. And I think the Browns have 3 top 39 picks, and 2 of those should be on offensive line.
Lee J. Duzable, CBS Sports analyst and former NFL defensive lineman. In the previous segment, one of the reasons we had him on was his kind of 5 things the Browns need to do this offseason. I think when it comes to what he's saying, because again, the question was, how far do you see they are away? Mm-hmm. It is a trick question because I agree on the offensive line, but then you also have to do the same with the quarterback position as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's funny because, even with all the things he said about the offensive line, he just kept talking about number 6, though, Carnell Tate's the answer.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Browns fans get stuck in that little bit of a mess, too. Like, we know how much they have to fix the offensive line, but you still want to see them get receivers. I mean, they just need a lot of things, ultimately.
Yeah, and I also think even Andrew Berry kind of, I don't know, when the Browns were going to Indy, I heard a lot of bluster about they're going to be more aggressive than you think this offseason. And then you go into Indy, and it's been, aggressive, but selectively aggressive. We'll be more aggressive than last year, but not as aggressive as next year. And so there's a part of me that's like, and I hate doing this because it is I guess we got to see it play out.
Let's see it play out.
You need 4 free agents on the offensive line. And that doesn't mean all of them are tier 1 guys. Mm-hmm. There might only be 4 tier 1 starters in this draft, or in this free agent cycle. There's a lot of guys from tier 2 down. And so I think I would count Tevin Jenkins as one of those if you re-sign them. I can't count Wyatt Teller as one of them because that doesn't seem to be happening. Mm-hmm. So I think once I know what those 4 names are, all of a sudden I can know a little bit more about, all right, how much do you really have? I don't want to say force, but how much do you really have to fit offensive linemen early in the draft as opposed to, okay, we're going to draft 4 offensive linemen, but 3 of them are going to be from rounds 3 on.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they give themselves the clarity before we get to draft time. I would think they would. It's interesting, too. He was worried about Joel Bitonio. He's like, once you're already thinking that way, you're 1 foot out the door. But Joel had that thought last year, too.
Yeah. Well, I think
you got to replace him. You got to find a way down the line to be set up to replace him. But that was the same thought Joel had last year. So it's not really 1 foot out the door.
The Joe Bitonio thing, I no longer know how to feel about any of this.
How could you?
Because, I think it was Mary Kay on the Morning Boys saying 60-40. I actually might be flipping this around. No, she said 60-40 that he comes back.
And then Zach had it 75-25.
The reverse.
The reverse, yeah.
And so I do not begrudge Joel at all. Take your time. Make your decision. And because I do want that's one of the guys that's earned this kind of high road thing of, I just want you to be happy and healthy as life goes on, and I want you to be content if this is your career.
Yeah.
But I think one of the reasons why it's taken so long is to call back to what you were talking about with Lee J, is I do think that Joel has just shut those ideas off until as late as he could, and that is his decision that goes beyond, I guess we'll give it a week or so and then think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you should think about it. But yeah, no one's got an idea what's going on there.
We're in such a weird spot where I'm like, man, I really hope this 35-year-old guard comes back this next year just so we can have one less place. Just so we
kind of needed it, but we needed it last year too. That was the other sad part of this. They've done this to themselves 2 years in a row.
Well, and I think that's what's, the Browns kind of pitch to, I guess, the idea that people have is, well, maybe you pick up a couple offensive linemen, you draft a couple more, right? You maybe trade free agency, then draft a couple more, and then internal development on Luke Whippler and some of these other guys. And it's like, all right, I'm cool with that with Luke Whippler. I saw enough to be like, well, maybe he's not a starter, but maybe he could be in a battle with another guy, right? That kind of thing. Mm-hmm. We haven't seen a damn thing out of Zach Zinter. KT Levinston.
Zach Zinner was an option to be even cut last year.
He should be cut. He hasn't been able to play, and it's no offense to him, but he just hasn't been able to play. If last year you weren't getting on the field, if you couldn't play your way onto the field the second half this last year, and you're still on this roster, you're going to tell me you didn't do a good enough job building the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't crack that last year's offensive line, you're not ever going to crack it.
But okay, KT Levinston, if he's still going to be here, okay, then he better be a right guard because he's sure as hell not a tackle.
Yeah. It's amazing how much they just kind of let the season go. Where they tried to make some adjustments, but there's only so much you can do during the season. But it was not something hard to predict seeing down the line. Jack Conklin's been injured every single year that Jack Conklin's been a Brown. Excuse me. Like Wyatt Teller does get injured. Like a lot of these guys, DeJuan Jones had 2 years of being injured previous to this year. Like none of that could have been a surprise to them.
Yeah, and that was the other part. Like when Andrew Berry correlated the quarterback position to the offensive line and defensive line and said, you can never take enough stabs at those. I thought it was really funny. It was like, well, I know you believe that on the defensive line, but you've drafted 3 quarterbacks since 2020, 2 of whom came last year. And offensive line, I think he's drafted 4 offensive linemen since 2020 as well. So it's like, all right, I believe it on the defensive line. Everything else, you kind of chinched the future developmental quarterback, and the same thing with the offensive line too.
Yeah, I just don't know why he thought it was going to work out in his favor. And but again, this is the second year in a row where he's got to put it all together. But this is in unheralded levels of trying to put together an offensive line,
and it can be done. And I think there are enough guys to do it.
And citing the Bears was a good way to him go about doing this. Like it has been done. He can do this, but he's very cap strapped, and we'll see how he pulls it off.
Yeah, and I also think, I don't know that I want my analytics department picking out offensive linemen in free agency.
Well, I mean, Andrew Berry, come on. He's like the originator of, the right tackle can play left tackle can play right tackle. I don't know. I'm not deep enough in their 50-man analytic department to know how they feel about it, but I do feel like some of the analytical world just kind of looks at offensive linemen as if yeah, you just get guys. It'll be fine. It's so weird because there's so many parts of deep football world that value the trenches more than anything. And then there's part of this analytical world that they just come nowhere close to that.
And it does. And I don't know if this is an analytics thing or an Andrew Berry thing, but I understand you're looking for value, but Tevin Jenkins last year, he got hurt, which had been the story of Tevin Jenkins' career. Another name they've been linked to, ironically, another former Bears bust, is Braxton Jones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Braxton Jones has been played left tackle, but hadn't been able to stay healthy. In fairness, wasn't a very good left tackle either. Might be more of a guard. And that's that's a way you build maybes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need maybe that's what it is. In free agency, in trade, I need 2 guys in the next 3 weeks that are absolute starters. Not, if he just stays healthy. Not, well, he was available because of, he's 92 now, and he's just, hadn't played in the NFL in 30 years. No, I need a definitive, this guy's going to be your left tackle, this guy's going to be your left guard. And I'll count Joel as one of those.
Okay.
If Joel just simply doesn't retire, I'll give you one.
Okay.
But then it can be Sean Ryan, the center out of Green Bay, and I'll be like, they gave me 2. But this idea of if I've got 4 maybes or 4 Braxton Jones or Tevin Jenkins, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work out. And that's, I think, where I really need to see just a couple actual dudes being signed that actually makes sense in the next
it kind of feels like we're always looking for these signs to figure out if they're taking this upcoming year serious or not.
Mm-hmm.
I think the offensive line should be looked at as one of those signs where if they just haphazardly try to put it together with just a lot of Tevin Jenkins and a lot of guys that we know can be injured, and so there's a real possibility that week 5 we're just looking at another combination or 6 combinations in 9 weeks. Then we'll probably know where they were thinking the entire time.
Well, and why it matters is if you draft 4 offensive linemen, maybe one of them will be a quality starter this year. If you're lucky, another of them within 2 years might be a quality starter. That's 2 spots. In the next 2 years, you might be able to, from this draft that you can fill 2 starters. You still have another 60% of the offensive line. So when I say a starter, I'm not just talking about for 2020, 2026. I'm talking about for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, they got to start building out their roster. I mean, in a meaningful way for down the line.
And then maybe just, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, keep drafting and developing these guys. But, so 216-474-0092. Lee J. Duzable saying the Browns are 2 to 3 years away until that offensive line gets fixed. We'll throw the quarterback room in there as well. How hopeful are you the Browns are going to be able to fix this offensive line in one swing? It can be done. You can do it without even going to the extremes and just throwing $200 million at it. But gosh, just would like some proof that they're getting ready to do that. But Lima did ask a diabolical question on Twitter today. And they sent it to both of us.
Yeah, he did. And I, of course, wanted more clarification. I did not get that.
That is fair. And he had said, he tweeted this out earlier today, said, if I guarantee you the playoffs with Deshaun Watson as the starting quarterback this year, but it comes with an automatic contract extension, would you take it? 2,000 votes in, about 59% saying no.
Not bad. That's better than I thought it was going to be. So the problem for myself is that my answer lies within the clarification that I was seeking. Mm-hmm. I asked Lima, I said, is it like what the Steelers have been in 4 out of the past 5 years where they enter these playoff games and they're double-digit underdogs and they're just asking to just get destroyed? Or is it the type of game where you enter and it's like a, 2-point favorite one way or another, but you're a real competitor and it looks like you, if you win that game, can obviously win the next game and have a deep postseason run. And I think within those details gives my answer. If Deshaun Watson is just going to be basically what the Steelers have been in the previous few years with these, congratulations, you're in, but you got no chance to do it, I don't need that. I'm done with that. Not interested, okay? That does nothing for me. That gives me nothing at all. But if he puts together a season where all of a sudden, first off, he's healthy for the entire year, which I don't know that he can actually be, because he's just so injury prone. But if he's healthy for the entire year and you have a deep playoff run, or at least you can win a playoff game and then you're not like 9-point underdogs the next game, you're competitive in that game, then yes, I would feel comfortable doing that.
I mean, it just doesn't help that he's going to be 31 in September. So, and it's not like a young 31 where it's like, well, he's played 17 games a year, 16, 17 games a year the last
he really
4 years.
But he hasn't played. I think might actually help him out being 31.
I don't know. I mean, just because he's been so injured so often.
That's the problem I have with any Deshaun convo is that so he's going to just dip into this fountain of youth that then also makes every part of his body be healed. And I just don't know that that's possible for him.
Also, one of the reasons that there were a lot of why he went 12th overall to Houston, which was the Browns pick originally, by the way. But there are a lot of reasons why that happened. But part of it was and one of the doubts about him was his slight frame, which didn't really, well, no, that's not true because he did tear up his knee in Houston. He did have another injury or two, but it's completely come to fruition in Cleveland. And so this idea that at 31, with a slight frame, with a busted up shoulder, with a twice repaired Achilles, you might be able to get to a point. It would be the most Brownsian thing ever that he suddenly finds health this year. Mm-hmm. They get to the playoffs and the Browns go, hot damn, the 10-year plan is back on.
Hot damn.
And I don't think they would do another 5-year extension.
No,
but
you could do 1-year deals the rest of the way, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, like it would, like I would need.
If he tries sticking it to us at that point, I would be livid. Like if Browns fans really fell back in love with Deshaun Watson, and half of them didn't fall in love with him to begin with, but if they fell back in love with Deshaun and was like, give us something, you're finally being a good player, and then Mulligata's like, I'm going to go to Arizona for 2 years, $100 million.
It's just so weird because I do know, the thing I always try and remember is when you discount a playoff season, remember how rare they've been in Cleveland, and remember how good they felt. We knew there were some fake protein in the Joe Flacco year. We knew didn't matter. We loved every second of it, and we thought they were going to beat the crap out of the Texans. Why? Because it felt so good. Why deny yourself when that felt real? Let it feel real.
Well, yeah.
That being said, for this, and so I know, God, would I just kill for a playoff run this next year? Yes. But there has been, of all the Cleveland athletes, in the 4 years since Deshaun has been traded here, I'm trying to think of other athletes who have the same amount of water under the bridge, things that have happened or reasons why he was disliked or whatever, as Deshaun with such little payoff, where there's just so much baggage there. And I'm like Albert Bell in 1995. Like, that's the kind of level. And Albert had been here almost a decade.
Albert also had a lot of production, too,
yes,
though.
and was coming off the MVP.
Yeah,
sorry.
that
should have been MVP.
But I mean, that's the difference here. I think, are you looking for somebody that is just basically did nothing while then also commanding a lot of money?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
a hard combo to come across.
Like, I don't know that just making the playoffs would make the baggage worth it of kicking it forward. When right now it feels like we've got an end date and it is next March, and then you're finally free. And then we don't have to have that. We don't have to look at the Browns every time he has a bad game or gets hurt. They don't have to look at us and go, why are you blaming us? Because we made the trade? Why would you blame us for that sort of thing?
But if this is your answer, then Deshaun should never play a snap this season.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
If not even a deep playoff run can convince you that, okay, we can spin this thing forward, then for anybody that believes this, the 59% of people that believe this, then he doesn't deserve to play any snaps or shouldn't play any snaps this year.
Yeah, if I was running the team, there would be no chance in hell he'd play this year no matter how much money he makes.
This is one of the big points I have to, and I know I like Shedeur, but this is one of the points I have to why it should be basically anybody but Deshaun at the front part of this. And if you get injured, then you can't help it. It is what it is. But like Deshaun, more realistically than not, is not going to be here long term. So you can't be giving him those reps and opportunities.
If you were guaranteed the playoffs with Deshaun starting, but it comes with an automatic contract extension, would you take it? More on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Homeowners, listen up. Stop settling for long lead times. Choice Cabinet's new Solon warehouse has the inventory you need to keep projects moving. Get better pricing and local expertise today. Visit the Warrensville Heights showroom or choicecabinet.com.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Daniel Oyefusi, Browns, ESPN, Browns reporter and writer, coming up at 5:20. Very quiet day at the Combine today.
Oh, yeah. Very quiet. I mean, they keep showing. It's funny. They actually just showed Stefanski between one of the breaks of us walking around and everything like that, and it was like Atlanta doesn't have a first-round pick, and he just seemed bored to tears. I mean, that's the I guess the enjoyable part.
I think that might just be Kevin. I mean, I'm just even talking from like the rumor mill side of things.
I mean, I'd love to know some more rumors. I thought you were talking more about the idea that like everyone's losing their mind on Sonny Styles.
Oh no, that's also fair.
That's like people are just going crazy for this, and that's fine. That's nice. It's good for Ohio State, I guess.
I do think there's a giant Etch-a-Sketch thing that happens with everybody's brain at the Combine, where everybody agrees, like, you know, these measurements only matter so much, and you don't want to overreact to them. And then the same people every year goes, I guess Sonny Styles just went 8th overall. It's like, it's a really good football player. Really, but like people, I saw a couple people saying better than Arvell Reese, and I was like, well, that's not what the tape says. Arvell Reese was a dog at Ohio State. Sonny's very good. He is worthy of being a first round pick, but the difference between like him running a 4.5 and running a 4.7 is him being the 8th or 12th pick? I think not.
Yeah, and the part of it that always misses me, too, is that we get everyone at their very, very best in these spots, right? And so, I mean, you're getting the best times you'd ever have, the best everything, and it just never accounts for the idea that football players never play at their very best. Mm-hmm. You're constantly injured. And so it's like, it's great you can do this now in this part of the season. What do you do in week 7 when you're a little banged up? And I think there's such a difference there. I think that's where Nick, that's where the true football players actually live, by the way.
As a football guy, I know you're a football guy, accept what you're saying here. No, the big bit of like rumor right now, because it's not even a report. The rumor is that the Browns really interested in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, fantastic.
But what happens is, because again, like there's a kernel of that. Jared Miller of Dogs by Nature had put out
I'm interested in him too, by the way.
That they have checked in on him previously.
Good.
And then the random bots or the random NFL weird accounts have been like, Browns and Marvin Harrison Jr., or Browns and Cardinals in talks, Marvin Harrison Jr. around the 24th pick. And it's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
We had the one trade, right?
Yep. Devondre Sweat for Jermaine Johnson.
And then the only other thing of substance I see there's a lot of chatter about Joe Shane might not have his job after the draft. And that I think is interesting. Right? There's like 50% of the chatter is Joe Shane might not have his job after the draft, and this is all based off the idea that Harbaugh has taken over everything. Mm-hmm. And then the other 50% is saying, no, Joe Shane's actually in with Harbaugh, and Harbaugh loves him, and he's fitting right in. And it's like, this is the best I can do in draft week? All you guys do is go to Harry and Izzy's, and you go to St. Elmo's, and you guys chat it up to all hours of the night. This is the best sauce I got all week?
I do think this is pointing out this is going to be a really interesting offseason for the NFL media, because so much of this is driven by quarterbacks, and it's quarterback or big name players. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that we're seeing like 75 different 75 made up trades of Myles Garrett from Mike Tannenbaum.
Oh yeah, Tannenbaum is on this. I have no idea.
He
just
very
keeps
much
going.
on this.
He just keeps going.
Yeah, he's on this. Even Louis Riddick today was like, well, they're in a tough spot with this, but they should still do it. And it's like, guys, Max Crosby wants out of Vegas.
Yeah, it's like a real story you can have.
Even Trey Hendrickson is going to be a free agent. Do the Bengals tag him? Like, those are real things that could happen. And by the way, there are other players too. But I do think, getting back to the big point here, is, I think everything we've talked about this week is very interconnected. So the Malik Willis hype through the roof, where it's just beyond the point where any of this makes sense to you or me or most people, that's tied to the fact that, there isn't a trying to think of a more appropriate. There isn't a Sam Darnold available this offseason.
Yeah.
When you get to even the Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, all this other stuff, if there was a second quarterback in this class, I think the NFL media would be a little bit more equipped for this. Even Fernando. Like, well, he's going to be the number one pick. I guess that just answers whether he should be.
Okay, but you see how this works, though? You see how last offseason, all of a sudden, we didn't have much to talk about. We had Cam Ward, and then we had Shedeur Sanders. And you see how a lot of this ended up not – I mean, listen, Shedeur he didn't help his cause in a lot of the stuff, especially around this draft time, and especially as we got closer and closer to the draft with the draft party and everything like that. But you see how people just latched onto it, and it was like, well, why? It's because nothing else of interest was really going on. Mm-hmm. Like anytime you talk Shedeur, it was a lightning rod for conversation, and there was real wonder of like, wait, now everyone's hearing at the draft combine that he should be like a second-round pick, and everyone's hearing this, and everyone's hearing that, and he's not even interviewing well, and he's not doing all this stuff, and it's like. That's why that was so interesting. That's why that caught on so in such a big way. We basically are living the same offseason we would have lived last year had Shedeur not existed.
That's why I feel comfortable. This safe, friends trust through the nest.
Yeah.
I'm going to bestow what will be my Malik Willis take until he signs with the Cleveland Browns. You ready for it?
Until he signs with the Cleveland Browns.
We started down this road the other day, and I didn't get to pay it off because I do think there's a rhyme and reason. I think I'm sure that the Browns are interested with Malik to some extent. And I'm sure they're interested in Ty Simpson. We started the show talking about to some extent. But I also think that if you're the Browns and you might be Malik Willis's third favorite team, and you don't want to make up the financial difference, the best place for Malik to land, if you're the Cleveland Browns, is taking him out of the spending clutches of the Miami Dolphins, which would deliver him very likely to Arizona. I'm going to submit that until proven otherwise, I believe that the Cleveland Browns are driving up the Malik Willis price.
To help out the Kyler Murray discussion?
Yes, absolutely. And I think it makes sense because I think Kyler makes more sense for them on a Russell Wilson type deal, which then allows you to spend more in free agency on your O-line and wide receiver. And I think that will ultimately be the thing that comes to fruition unless Kyler gets dealt to Minnesota first.
Isn't that a little peculiar too, though? Why aren't people talking Kyler more? We are here, obviously, but why isn't it as much Malik Willis chatter that's happening? I know it's new, so it's different, and that's fun for people. Why isn't it Kyler Murray 24/7? Hell, Mac Jones should be getting a lot of conversations that aren't existing right now, too.
I think everybody's doing the quarterback inflation game. Like, Carolina has let everyone know we've let Andy Dalton seek a trade.
Yeah, which sounds like the Bears with Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, and which sounds like the Colts for Anthony Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
It's like everyone right now it's like, well, if Malik Willis is going to get $30 million a year, why don't I just put my absolute dog-ass quarterback out there and see if somebody does something stupid?
Yeah.
So, honestly, I think that's what most of this is. I think it's a bunch of teams throwing out quarterbacks that aren't worth their salt, and I think there's a lot of people feeding on it. And I do think inevitably the market's going to come down to Tua, Kyler, Mac Jones once these other dudes. Well, because what's going to happen is.
I see what you're saying.
But those guys,
there's going to be like a lead up to it all. And then in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get to the convos that actually are going to exist and matter the most.
Yeah, I think Tua's going to Atlanta. It makes a lot of sense. You'll have two left-handed quarterbacks. I think Tua does fit what Stefanski wants to do. And I think that's good Penix insurance, right?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The only outlier here is Minnesota, who I think it's going to be Kirk Cousins, but we'll kind of see.
But also, where does Aaron Rodgers play in this mix as well?
I actually think Aaron's going back to Pittsburgh.
I think so, too. The only hang-up I have on that, by the way, I was thinking about this just the other day, too. Remember when he left Green Bay? Mm-hmm. And when he left, Tyler Dunn did a piece when he left Green Bay, and I don't know why, it just kind of just stuck out. The idea that Aaron Rodgers said that he thinks Mike McCarthy has the lowest football IQ of any coach he's had. And I just don't know how you come back from that.
Well, maybe Mike McCarthy's so dumb he forgets it.
I just don't. I mean, I'm sure he probably did, but I don't think Aaron forgot that. How do you make those comments and then years later be like, "That's the guy that I'm going to end my career with"? The guy that on the way out, it was reported that I said of the lowest football IQ of any coach I've ever been with. That just kind of seems like something that you wouldn't revisit. Now, When people get away from people, all of a sudden, then, you think of the good times, right? You remember the good times. You remember
maybe 3 years with Mike Tomlin
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering.
And Mike who was the other guy? Robert Saleh.
Maybe Robert Saleh helped him out a lot. I don't know. Grass is always greener on the other side, right? Like maybe, just maybe, he was like, oh, that was a bad comment to make, and I regret that one. But if you felt that way about him on the way out the door in Green Bay, there's some reservation there.
All right, fair point, because I was trying to think of PDs who I've worked with who I don't want to work with again. And, none of them right now are very appetizing to, like the guys that I liked working with. I like working with Andy. I like working with Keith.
Yeah.
I'd work with them anytime, anywhere, any place, because I really like them.
Yeah.
Other people that I've worked with, I don't know about that.
But not everyone's built the same that way either, though. Like sometimes there are people that you can be in an awful situation, or you can not have respect for someone, but you achieve success or something close to it, and then you're like, let's go back to that. And so I don't know. But I don't know how you look at somebody like Mike McCarthy and think he's basically, in terms of football, basically an idiot, and then be like, let's go back to that. It just struck me a little weird.
Maybe he likes it. Maybe he kind of wants a dummy. Right? Had too many guys thinking they know football. Now he's like, well, at least Mike knows he's dumb, too. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns reporter, in about 20 minutes. Talk maybe some 40 times, right? Maybe some...
oh, yeah, how fast do you think Daniel can run the 40 time?
Faster than me.
When you beat Hacksaw, there's an assumption there. I think that was the right assumption, right?
Yeah.
Did you dust him?
Dust him.
Yeah.
Like I think he was across the 25-yard line when I was running across the 40-yard line.
Yeah, that adds up.
Yeah.
He might still be running. We don't even know.
And then my partner at the time, Josh, dusted. It was actually a little closer, but ended up beating our producer at the time, and that just felt the world was right there. But I didn't race anybody else.
I was going to say,
I
you
got
just
my
won and
win.
done. Yeah.
And that was enough for me.
That's good.
Let's get to the lead here. 10-year NFL vet and CBS sports analyst Lee J. Dusable joined us last hour. We asked him how close the Browns are to having sustainable success.
You have to build it through the trenches. And if you want to have any success, it has to be right in the trenches. So until they get that offensive line built right, I think they're at least 2, maybe 3 years away. And I say that because we just talked about it and I alluded to it. They literally could be replacing all 5 starters. Now, I know some Browns fans get after me because they said Joe hasn't officially retired, Batonio. But as a former player, I can tell you right now, if you start thinking about retirement, you're 1 foot out the door. So either way, they have to figure out the next step, even if he comes back for 1 year, who's going to be his replacement of the future. And I think the Browns have 3 top 39 picks, and 2 of those should be on offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, replacing all 5 of the people that had the most snaps in the offensive line last year has never been done in NFL history. So, like, that's a tall task to have to do in one offseason. Andrew Berry made this mess. He's got to get himself out of it now.
My only problem with what Lee J said is they've had 2 straight losing seasons in a row. It doesn't take 5 years.
That's Andrew Berry's words himself, by the way.
If it takes you
this
5 years,
isn't baseball. It doesn't take 5 years.
You're just not good at your job. So I think at the very least, I think you should be able to make a very compelling bridge offensive line. Meaning, even if all 5 guys, it's tough to say all 5 guys, you have to replace all 5 starters are going to be long-term starters. Can I get at least 2 long-term starters in free agency, 2 to 4 years, plus certainly 1 in the draft just for this year, and then maybe you're piecemealing 2 spots? Sure. Yeah. That makes sense. I don't want to say it's not that hard because you just kind of got to get out of your own damn way, and that's just the one thing when it comes to offensive line and quarterback that the Browns haven't done under Andrew Berry is get out of their own damn way.
I mean, they just committed so much money and thinking that they had it all figured out for a long time, and then Conklin just kept getting injured. And even with guys that it worked out with, like Wyatt, it just, I mean, at some point it all had to end, and it just ended up ending this offseason.
Yeah, but at some point, though, like Green Bay drafts an offensive lineman or 2 every single year.
You got to be taking these guys,
and
no
so
doubt about it.
That's the lesson I want Andrew to learn.
Did he get spooked with Zach Zinner being as bad as he is?
I mean, no.
Or did Jed Will spook him way back? I don't know.
I think he took for granted that he had a strong offensive line, and I think he just thought that was going to be the offensive line forever.
I mean, he inherited one of the best offensive lines in the game. Like, it's not even
interiorly. Yeah, I mean, it was Joel Batonio, it was J.C. Treader, and it was Wyatt. Like, that was what he and oh, by the way, then he had the draft collateral and the money to then immediately sign Conklin and draft.
And that was with Bill Callahan too. And it was one of those things. It's just like I don't know how you mess this up. I mean, year in, year out, we used to debate whether it was the Cowboys or the Browns with the best offensive line in the sport in that like 2-3 year stretch, and we just watch it. We just watch what happens when you don't take care of any of it.
Yeah.
It's like buying something really, really nice and then no upkeep, no anything, just watching it just deteriorate. And that's all he's really done.
And Andy Dickerson. I blame the Browns front office on that as well.
Yeah. Bob Ross? Not going to go back to him?
No.
No?
No, he ruined it all.
Okay, all right. Ty Simpson spoke with the media at the NFL Combine today. He referenced his history with Todd Monken when talking about the chances of being drafted by the Browns.
I know he loves football, and I know that's what I love as well. Super smart guy. Remember him coming to my school at Georgia. Him and my dad actually have a great relationship because he coached at Southern Miss for a little bit. A lot of respect for him and the Browns organization. I think they made a great hire.
I'm pretty interested to see how interested they really are in Ty Simpson. We said this. I said this yesterday, and I think the day before too. Because Malik Willis has become such a hot commodity, and everyone's talking about, this is the quarterback, this is the guy. Everyone's hot on he's going to get $30 million a year. That if the Browns ended up signing him, it would be impossible to have a real conversation about expectations, because all I think Browns fans and media would see is you got the number one quarterback, the perceived number one quarterback in the market. So there would be a lot of excitement because of that. I think it'd be really interesting to see what the reaction would be if the Browns took Ty Simpson at 24, because most of the time you draft a quarterback with a first-round pick, and that brings that instant drug that everybody watches the NFL for called hope. I don't know that Ty Simpson's going to have that because he's already been such a picked-apart player this early in the process.
Yeah, he has been. I do wonder if it'd be like a Jackson Dart type situation, though. Although Jackson Dart was expected to come in and do something relatively early, Ty Simpson isn't that, but fans don't think that way. Fans are going to think, let's get this guy out there, and it's just not who Ty Simpson is. He's going to need more time. I do find it interesting, though. So Ty Simpson's dad is friends with Todd Monken. So everyone's either got a connection with Todd Monken or I guess grew up in Cleveland. It's Todd Monken. Did Todd Monken then knew, or I guess his kid played baseball with when he was 9 years old, Carson Beck, and then everything you've seen about Drew Aller and all the different Browns jerseys he's owned as a child.
Yeah, I will say I think
the connections are unreal.
At some point, we'll design our ultimate quarterback rooms here. I think the frustrating thing, because of Deshaun Watson taking up one of the three spots right now, and the way that goes, I'd love to get just a veteran, just a guy that I trust, so that you could draft a developmental guy.
So are you in on Tyrod Taylor?
That's a problem. 6 years ago, sure. He's going to be 37.
Yeah, he's old, yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's tough for me to be like, Tyrod, yeah, let's bring him back. It's like...
Also, we're running out of spots, too. And so that is an interesting part of this, is how much do they trust Deshaun to play that role?
Yeah.
The role that you're discussing. Because last year they did trust him to do that.
But, ideally, I'd like to have two developmental spots and then a veteran that is playable. The problem is, because of Deshaun here, it just kind of takes one of those spots away and, again, continues to hamper the Browns organization. Former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski was on Pardon My Take today and was asked about his relationship with Shedeur Sanders.
I will say this. I love Shedeur. I loved coaching him, seriously. He's got the right makeup for this game. He was wired the right way. I wish that we won more, obviously, but if you saw how he played down the stretch, I mean, he's a young player that's getting better. I'm not coaching him anymore, so I know I have to be careful about talking about other players, but I am rooting for him.
Yeah, Goodell's going to crack down on those comments.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Always got to be careful. I think this was Stefanski wisely understanding that if he makes these comments right now, it goes away. He can't say anything bad, but I do think there was a respect that was grown throughout the last part of the last season between Stefanski and Shedeur. It doesn't mean he thinks Shedeur is a great football player. That's not what I'm saying. But I think person to person, I think he then grew to know him, understand him, and like him.
I think Kevin can stick to his guns a little bit. I don't know that this is really about Shedeur. I know that there was a lot of pushback in Atlanta because of people buying into the social media idea that Kevin hated Shedeur, which was always overplayed and a little weird. He didn't like him as a prospect. He liked Dylan Gabriel more. He certainly gave Dylan the easier path. But the kind of wonky, weird narrative that it was like a personal vendetta, that was a professional one. He didn't believe in Shedeur. And I don't know how much that changed, but I don't think it's coincidence that in a town that there's a lot of Shedeur love there, that's a lot of Dion love there, and that was part of the pushback when he got hired. Do I think it's a coincidence that Kevin's talking about how much he loves Shedeur? Not a chance in hell.
And really, what's the only setting that he's going to be able to do that too? Like the combine presses, that's a weird spot to just bring that up and have that as a thing. Pardon My Take's the perfect spot for that.
And also, if Kevin was still the head coach, do I think he would have said this? No. I don't think he would have.
No, I don't think so at all. All right, Cavs legend Brad Daugherty was on the morning show today. He provided some insight into James Harden's thumb fracture and how he can play through it.
James is an elite passer of the basketball. I was with him yesterday and watching, and, it's just going to be a little bit cumbersome to just make those really – he makes some exquisite passes. It's unbelievable. His passing is up there with Magic Johnson and John Stockton and Steve Nash when he's on. And I think it's going to hinder that just a little bit. I think that good thing about James, though, is he's a big guy. He is sturdy. Guys are going to come after that hand and test it and see how sore it is and see if they can get him off of his game because he is just dynamic with the ball. We'll see tonight. He's a gamer, though. Yesterday, he was going through the drills. There's no load management with this guy. If he can play, he is going to show up and play. And he's going to show up and play tonight, I believe.
So I hope he's right because James Harden with obviously the two bigs gives you a really nice chance to take this win. I think the Cavs are mostly like with Donovan's groin injury. With some of the other stuff, I think they are trying to walk that line of chasing the best seed they can get while also maybe not pushing these guys too far. That probably helps that not very healthy right now, but I don't know. We'll see. I got to see him on the court before I could just go too crazy about this.
That's all. That's a good sign, though. What's the deal with Cavs players and finger injuries, though? Like your injuries on your hand in some capacity. You have obviously James Harden. You have Keon Ellis now. Jared Allen had the finger issues on both of his hands, by the way, and then Sam Merrill as well. It seems like
somebody's got to look at this team doctor.
Seems like an odd thing. It's not just like we're just all being injured. No, also everyone's being injured with these hand injuries and at different parts of the season. This is a weird development.
Every doctor has a different specialty. I'm not just talking about orthopedic doctor versus this. What I mean is if you're the best sports physician ever, you might have a blind spot. Maybe the doctor's Cavs doctor, just not a phalanges guy. That's his problem.
Who is these days? Am I right?
That's true. Many people have said it. Cody Davis, Pistons writer for the Detroit News, joined us at 3. We asked him where the Cavs rank amongst teams in the East he'd want to avoid for the Pistons in the playoffs.
I say number one, only due to the fact that they went out and got a guy at the trade deadline in James Harden. And look, I understand, I get it. James Harden has this narrative of, shrinking in the playoffs. The Cavaliers, they were already a deep team as it is. And then you go in and get a guy in James Harden who, look, he's going to always be forever a offensive threat. But the one thing that I love the most about him, you add one of the best IQ players that we possibly have ever seen in NBA history, given the fact that he knows how to use his skill more so to facilitate. And you guys know more than I do, but it seems like Jared Allen has taken another step forward. Allen and Evan Mobley, of course, with Donovan Mitchell at the helm of all of this, I consider them having the second best chance coming out the Eastern Conference.
I agree with the statement. I feel like if I was the Pistons, I'd still be scared of Boston. I would definitely still be. I'm not scared of the Knicks though, not if I'm Detroit. But Detroit, they just don't shoot the three ball enough. They don't make enough threes. They have a real blind spot to that team, and I think they're getting a lot out of it being regular season basketball. I just don't think a lot of it's going to translate.
Yeah, they're where the Cavs were 3 or 4 years ago, where they were a product of playing really hard in an NBA that doesn't play hard all the time. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does tend to get exposed very quickly in the NBA playoffs. Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns and NFL reporter, joining us live from Indy in about 5 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on the Browns offseason on 92.3 The Fan.
walk in his spring debut. Chase DeLatter not on the lineup today as he's still dealing with lower body soreness. The outfielder returned to batting practice today and is hopeful to return to games next week. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Browns offseason kick into high gear. About a week and a half away, actually less than about 9 days away from the legal tampering period. Will the Browns bring in Malik Willis? Will there be another quarterback at play that we don't see? All the many things here. Where are we going to wide receiver? What are we doing at O-line? To talk through all of it on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, you love him. ESPN. Well, now he's not on the hotline.
Oh, no, he dropped off.
I think he heard me giving him the big send-up, and he was like, I don't like this.
This better be a breaking trade news or something like that.
I could really go for some breaking trade news if we're being honest.
Did we just get Marvin Harrison Jr.? Is that what happened? Or was cell reception bad in Indianapolis? You guys tell me.
You know that if they trade their second-round pick for Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm not going to be able to embrace that.
With so much excitement is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give it the proper juice because it's going to be like, okay, I guess.
Wait, what do you mean, okay, I guess? It'd be a massive blockbuster trade. That would be a big acquisition.
I mean, I'd be excited because something happened, but I got doubts about giving the 39th pickup for a guy that hasn't lived up to the hype yet.
Oh, I'm good. I want him here.
You just want headlines.
Well, in some respect, but I think it makes you a better football team in a lot of respects. I want the better football team. That makes you a better football team.
Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN, Browns reporter on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Daniel, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. How you guys doing?
Very good here. So I guess, we could fire off in a million different ways here. What is the latest you're hearing from the many rumors and innuendo circles out there in Berea relating to the Browns?
Yeah, well, where do we start? Well, I guess let's start with the thing that everyone wants to talk about, the quarterback position. What are they going to do? Obviously, Todd Monken, Andrew Berry said that there is going to be an open competition between Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, and whoever else they add during the offseason. Todd Monken spoke very glowingly about, not as much about Dylan Gabriel because nobody really asked about Dylan Gabriel, but spoke very glowingly about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson and potentially getting him back to that elite level play. I personally, I know that there's a ton of names that have been thrown out there. Malik Willis, now Anthony Richardson being on the trade block. I'm going to be really interested to say if the Browns really do make a little splash, a little jump into the pool. Just when you look at the dynamics and really the limited players that are available. And I think that this is kind of a similar situation to last year, where you're going to look at what is a priority? Do you really want to invest that much money into options that are maybe not as proven or don't have as much baggage? Malik Willis, I'd be really surprised if that happens. And I'm sure you guys have talked about it with the agent dynamics, him having the same agent as Deshaun Watson. I'm not sure if they're going to be in the market to pay him what Justin Fields got or even more. And then you just look at these various options. It's how much of an upgrade is it? Do you really want to crowd your quarterback room and use resources and cap space for other positions that are really of more priority when you look at just the lack of options, especially on the offensive line? And, but I do think that we're going to see a lot of creativity. When Andrew Berry spoke about the Bears model last offseason for really overhauling the offensive line, he talked about using the draft, trading, internal development. They're gonna have to be really creative to get options. And I was speaking to someone who talked about the fact that they have some money, they have some available spots on the offensive line and on this offense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that teams are really gonna mark Cleveland as a destination spot. So maybe they don't cash out for Tyler Linderbaum or the top names, but they get guys who are serviceable, solid 2-3 starters, 2-3 year starters. They get them in, and then they do some of the stuff that we've seen over the past years with trades where you target a guy who may have fallen out of favor with a new regime. or a team doesn't want to pay him, and then instead they might cut him, but you jump in at the last minute and you give them a fourth or something like that to get them in your building, whereas you might have been able to get their services if they were released. So I think we're going to see some creativity when it comes to rebuilding this offense because it's going to be necessary.
You mentioned the agents that could come and play here, and Mulugeta being the rep for not only Deshaun Watson, but then also Malik Willis. Do you really feel like that would be a realistic roadblock in the Browns being able to land Malik Willis then?
Well, I guess if the Browns wanted to throw another fully guaranteed contract to Malik Willis, maybe Malik would get us to say hey man, I'll throw anybody in that quarterback room. But I mean that is a part of the dynamics of the NFL, of sports, of contract negotiations. And I'm not saying that it's making it impossible, but it is a dynamic that is at play. I think that it does come into play with this. And again, would Willis want to come here knowing that as well? It's really both sides. Would Willis want to come here knowing that maybe he isn't the priority? Because I think that the contract that he's looking for is one that really gives you that makes you the unquestioned starter. And the way the Browns were talking is hey, anybody we have here is going to compete. So again, a lot of different dynamics at play.
Daniel, it's interesting. Pretty much everyone agrees the Browns need at least half a new offense, and that includes quarterback, wide receiver one, at least 4, maybe not 5, or maybe 5 offensive line spots, another tight end. That's a lot. I'll just ask you, given how the free agent class, the trade class is being talked about, the strengths and weaknesses of this draft, how much of this offense do you think actually can be rebuilt in this offseason alone?
I think a decent portion of it. Andrew Berry did say that when they took this step back to I guess he called it a pivot or whatever, they knew that they weren't going to be able to do everything in one off season, which is why you didn't see maybe as much movement on the offensive line as some fans may have wanted last year. They knew that they had 1 year pretty much on everyone on the offensive line, and with Kevin Stefanski still around, they wanted to try to make it work with that system, and obviously we see where it's at right now. But they're really going to have no choice because the offense does have to make a legitimate jump. So now this is really the offseason. He's already been very transparent about it. They're going to invest a ton of resources. So they're going to have to get multiple quality starters. It's not going to be a top 10 offensive line overnight. I don't expect them to have a top 10 offensive line in 2026. But they do, again, similar to the Bears, they got to make some really creative moves and transactions to get, what is at least an average offensive line and get, multiple quality starters. This is like the offensive line in really football is a weak link sport. You can have 2 or 3 really, really strong guys, but if you have one outlier player that struggles, it kind of brings the entire unit down. Because defenses can pick that guy apart and really target him. And the Browns had 3 of those guys last year. So they really do have to, just really increase the foundation and really the floor of this offensive line, which I think will in turn, raise the entire floor of this offense.
What chatter, if any, have you heard about Marvin Harrison Jr., at least in respect to this past week for the Browns?
Oh, Andrew Berry loves calling in about wide receivers and some of those when I talked about being creative with the trades, those types of moves. I don't doubt it. I mean, it's funny, the way the semantics behind all this stuff. Like Andrew Berry talks to teams about everybody. So you could take that and then say well, he's probably calling a lot of guys that you'd probably be surprised about. So I know that, I don't think this free agent class at wide receiver is really, really enticing. There are some guys who I think that would step in as a strong 2, number 3 role. So they obviously know what they need to add a wide receiver. But also, honestly, I was hearing, a lot of really good talk about some of the guys they got internally. Isaiah Bond was a guy that came up and was hey, he's a guy that has some talent. We can, he can reach another level, of course, for sure. So they're going to add wide receivers. They're going to add some pass catchers. But that room, I don't necessarily think it's going to be 3 new wide receivers. I think they're going to draft somebody. And then I think that if there is the right price, whether in free agency or a trade, I think that they're going to take a swing on a veteran guy for sure. But I think internally there's still some hope that, like the quarterback position, Monk can kind of build that room up and make it a little more productive than we saw last year.
Daniel, it's interesting here. Today was the quarterback day at the Combine. We found out that Drew Aller, a Penn State quarterback, had a Charlie Fry jersey growing up. We obviously knew he was a Browns fan from previous comments. We got Carson Beck and his relationship with Todd Monken, Ty Simpson with a relationship with Todd Monken. And it's the Ty Simpson stuff's interesting because of where people thought he was going to be until the second half of that season. How serious do you think the Browns' interest in Bama quarterback Ty Simpson is?
This is going to sound like an Andrew Berry answer, but I think they're going to do their due diligence and do their work, because as he said, it's the most important position on the team in all of sports. So he wouldn't have a problem taking a quarterback, every year. And I think that's part of the reason why Shedeur Sanders is in Cleveland, because he dropped to the point where it was his value as a position was just outweighed anybody else that was available in the fifth round. They're gonna do the whole circuit that they did last year. Like Andrew Berry said, maybe not as in depth because they do have two young quarterbacks in the room, but it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Kevin Stefanski, he, as the offensive-minded head coach, his decision, was very heavily weighed in what they did at quarterback last draft. And I think that depending on what Monken maybe sees in a lot of these guys, and like you said, he has a lot of history with these guys, being in the college game for a while, there's a possibility that they take one. And Ty Simpson is really interesting specifically because he was told that he was guaranteed, he received the first-round promise, essentially. He received first-round feedback from multiple teams. So there's somebody out there that feels highly of him enough right now that, they would take him in the first round. Are the Browns one of those teams? I'm not sure. But with them having that number 24 pick, I know that's something that we're going to be talking about all the way up until draft night.
All right, not how the Browns would do it. How would you fix the Browns?
How would I fix the Browns? Where to start? Okay, this is what I would do. I would invest heavily in the interior of the offensive line. I think that, the free agent class at tackle isn't as strong. Rasheed Walker is probably the top tackle, but he himself has some warts. You're not letting a cornerstone franchise left tackle hit the market. That never happens. If they can get Tyler Linderbaum and not maybe set the market too high, I would try to get him and get some quality offensive guards. If not, I think there's some second, third tier guys that can come in and be serviceable starters. At tackle, I'd probably target that early in the draft, whether it's at 6 or 24. I've been saying in the first round of the draft, offensive tackle, wide receiver, offensive tackle, whichever one you have rated highest. And then you gotta trust Monken that he can make something shake with one of these quarterbacks, because I don't think that there's a quarterback, available for the Browns in the draft that's going to be able to turn this thing around. So I would go heavy on building out the offensive line in free agency, and best player available, but with the slant to offense in the draft.
Daniel, Devin Bush is a free agent. How likely do you think it is he'll be back with the Browns playing linebacker next year?
Yeah, so the Browns are hoping that's the word that I was told. They're hoping that they'll be able to bring him back. They met with his agent Drew Rosenhaus at the Combine. His market is going to be kind of interesting because he does have the first round pedigree, but he went through the early career injuries, and now he's kind of had a career resurgence. So that might be something that maybe he tests the market a little bit and tries to see what his value is out there. But the Browns are hoping, that was the word that was told to me, that they'll be able to bring him back and keep that entire defense intact.
Do you think that MJ Emerson has played his last snap with the Browns?
Yeah, just reading the tea leaves, there is a chance. When you say the future is unsettled, that word stuck out to me in the press conference. We love what MJ has done, when he's been healthy. But the reality of the matter is, there's two bona fide starters in front of him right now, and Denzel Ward and Tyson Campbell. And, Emerson hasn't really been a slot guy. Neither of those other guys are really slot guys. It's always possible because I think that his market may not be, the highest coming off the Achilles. But yeah, there might be a situation where he tries to latch on and find a legitimate opportunity to cash out like he was maybe, on track to do before the injury.
Daniel, Denzel Ward's one of the cap numbers people kind of point to. Some people have suggested the Browns might want to cut him. Others have said maybe you trade him. I don't think anybody really wants to see Denzel out of here, but do you think the Browns address Denzel's contract one way or another this offseason?
Yeah, I didn't even acknowledge the cut part. I did see that. And I
Same here.
Kind of like random. I thought that was just kind of like random guessing because everyone thinks the Browns are in like cap hell, and that really isn't the truth. Like, is it the best? No, but they have avenues to fix their cap, and Denzel's contract is one of those things. They can restructure it, turn the base salary into a signing bonus, spread it out, free some cap room. They're probably going to do the same exact thing with Deshaun. I don't know about an extension, but I know that for sure they can restructure his contract. And I have no worries or concerns or doubts or questions about him being in Cleveland in the 2026 season.
All right, putting percentages on Joel Bitonio is like the hot thing everyone's doing right now.
So hot.
Mary Kay did it. Zach Jackson did it. Give me some percentages on Joel Bitonio either staying or going.
Staying or going. When you say going, do you mean
it got confusing? It got very confusing really quickly. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think the odds are he returns?
I'm going to say 50-50. I mean, Andrew Berry already said that he would welcome him back. He said he would absolutely, when I asked him, he said absolutely welcome him back in Cleveland. And I think the fact that they pushed the void date back, I think that means that he's strongly considering returning. Because if not, like, I feel like if he was doubting it or really like was on the fence and was like, I don't really want to do it, I think he probably would have already made that announcement and they wouldn't have pushed the date back. So I'm going to say 50-50. He returns, and if he returns, I think that there's a real strong chance he's back in Cleveland for his 13th year.
Daniel, we appreciate you, buddy. Enjoy all the nonsense coming your way in the NFL offseason here over the next couple of weeks. And again, we'll catch up with you down the line.
Oh, definitely. Thanks. Y'all take care.
Daniel Oyefusi there, ESPN Browns reporter on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Gave us a lot to react to, which we'll do in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be your list. Not just to top it, it should be your list, because right now the auto show deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram dealer are phenomenal. But more than that, guys, I've seen a Ram side by side with the so-called competition. I own a Ram. I drive the Ram. And it starts with power, because for power, there is no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my beautiful Ram. And while we're on the topic of power, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Towing, durability, merging into traffic on a 4-cylinder engine and a full-size pickup? You wouldn't. That's the bottom line there. But let's get back to the Ram here, because when it comes to comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. It's really that simple. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. That is. Guys, that's the first time I took my Ram around the block there, and I was able to see the kind of comfort, the space for my kids.
Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I know that there's a ton of names that have been thrown out there. Malik Willis, now Anthony Richardson being on the trade block. I'm going to be really interested to say if the Browns really do make a little splash, a little jump into the pool, just when you look at the dynamics and really the limited players that are available. Maybe not as proven or don't have as much baggage. Malik Willis, I'd be really surprised if that happens. And with the agent dynamics, him having the same agent as Deshaun Watson, I'm not sure if they're going to be in the market to, pay him. I think we're going to see some creativity when it comes to rebuilding this offense because it's going to be necessary.
Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN Browns reporter, that creativity is interesting. Because Andrew Berry, when he has gotten creative, like even the Amari Cooper thing, you just needed wide receivers, and to take on that money to then do a pick swap that was creative and it was incredibly successful. Creativity can go wrong if you rely too much on it, especially when we're talking about pivotal spots on the offense. When we're building your three lines here of the offensive line, the wide receiver, and, of course, the quarterback room as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised at how just a flat-out no it felt like Malik Willis was for Daniel there, and now he just doesn't think it's going to happen. For all the positive Malik Willis talk, one of the guys that's around the team the most and obviously covers them extensively was very, very anti that idea. Didn't seem like it was going to happen.
I generally think these plans don't work. I think the Browns can have the most success this offseason by just trying to do everything short of getting the quarterback. Like, listen, if you like Ty Simpson,
and they might.
Draft him. You have to. If you really think that's a guy that's going to outperform the draft position and give you a quarterback for the next decade, at this point, you don't have anybody that maybe people think can start next year, let alone 10 years from now. But I just think it just makes a lot of sense to get creative at the quarterback spot. A Kyler Murray on a Russell Wilson deal, right?
Yeah.
I hate the Anthony Richardson thing, but a guy like that, a reclamation project that's used to be a former first-round pick. And even at the wide receiver, get creative there, right? Like the Marvin Harrison Jr. thing is creative.
It is creative.
A pick swap a la Amari Cooper is a creative kind of, don't get creative on the offensive line. Go find dudes, right? And by the way, amongst the not being creative, re-sign Devin Bush. There are just certain parts of this team where I'm like, I'm cool with your creative at spots where it's just like you might be forcing it if you try to the traditional route. I don't really think you have to worry about that. They're good. They're not great. There's maybe one or two, and I think Tyler Linderbaum's the one great offensive lineman, even though he's coming off a bad year. He's maybe the one great. There's plenty of good offensive linemen here. I don't need you to get cute.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, they're having this convo in baseball right now where the baseball at the very, very top had a lot of good players, and the very bottom is where everybody kind of is living at right now because there's some hope there. There's some upside there, but you get people on the cheap. But if you go for that baseball middle class, you get what you pay for, essentially. And it feels like with football, at least with the offensive linemen, that middle class is not what it is in baseball, where you feel like you're overpaying for guys that you already know who they are. It feels like there's much more upside that exists there, and that's a good thing for at least where the Browns are at.
Now, we didn't get a chance to ask him about the Myles Garrett stuff. I do want to get to that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
Can I ask you quickly, though? I do want to know what your thoughts are with Mulugeta in that situation, because I just think that's fascinating. The idea, and I don't have a great answer for it. I think that's why I'm very curious about it. If you're represented by the same agent, would that then in turn take the Browns out of the running for someone like Willis? Because if you think about it, Mulugeta is going to have Deshaun's best interest at heart, you would think. He also wants Deshaun Watson to potentially get another contract. How much does that interfere with what could potentially be the most money Malik Willis would be offered and the best deal Malik Willis would have?
I think it depends on how honest the Browns and Deshaun Watson's camp have been with each other. Like, if the Browns are thinking to themselves privately, there's not a chance in hell Deshaun's going to step out on the field. But you're not saying that to Mulugeta. Then I would imagine David Mulugeta thinks this is a great spot for his quarterback to top Shedeur Sanders, go out there and be the starting quarterback this year.
Right.
I do think so many of the different things that have happened since the shoulder injury and the Achilles injury, the double Achilles injury, there has to be some sort of an open communication there.
I mean, I would think so. I mean, you don't owe Mulugeta your life, but for after getting $230 million and parlaying it into everything he did, you think you'd give him a heads up and what you at least think you can do.
So, and again, I thought the Browns were going to have maybe a more open conversation with Jim Schwartz, and maybe that would help Jim Schwartz come back. That maybe didn't happen, but. If they've gone to, I think the only way it matters, the only ways it could sink this is if David Mulugeta hasn't been told, or has been told that Deshaun's a big part of their plans this year.
I mean, because think about it. Like, if you're Mulugeta, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want to double dip as often as you can. Yeah. If Malik Willis goes to Arizona and then Deshaun has a chance to get a job here, you got a chance to get paid multiple times over in multiple different spots, right? But if you put Malik Willis here, you're ending Deshaun Watson's chance of getting on the field, which means you're essentially ending his chance, I would imagine, of ever seeing a field again.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I mean, again, it's just a chance, because I agree with where you're going in that regard of the idea that Deshaun I don't know, maybe next year or whatever, maybe a team would take a flyer or something like that. This is how the NFL works. But you're certainly not helping him out in any sort of way.
Yeah, so I do think it's an interesting spot. I think at some point the money will get too crazy for the Browns. You know what I mean?
And then we just get – well, I don't know. I mean, I know what you mean, but I don't in the same respect, because the Browns at $230 million guaranteed was a little crazy for a lot of the NFL to begin with. Haslam plays in the let's get crazy with money department.
Not to go full Daryl, though, but that's where – one guy was Deshaun Watson, the other guy was Malik Willis.
No, I agree with that sentiment.
Like you can't tell me you're a hyper-logical organization. While Deshaun is still under contract and you can't cut him till next offseason, then you turn around and go, this gave a guy with, 6 career starts? We just gave him $35 million.
But we've seen when they want somebody, they have a willingness to go ahead and get drunk with money.
Yep.
And I think that's one of the differentiators in this. And so there's really no limits from a financial standpoint that they would put themselves into.
But it's going to be interesting. Well, if you're Mulugeta also, you have to factor the Arizona thing's going to be, again, Arizona is going to end up being this weird linchpin in the Browns offseason potentially, because if Malik Willis goes there and there's not a trade market for Kyler Murray, Kyler gets cut, they owe him all that money, and then maybe Kyler comes to Cleveland, also impacting Deshaun Watson's chances to be. So it just to try and run through the possibilities here. And again, I'm going to be very interested to see if there is a trade market for Kyler Murray. I'm interested to see if there is one for Tua.
I'm just fascinated by it because I don't know what you do as an agent there. Do they try to play God with it all, or do they?
Agents always try and. Well, sorry, the big agents always try to play God.
Historically, they do, and it's a big thing. It's rampant in baseball as well. But it's one of those things like, will in this instance, because there's so many moving parts and there's so many people that's affected. We just be like, all right, call it how you see it, and just we'll figure it out from there. It's a fascinating thing.
216-474-0092. Where do you guys think inevitably the Browns go with the other quarterback spot, assuming that there's only one spot? I will tell you, and this is what I think vexes me about the Deshaun Watson part of this. I'd love to have a veteran I could trust if I needed to start 17 games. I can't do that for Deshaun because of the injuries, and I don't necessarily want to do it either, given all the baggage that has come with Deshaun in Cleveland. But as much as I don't love the quarterback, the quarterback class, as everybody's kind of talked about it, like I look at a guy like Ty Simpson, and I'm like, all right, I wouldn't mind, if I had a veteran there to go let him sit for 2 years and then figure it out 2 years from now. Even a guy like Drew Aller, it's like he's played a fair amount of college football. Mm-hmm. I don't think James Franklin was a great quarterback developer, and so I think all the little stuff that I've seen in Drew Aller's game, the criticisms, I think a lot of those are things that can be done with good, done away with good coaching. Maybe he needs to sit a year or two. The problem is, I kind of also still look at Shedeur as a developmental guy, and if Deshaun's the third guy in the room, I can't have two developmental quarterbacks battling it out.
Listen, I just don't. You're not going to like this, but I don't think it was an accident all last year. Not all last year, but when Deshaun was there, how much they kept propping up that relationship and what a guiding force Deshaun was around Shedeur and everything else like that. Like when Shedeur got around the building, that you couldn't stop hearing about it.
The Miles innuendos won't go away. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Chicago Bulls have lost 11 straight games and go winless in the month of February. The problem is they waited too long. Right now, they would have the 9th best odds in the draft lottery. Losing now is a start, but it's not good enough for a team that never has the right direction. Just another wasted opportunity for the franchise. I'm Chris Black.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start, so he heads to AutoZone.
and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The very latest reactions from the Combine on our talk shows, 2020 updates, or anytime at 923thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case we missed it, coming up in about 45 minutes here. Going to get to the Miles story that won't go away in just a moment. I don't know what's going on with the Shamrocks around here.
Who's Mavis?
Yeah.
Should I know who Mavis is?
Did you not see the bucket out front? It says.
No.
So there's a sign up in our lobby area that says if you count the Shamrocks, write the number on a piece of paper, put it in the bucket. I think there's like a prize. I don't know. All I got as far as I got on the sign was count the Shamrocks, and then I stopped reading after that.
All right, can we get a Lant in here as well so we get the other second half of this? Because then the Lant was like, oh, you can get tickets to Mavis. And I'm like, is that?
Oh, it's tickets to Mavis. I thought this was someone named Mavis that was doing this. I'm like, who do we work with named Mavis?
All right, walk us through this, Alant. What?
He's confused as to where he wants to go in this whole entire thing.
He was trying to use my mic. I was like, Anthony, we have a perfectly usable mic in studio there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mavis. You've been to Mavis? There's one out in Solon, actually.
No,
I think.
What are you talking about?
Where we can win the gift card to if we correct.
Oh, it's a gift card to Mavis.
I think so.
This is the worst game of telephone ever. You just threw this at us as we went on air.
Somebody, in order to foster, I don't know, workplace camaraderie, was like,
sounds very nice.
Or we have a leprechaun here, and they put up a bunch of things around the office, and we're supposed to walk around, count them, and then guess our final total.
Okay.
Except
now
for,
it makes sense.
I'm not going over to the sales side because that's scary, and our big boss is still over there, so I'm not.
Why not have a convo with him? He's a normal human.
He's very nice, but authority scares me. So it's just like
your shadow scares you.
This is true. Yeah,
authority scares you. Okay.
So you're bad at explaining things, and authority scares you. All right.
And in your own words, you've never won an argument on the air.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you
said. That's what you said.
I mean, maybe at some points I have. I don't know.
Doubtful with that attitude.
I gotta tell you,
it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Captain Backtrack.
Every time we have a conversation about who would do the worst in jail, JP gets the brunt of it. I'm telling you.
I don't know why, by the way.
No, I'm telling you.
Oh, thank you for the shock face, Meredith. Why am I pigeonholed as the guy
wait, real
that
quick.
would do really bad in jail?
Because I just want to tell you, I think Alant would be the worst in jail.
Oh, no, I think I'd be very popular.
Oh, no, you'd be popular. Yes. You'd be popular because you wouldn't put up a fight. You'd be like, well, I guess. He seems pretty adamant.
I'm so sorry, JP. You look like when my father used to look at me disappointed.
I'm not disappointed with you. Don't worry.
Am I allowed to make the joke?
Nope.
I'm not disappointed with you. Don't worry.
I'm a little disappointed with you.
I don't think he'd be that bad in prison.
Again, it depends on what your definition of good or bad in prison is.
Well, I mean, I think everyone at the station probably not great at prison. You think you'd be great at prison? I don't know where I don't know where you get off thinking you're great at prison.
Because I would find people like you and shove them in front of the train. That's why.
Is that how that works? I got one for you. I'm 6'2", 230. You act like I'm 5'7", 110 pounds.
Yeah, but you got the soul of like a 5'1", 150 person.
Oh, yeah? I think you're too nice to throw me in front of anyone, by the way.
Not in prison.
I think
in real life?
You think prison Nick is coming out, okay? I think you're too nice to ever throw somebody as a sacrificial lamb in front of people. If anything, you'd be the one that like protects someone like Anthony. And then there's like, let me just hug you and protect you.
Yeah.
Let me make sure those big bad prisoners don't get after you.
But we walking around be like, this one is mine. Don't touch it.
Let me hug you and protect you. We got a word for that, friend.
You would try to do what you do with the kids around the station already, which is like, let me tell you where you can go right in life. Let me. You'd be like a guidance counselor.
Yeah.
You'd be a guidance counselor for all these people in prison.
After they've been passed through the jail.
They'd be like, we're in prison, man. We've already messed up. We're in here for life. We're not fixing this thing. But you can do good things in here. I promise you can. I've seen it work.
There is every day, Nick, And again, I jump in front of a bullet for you, JP. That's how much I love you.
I believe. I don't believe that, but
there's prison Nick,
I believe a lot.
who would throw you in front of the bullet.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the difference.
And that's fine. But even like a Lance, not a tiny guy. Meredith, I'm 6'2", 230, and he treats me as if I'm legitimately 5'7", 130 pounds.
I think it's because
in most scenarios, I'm like not even close to being the smallest person.
Right, because I was about to say there's literally only two people in this station who are bigger and taller than you, and that's Nick and Ken.
I think you're right in many ways. Like
Keith is strong, but you're taller than Keith is.
Yeah, well, I mean that doesn't. That doesn't matter.
Keith would eat you alive in prison.
Keith would be running the prison.
I think Keith would be running the prison as well. I think Keith he'd be one of the higher up people that just kind of sits in his prison cell and then directs all the little soldiers.
Because he grew up in Crawford County, he's naturally going to have an in with a certain crowd in the jail. That's going to help him anyways.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, I'm going to have to get some tattoos if I want to join that gang. Gang, I'm going to have to tell some lies.
Yeah.
You're in trouble there too, friend. But, like...
I have 0 tattoos. I gotta really have to get that quick.
But you're going to have to file an annulment or something. But I'm just saying...
It's simple. At 6'2", 230, I pick one fight day one, and then I'm good. Just let people know I'm willing to get scrappy, okay?
But I don't think
I'm willing to get scrappy. I got one... you don't know my fighting history.
Detail it for us.
It doesn't need to be detailed now.
I mean,
you don't
Jonathan
know my
is a
fighting
well-known
history.
hustler around the parks of the south side of Chicago.
She is right.
Yeah. If this was about playing pool to make sure that you didn't end up somebody's best friend, then you do fine.
The seedy places I have been in life does not get nearly enough recognition around these
Unless
parks.
Joey the Shylock is in with you and
bowling
can
alley.
call back.
I grew up in bowling alleys and racetracks. Like, come on. I live for the seediness.
Yeah.
I was born in the seediness.
I think this is your...
And I get zero credit for that ever.
I actually think this is how you let everyone know that they're on notice. Is it's like, you guys got to understand. You think you're something? I grew up in the seediness. And then again, 15 minutes later, the truth would happen.
You know, one day I hope you host with like DeJuan Jones, okay? And I hope DeJuan Jones treats you like you're 5'7", 130 pounds. That's what I hope for you. Somebody that's just a massive offensive lineman or someone like that, and then is just a refrigerator of a human that looks at your 6'4", 350.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you, yeah.
Look at that frame. And
I'm looking svelte today.
Like tiny man.
Yeah.
Tiny little man over here. That's what I hope for you.
He's not going to he's not going to look at me.
That's what I hope for you.
He's not going to look at me because he's going to say,
he's going to tower over you.
I'm in his food chain. All right? I'm like, we're on the same rung. You're below me on the food chain.
We're in the same height food chain.
I got what, a buck 25 on you? I'd pancake you. Like offensive line, for the love of God, don't go too far, guys.
Like Ken sleeping on his little dog.
Yes, but you'd be the little dog.
Well, that's what I'm kind of laying out here. But there's people like me, and then there's people I would sleep on. Is the point? Like if I roll over, I might crush half the people we have that are 24 years old that work here.
They just need to be in jail with you. You'd be fine.
I can pick apart all sorts of people. I'm taller than the common average at 6'2", and I weigh more than the common average at 230. There's going to be like 40% of that prison that just doesn't say. I just roll over and I'm Sonya and done. I'll crush you like Ken crushed that dog.
Phrasing.
No phrasing. We needed the phrasing here. We needed this to stand. We needed this to stand. This unchecked aggression will not stand.
Yeah, it's like when you take your dog to the kennel and you're like, I want him in with that one and that one. Mm-hmm. He's going to feel dominant here. You're going to go in and be like, put me in with that one and that one.
Hey, listen, I might have to report back to the bigger groups, okay? But there'll be a 45% of that prison that I get to go ahead and dominate.
You're going to give him scouting reports.
I'm going to, I could do scouting reports. That seems right at my, who are we kidding anywhere? Meredith, you know I'm going to one of those fancy upstate New York Jewish prisons anyway, and I'm going to be able to play golf.
You mean white collar prison?
The same one they sent Craig Carton to. Yeah, I'm going to play golf. I'll play, it'll be a great time. We'll have challah. I think they serve challah in the vending machine there. Like, it's going to be fantastic.
I didn't realize that. I know we have Jewish cemeteries. I didn't realize we also had Jewish prisons.
Oh, it's actually like the most famous of the upstate New York prisons. It's
so
so
what you're telling me is that if I do commit a crime, it should be in upstate New York.
It's different for women. It's more of a guy thing, I think.
Oh, okay.
If you could afford it, it's fantastic to go to there, apparently. Like, it's like basically a country club, but it's a prison.
But like, you don't have to afford anything. You just have to commit the right kind of crime.
Well, I mean, that, you know, there's elements here. What kind of crime do you think I'm committing that isn't a white-collar crime, by the way?
I don't know, Jonathan.
Crimes
of
passion. That's the other part of this equation. We've never figured out what I actually would be sent to prison for. We can't narrow down what that ends up being.
I like that I spend the next 10 years baiting you and just needling you that you're not going to do well in prison. So then you go have like a violent crime so you can show me eventually.
Yeah, I'll show you, all right. that's there should be like a way we could sim this and figure it out. You know, you have like escape rooms that you go and do. Like, there's
Instead of an escape room, that's going to be our 92.3 The Fan retreat. Everyone go to prison. See how they fare. Do Mackenzie and I do we get our own prison because we're the only women here? Me and Mackenzie?
You're going to have to ask somebody else that. That's above my pay grade. But escape room.
You're just bullying Katie Pollock.
Escape room, prison.
I forgot about Katie, too.
No, Katie would run all of you. I'm sorry.
She would be run. She would make sure it was like clean. And she would like whip us into shape if we're not cleaning up after ourselves. Like, you cannot be messy around Katie Pollock.
She complains when I throw my yogurt containers in the trash. I think prison might be tougher on her than you realize.
I think. Now, Katie would run a prison. Now, Katie, she's got the right personality for it. Because this isn't a scouting.
She'd be teaching yoga in the prison for sure.
But it's more of a scouting report of maybe the personality than even the physicality. I have both. I'm irascible, I have a bad temper. I don't mind getting punched in the face. And then I'm built like a brick, you know what?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm good luck moving this is what I'm going to say.
It's like a brick before the cement gets hardened, maybe.
Nick, I think you're kind of relying too much on size because if you look at someone like Anthony Lima, I feel like he'd be running a prison just because like he would.
He'd be running something in prison.
He'd be talking his way out of everything.
It'd be getting talked into a lot of things. I'm sorry. You want to talk about first in the prison line? Lima's right up there.
He'd be the master negotiator.
Talking only goes so far in prison there, Lima. I bet now Ken, there's another one. I think Ken would do quite well in prison.
I think you're just going based on size. You just think that like
that's a huge advantage.
That's the hard part of this, though, is you're going a lot based off of size, but then you're also being like, it's more than just the size. It's more than just size.
Yeah, Ken and I can present a very dominant front with our loud voices, and I bet you Ken's been in a Donnybrook or two. When was the last time Lima fist fought? When was the last time you fist fought?
I think it was 7th grade.
That's not great. That's just not great.
I was about 7th grade.
Yeah.
Well,
216-474-0092.
Been a while.
Who do you guys think would do well in prison here? Because we're kind of backed ourselves into a corner here with how long this conversation has gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
tough to
right.
pivot to like a Miles Garrett conversation right now in this moment.
Yeah, and this one would be tough. Yes, it would. Yeah, it would.
Yeah. Now, Miles would do very well in prison. 6'5", 275 pounds, jacked. But the anime thing's going to throw some people off.
Yeah, I think he'd want to stay really quiet and like away from everyone, but it just wouldn't be. He wouldn't have a chance to do that.
Guys, can we just not do this right now? Because I'm in the middle of this. What is it? Manga? I can't remember the name of the Japanese.
I got no shot on that.
My kids read this stuff all the time.
Yeah, zero shot on that.
Guys, I got 5 pages left in this book.
The problem that would exist is the same thing that happens if he went to a bar and he wasn't a famous athlete, is that people would see his size and they would just want to pick a fight with him.
No, I don't think that's true. That is a gigantic human being.
No, I know, but there other gigantic human beings or people that fight a lot love to pick on gigantic people in those moments.
I think you would look at those muscles and I think you'd think otherwise.
They'd be smart too. People get drunk and aren't smart anymore, Nick.
That is fair, but it's prison.
Who's putting together the toilet hooch?
Ooh,
that's my role. I'll be like the Jack Daniels of prison.
Now you're going to stay out of people's way. Now I like where we're at with this. The latest on Donovan Mitchell in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in about 20 minutes here, we will, of course, get you updated with the latest here. Obviously, Cavs Pistons tonight. A little steam taken out of this with Donovan Mitchell being out tonight, but it's interesting. We heard Brian Windhorst today, multiple outlets saying he could see Donovan Mitchell missing some time with this groin injury, and then Kenny Atkinson just said he doesn't expect it to be a long-term injury. So we still have really no clarity.
Yeah, we do have an update for tonight's game, though. Fedor is saying Harden, Keon Ellis, Dean Wade, Max Strus, and Donovan Mitchell all out tonight.
Cool.
So it won't even be Harden and friends. It'll just be James Harden out.
It'll just be friends.
It'll just be friends. We're in the portion of friends. Dennis Schroeder, available.
This feels like Dennis Schroeder, Jared Allen, can they put 60 up kind of night?
Yeah, what's funny about this, or kind of sad, I guess, is that the Cavs have basically dominated ESPN's NBA content for the previous 2 days, and they put so much focus into Cavs Pistons in this game tonight, and to have it go down this way is very, very depressing. At least it has to be for them that put so much into this and for us.
Now, again, silver lining, you did the spin a little bit earlier. So anything that happens tonight is pretty understandable.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose, it really doesn't matter. That's not on you. You're not expected to win this game. And if you win, then you really own the Pistons. You got it. You got them right where you want them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that stinks about this is, and maybe it was losing on Wednesday to the Bucks, and then the Pistons winning their last game, where you went from 6.5 games up to 7.5 games. 6.5 games down to 7.5 games down. Maybe that was like the point where the Cavs said, well, there's no shot in hell we're going to get the 1 seed, so why are we going to push any of these guys?
It would be interesting because they have done this in the past where they try to jockey for their own position within the bracket. And so if this is what this play is, I think that's fascinating because we have a lot of guys who just all of a sudden popped up with injuries. A lot of guys.
Yeah, and okay. If it is just we're going to take our time here, everyone's a little nicked up, we're going to take a week and get everybody right, which could be it. Teams don't just say that, right? They just kind of rest guys and then you kind of go from there.
Yeah, they don't announce it.
I do wonder if the Cavs would get in trouble for this because remember the NBA gets really, really hinky if you have too many guys resting on the wrong days and on primetime matchups.
Well, so they try to sniff this stuff out, and so that's why you have to be real coy about it all. The Keon Ellis thing, I think, is fascinating because I read the Fedor article on it today, and Fedor obviously highlights the idea that Keon Ellis had told him he's never had an injury anywhere, has never had as much as a sprain anywhere, and then he's like, I don't even know when this injury happened. We were watching replays, and they told me that the injury happened during this play, and I knew I bothered it, but I didn't know where or when, and I'm like, it just kind of rang a little bit fishy to me. The idea that Keon Ellis is like, I couldn't even pinpoint when this catastrophic injury actually took place. It's a little too coincidental for me, Nick, that we have all these guys being injured at exactly the same time.
So I'm going to be there with you. I'm going to stick there with the same idea, but I'm going to give it a 1 week thing. So, and what I mean by that is for the next 4 games, we're in the, they're kind of banged up thing. If after the Celtics game, which is a home game, it's a 1 p.m. game on the 8th, if we're still talking the Monday the 9th and they're still this banged up, I'm going to give myself permission to panic.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because it would make sense that they're just trying to get through the actual tough games, and they're trying to just bypass that. And then once you get to you're back into the schedule where it's a lot of easier teams, then all of a sudden they magically get better, and then we're off to the races.
And
is this a confidence thing?
What do you mean?
Like I know we're talking about the scheduling game and that side of things, but if you don't play the Pistons at your strength, and everyone agrees you can't count it towards anything and what it would reflect in the postseason, then you can never have your confidence dinged in the moment.
No, I don't think that's it.
Okay.
I don't see that being it because I think this team is kind of, I don't want to say they're past confidence issues, but So, like, this isn't the team from 3 years ago where they had a couple guys with playoff experience or one series of playoffs, right?
Yeah, I'm just asking because if they end up basically scratching the Friday and the Tuesday Pistons game, you do avoid what would have happened to them if they had lost both of those games and maybe the little bit of a ding that would have taken.
But I think if you get through the next 4 games, which takes you to Sunday the 8th, right? Rather, Monday the 9th is kind of after the next 4 games, and you're not healthy, then you'll be within 18 games. And, like, right around 18 games, I kind of need everybody healthy. I kind of need everybody using those final 18 games to not just learn each other, but really kind of ramp up and kind of take off from there.
And that kind of reads what they're trying to do. If our initial read is correct on this, is that there is a ramp-up period before you get to the postseason, and there is the idea that you want to be peaking right before then, and so this would set the stage for that.
So Kenny Atkinson just speaking with the media here recently, and I think you're going to find this piece of sound there in the folder there, MK, and he made an interesting comparison here for James Harden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That I kind of want to get to here. I didn't see this one coming from Kenny Atkinson today.
The elite IQ, the elite passing skills, and really it's just he's one of the best decision makers of all time in my mind. He always makes the right read. He's in that LeBron, that kind of territory where you can score, and get you 40 or you can get 20 assists. So him and Donovan have meshed. He's obviously meshed with Jared Allen, and now we got Evan Mobley back in the mix. So I'm not surprised, that the transition has been pretty smooth.
All right.
High praise.
When I heard Kenny Atkinson compare James Harden to LeBron, I was very curious about what it was, but once I heard it, kind of makes sense.
Well, it's decision making.
Yeah,
that's the comparison.
It's playmaking ability, right?
Basically, yeah. And so I mean, that's not anything that anyone is like new or shocked by with James Harden. James Harden's always been one of the better decision makers, and his passing has always been one of the best in the NBA. Like this is now, anytime you comp anyone to LeBron, it's going to raise some eyebrows. But this is just that's exactly what Atkinson should be saying.
I'm kind of ready for the playoffs.
I think we all are.
I think I'm a little frustrated here. Little panicked about the injuries, a little frustrated that it's like, hurry up and wait again. Like the whole point of, if I was going to ever buy into anything of the James Harden trade is it's like, cool, now we got the team, let's watch him play. And I could just sit and just vibe with that. I could just sit and be like, wow, none of these games really matter and I can't extrapolate too much, but they're healthy, they're playing, and now it just feels like I'm back to a Darius Garland-led team.
So the problem, and I think why a lot of fans are having this feeling of like, just get me to the postseason right now. First off, obviously the NBA is way entirely too long, but we have a lot of guys that are just very unproven in the postseason. Donovan unproven in the postseason. Hell, I can't even talk about Jared Allen in this month of February that he's having without people just slamming back and being like, well, believe it in the postseason. Can't buy into it until I see it in the postseason. And then you throw James Harden in the mix, and it feels like we just have a whole collection of guys that if they were to find a way to like win the NBA title or make it to the NBA Finals, it would be rewriting so many different players and what their current resume says about them not being able to do it in the postseason.
But this is even worse than that because, and I'll make my harsh judgments in the playoff guy. And I have to stick to that because it is what I believe fundamentally where this team is. Everything you just said is where I've been. But I was enjoying the regular season. I can't enjoy the regular season in a game against the Pistons where I'm like, man, it'd be really nice if Dennis Schroeder could just drop 30 tonight and maybe I'm waiting for like your 6th best player, your 7th best player to have a dynamic performance in a win that if you get it, it's kind of a nice little bleep you to Detroit. But beyond that, it's like, all right, well, I can't take a lot from when the Cavs are 100% healthy and beating the Pistons in this game because there's only so much you can glean from a game or a stretch of games until we get to the damn playoffs where it really means something. That's just where we are.
Yeah.
I can't take anything from tonight.
No.
And that's frustrating.
You can't. Like if there's a movie you want to watch instead, go ahead and feel free, and you can go ahead and tune that in because you're not getting anything out of this game tonight.
When we had Harden, I was like, well, James Harden, the bigs, as you've coined it, James Harden and friends.
That's right.
Dennis Schroeder and friends just doesn't do it for me.
No, it doesn't.
And I love watching that little bastard play, by the way, just to be clear.
I don't know about little bastard, but that's okay.
Actually, just by human standards. He's actually like 6'1", like 185 pounds.
You don't have to tune in tonight if you don't want to. I will give everyone the Peterlin pass if you didn't want to take an NBA basketball tonight because You'll get just as much watching a movie about this Cavs team as you would actually watching this game, and that stinks because all week, Nick, all I wanted to do was watch this game tonight. I said it earlier. I really do believe it to be true. Nobody sticks it to their paying customers worse than the NBA. Mm-hmm. Like on a consistent basis, just nobody does that worse than what the NBA does, and it sucks. It sucks for. I told you earlier. I feel bad for Pistons fans. Both these games were in Detroit. The Wednesday game against the Thunder that was supposed to be awesome, and nobody played for Oklahoma City. And then this game tonight, and nobody's playing for the Cavs. And Detroit, they're putting everybody out there. They want some competition. They want to get themselves ready for the postseason. They can't even do it.
I think part of the crux of our James Harden arguments was it 3 weeks ago now. Part of them was. I understand the reason why you might want to switch to a superstar-laden team, but I don't enjoy those teams as much. Now, again, I want to make sure, I do think they're banged up. I don't think we're making up injuries here. It's a lot of knick-knack injuries, but they're real. I don't think they made up Keon Ellis's thing, although it's fishy. That one's fishy.
It's fishy.
The Harden thing isn't because we saw the play that it happened on, and then he had it taped after the play.
Uh-huh.
But at the same point, it is the will they, won't they play thing, man, that just stinks because it's 90% of the NBA.
Yeah, nobody does this more than the NBA to their paying customers.
I know it's a novelty, but I did like the novelty when the Cavs were the team that I knew was going to play every night and that you were going to have your 7 guys in rotation if they were healthy enough to play as they're actually playing. We didn't even play are we going to rest or are we going to do this? No, not until, what was it? Was that the Knicks series or the next one after that where the Orlando. They tried to make it so they would face Orlando in the first round.
Yeah.
Even then, that was the last 6 games of the season. Hated it, but that was 6 out of 82 games. You know what upsets me is? What frustrates me is I do think the players, and this is not a Cavs thing, this is a bigger picture thing, I do think the players dog it. Because I think they think if they put enough pressure on the NBA will buckle, and all of a sudden we will get to 60 games as opposed to 82. And I think they're right. I think that's what annoys me about this. It's I just would like the professional pride of playing 70 games would mean something.
Yeah, we don't have it in today's NBA. It's gone. It's absent, and it absolutely stinks. They've been dubbing this week Contenders Week all across the NBA in different markets and everything, and all the highlighted games they've been trying to show us. We did get Cavs Knicks on Tuesday night. That was a lot of fun, but all these highlighted games, the majority of them have been either back-to-back games, which is you're just getting the other team not doing anything and not being competitive at all, or games like tonight with the Cavs where half their roster's out, and it just sucks. It sucks the soul out of the NBA.
216-474-0092. I think it also sucks, by the way, that I think these are very valid injuries from the Cavs, but because of NBA culture, there's also part of me that just doesn't trust it.
Our first instinct is to be you're just dogging this, and this isn't something we need to treat serious.
The Keon Ellis thing you were saying.
I know, it's weird.
Is that just because it's how the NBA works? Because that's not fair to Keon Ellis. But it's not. But it's how they've just made fans so cynical, and I don't love that.
No.
And by the way, this is worse than a decade ago. I remember a decade ago we would have these conversations, and it would be all right, we're talking about 10 games. Now I feel like we're talking about 60% of the NBA schedule with this.
It's all the time. And again, even within the back-to-backs and everything too, that just destroy games, even when the good players are out there, it's an absolute mess. It's a mess. And the other sports don't do this. Baseball doesn't do this. Football definitely doesn't do this. For the NBA just thinks they can get away with this.
How many games before you start to panic about the Cavs' injuries?
I don't think I'm going to panic yet. It could be probably 3 more weeks of this before I'd really raise up some red flags.
I think that's half the season.
I know.
So with 10 games to go?
Yeah, probably. I just don't think I'm going to panic about it. As long as I don't think I'd prefer they played every game and got some of this going. But if you have 10 games left in the remaining part of the season and you just beat up a bunch of guys, what I needed to see was I wanted to see these Pistons games. I wanted to see the Boston game. I wanted to see the games against really good teams. Those are the ones that are going to matter, and it seems like I'm not going to see those anyway.
What matters to me more is the volume. I think you need to be, not Colin Cowherd's podcasting network, but 15 to 18 games. I think you need to be healthy and together for 15 to 18 games. And that feels in danger right now. Because I do think that's roughly 1/4 of the NBA season is 18 games, because obviously 21 games is about 1/4 of the season. I think that's enough time to figure it out. you already have like 6 games that you played together before these injuries started to pop up. So I can spot you like that's where the 15 to 18 comes in here. Cavs have a lot to prove. And I understand, again, like there's a lot to this. The injury's real, all this. But we get to a point where they got 10 games left and they're just getting healthy. I think LeBron always proved it to us with the kind of the takeoff strip for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think 10 games is enough. I really don't. I think you need 15 to 18 games together healthy at the end of the season. Otherwise, you're trying to piece it together in the playoffs, and it's easier to do that, by the way, when you're the 1 seed. The Cavs are very unlikely to be the 1 seed right now.
I think for them, I think if they're just trying to weigh who's the better opponent and who's the matchup and all this stuff, I think they think that's more valuable than even the idea of getting a couple more games together.
In case we missed it, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Cody Davis of the Detroit News at 3 o'clock. Good stuff on Cavs Pistons. Leger Duzable, former NFL defensive lineman, CBS Sports at 4 o'clock. And then Daniel Oyefusi at 5:20 today. Browns beat reporter for ESPN. Good stuff with all our guests. If you missed a moment of today's show, as always, you guys can watch the entire show back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked. And, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube as well. It is free. I'd like you to know it's free. And you get to see my face, which I've heard some people would prefer not to. That's why we actually have some people just going back to the audio stream. But that's okay. Either way, see my face, don't see my face. Got a lot of ways to pay attention to the station. Let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off here. Chris Berman stepping away. That's not the story I want to talk about. It's just he's stepping away, so now he's doing all these interviews, right? Chris Berman believes that DeMar Hamlin, that incident, is what prevented the 18-game regular season from already being in place. Nick, the NFL first expanded the regular season to 17 games in 2021. It has been 5 years. Do you feel like DeMar Hamlin in that incident has actually played a factor into why we didn't just rush to 18 games and why we're currently still sitting at 17?
No. The NFL doesn't have the leverage to do it. The NFL had the leverage, or the thing that made players go to it, we'd be at 18 games already.
I think we're getting awfully close to 18. I think we're going to... I mean, it's within the next 5 years, we're getting 18 games.
I mean, I think it's inevitable. So, naturally, I do think we are getting closer to it. I don't know what will be the catalyst for it, though. Because I do think there has to be something that owners can give players that is worth it, simply because the NFL players have made it such a non-negotiable.
Yeah.
And so I think that's like... what is the hidden desire that the players truly want? And I don't know the answer.
Is it just knocking off some of the preseason games?
I don't think that's simple enough. No.
I think that's what they're going to try to sell it as. And I feel like the NFLPA, knowing they're not going to ever get the win anyway, are just going to say, all right, it's more money, more revenue, so everyone gets raises. And then also we just don't have to mess with the preseason in the same way that we typically do. And that's all we got to do.
I think the NFLPA probably views the preseason as a valuable thing for them.
Because it stretches people out and gets people in condition a little bit more?
Well, no, it gets people a lot of tape. So whereas it protects your top of the league from having to play more, so that makes sense to those guys because most of the top 20% of the NFL don't really play hardly at all in the preseason, and then the next 80%, and it might actually be more than that, the next 90% of guys. They get to kind of show the goods and prove that they belong in the NFL.
I mean, there's clearly a reason why instead of just adding the 18th game, they went to everyone is going to eventually play the one international game. And we're getting more and more international games. And that's the new trek that Goodell's on. But when that money dries up and he basically soaks all the money from all the Netflixes and Amazons and all these different streaming services, that's where I think 18 games is going to come in play. I just don't think that they care enough about what happened with DeMar Hamlin to be like, that's going to stop us.
No, 100%.
They are so money hungry and they're so thirsty to do whatever the hell they want anyway. I don't think they cared about the optics in that moment in the slightest bit.
Also, can I just ask a question here and trust you with the nest?
Yeah.
Chris Berman stepping away?
Yeah. He announced that he's going to retire. But he'd only been down to doing the once a week thing anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, listen, good for him. I have no idea. I have no read on if he's like a good dude or not. I remember reading a couple stories about.
He seems a little handsy.
Yeah, you're with me, Leather. But by and large,
that's right.
I don't. It's like one of those things. Like the more you get away from that original cast and crew of ESPN guys we all grew up with.
Yeah.
All of them seem problematic on one way or another.
Well, and now they all just fight with each other on Twitter. See Keith Olbermann and Lisa Cohn.
Yeah, the two people that I never really cared about. People are like, "Oh, I was always an Olbermann guy," and nobody. I don't think I've heard one person say they were Linda Cohn person. But the point
hockey
is,
people, Meredith, you're a hockey person. The hockey people liked Linda Cohn a lot.
Oh, see, maybe I'm just not in those hockey circles.
The hockey people, because she was like a voice for the game when they were like trying to do it, and then it never worked.
But like, I remember thinking, like, well, 40 years ago, I didn't really like either of you, and now I still don't care. And now you're fighting about something that I really don't care about.
I mean, my favorite and what got me really into ESPN at the time is my favorite SportsCenter duo. It's Dan Patrick and Stuart Scott.
Mm-hmm.
I still love Dan Patrick to this day. I don't consume his radio show often, but I still love Dan Patrick. And obviously, Stuart Scott passed away. So those were my guys. That was my morning SportsCenter lineup.
So I really liked Olbermann and Patrick, but Patrick was my guy because Olbermann's. You can kind of tell what his personality is through the whole screen thing.
Ever tell you when I
knew he was kind of a pompous, know-it-all jerk.
I've met Dan
Dan
Patrick twice in life. When I was 12 and my mom was working at ESPN Chicago briefly, and he came in and did his show, and so I got to go in and like be in the other room while he was doing his show and basically just sat there. But I was a 12-year-old kid. It was him and Rob Dibble when they had that show, and both of them were awesome. Like they were just come in and play with me in between breaks and stuff like that. Things that like seem wild to me now that I'm in the industry and I do this, and things that like I don't know why they were that nice. I think it's because I was a 12-year-old kid and was interested. That's all that was. They were fantastic. Like,
trying to think how you would handle a 12-year-old kid being.
Yeah, I would not have been nearly as nice as they were. I would try to be, but like I'd be like, all right, I'm doing a show here, guys. Stop. Can you stop looking at me through the glass?
Stop judging.
The funny story out of that day was, so my mom was in the other room and she was running the board at the time for that because that was it was a deal, and Dan Patrick, they had like these ESPN Chicago bobblehead dolls. And Dan Patrick had signed one and was like in between, like, hey, you want one of these? And I'm like, yeah. And he like signed one then in front of me and was coming around into the other studio to then give it to me. And the door opens and my mom she's busy working and she's trying to do all this stuff. And she goes, not now, I'm busy. And it's Dan Patrick. And he's like, oh, I'm just trying to hand this to your son. And then he like scoots in and then like, he does that whole deal.
You still have it?
Of course. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Other time when I worked in Houston, my boss at the time threw this big Final Four party when the Final Four was in Houston, and Dan Patrick came to the party. He knew Sean Salisbury really well, so that was like the whole deal. And I got to sit there and drink with Dan all night. He was fantastic. He's just a stand-up guy. I'll always go to bat for Dan Patrick.
We like Dan Patrick here. All the other ESPN guys, you know who you are. I have to make a confession. There's another trust tree with a nest moment here. I'm a little over punch the monkey. Now, people might not know this. I'm a monkey guy. All right. Macaque, chimpanzee.
You're big monkey guy?
I just love monkeys. They just make me laugh. They just make me very happy. So this isn't about Punch the Monkey.
Okay.
It's about Punch the Monkey content and adults who can't deal with their own limitations and emotional issues. And so they just pour themselves into stories like Punch the Monkey. And it's like, guys, it's a sad thing. This happens in nature. He was rejected by his mom. He had a friend that basically looked like Curious George, a little stuffed animal.
Yeah.
That was cute. Your content about it makes me want to punch you in the face and think less of you. I just think the people who are just really invested in it, I'm judging a lot because y'all putting too much on this little monkey.
How are they trying to make the monkey story about themselves is what I want to know.
Just the sad stuff. I can't handle it. The over-the-top dramatic emotions.
It is. I mean, it's a cute monkey. It's sad that happens to the monkey.
No, exactly. It makes me sad. But I don't need to then make it about my emotions. I don't need to let everybody know, oh, just every one of these video breaks my heart. It's like, yeah,
this was a baby monkey, though.
Yes, now we know you have a heart. Good for you.
It's such a tiny little monkey.
It is. And by the way,
it is sad, though. That is sad. I mean, it is sad.
I saw some.
I have a 3-year-old and a 5-month-old right now, so I'm gonna get sad over those things.
Well, no.
This is like a baby monkey.
Again. There's a difference between, this registers to me on an emotional level because you're a human, and that's part of being human. And then it's like just blurting your the mentions are just awful. This reminds me of my relationship with my dad. It's like, my biological father left too, and you don't hear me crying about the damn monkey and correlating it to me. Like, Jesus.
I've only seen one video on the sad monkey. I thought the sad monkey then finds his own path, right?
No, because then he found a friend, and then these adults over here protected him.
I haven't seen the friend video yet.
And then, but again, people are invested in it like it's the Olympics, which also is pointless.
How am I missing all this sad monkey content?
I think Instagram knows how annoyed I am.
Oh, it's Instagram. Oh, okay.
And Instagram's like, here, more adults putting their own emotions onto this poor little macaw.
Macaw.
I'd have a monkey, man. I would.
Yeah.
Well, not a chimp because that'd just rip off. Well, no, like an orangutan, like in Any Which Way But Loose. If you've probably never seen it.
No.
There was a stretch of time where if I could have a pet orangutan named Clyde who would flip people off, that would have been like. And it was like the first 40 years of my life. I'd still take one.
Did you ever watch the offshoot of Tiger King, where they then follow this woman that was all about monkeys, and she had like pet monkeys? Chimp Crazy is what it was called. Did you ever watch that one?
No.
Came out like a year and a half ago.
No.
I mean, you'd love it then. It's insane. It's about this woman that is obsessed with housing monkeys and chimps, and then
is
ultimately
she as problematic as Mr.
Oh, she's so problematic. Yeah, she's so problematic. But then ultimately, one of the monkeys turns on her, because this is how this always works. When you own monkeys, they're bigger and stronger than you, and they're ultimately it goes sideways.
Yeah, but that's why you got to own orangutans. They're chill, unless they hate you. They're not chill. So just make sure he doesn't hate me. That's what I would do. And we'd hold hands and go everywhere, and just be like, "Hey, have you met Clyde?"
I think you'd find the documentary fascinating.
Chimp Crazy. All
Chimp
right.
Crazy. I think you'd really like it.
Big thanks to Meredith Kane on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren, not on the board. Yes. Meredith also did the 2020s there. You get double thank yous there. Double yes.
Yeah.
All right. Anthony Allant coming up. He's squirrely. I'm just going to tell you, we had him in studio for like 3 minutes earlier. He's a little squirrely.
We talk about wild cards in life.
Talk about wild cards.
That's a true station wild card right now.
And honestly, having Anthony around, it's kind of like having a little macaw around.
I mean, he just throws these conversational bombs into the mix, and you don't even know where they came from.
Yeah.
Like, settle it down, buddy.
Yeah.
But then also ramp it up.
Yeah,
I kind of like it when you ramp it up.
I like the opposite. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's just, at least he's choosing a lane.
Let's keep it interesting. Anthony Allant coming up. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
You as well. You guys are at the auto show tomorrow. I'll see you out there. I'm just going to be hanging out with the family. Say hi to me. I got nothing else. See you guys on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.